Please welcome the two umpires, Jack Shannon and Sophie McClellan.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bristol. It is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match between the Western Storm and Central Sparks. It's the second match of the competition for both these two sides. Western Storm having won their opening encounter, and Central Sparks having come up short against the machine that is the Southern Vipers. But Central Sparks have come here with a strong side, and they've won the toss, and they've elected to bat first on what has to be said is a pretty green-looking pitch. But in general, at Bristol, that tends to mean that there are plenty of runs in it. And we've had some really high-scoring games here over the last couple of years. So we may well get another one of those here today. Ed Seaborn and Charlie Taylor will be your commentary team for this one. And Charlie, it's your first time at Bristol.
It is. It's my first time here, despite the fact that I was born and brought up in Somerset, just down the road. Used to live not that far from Bristol, but always been more closely linked with the ground at Taunton. So very pleased to be here. Had a little wander around. It's a lovely ground. I support Bristol Rovers, actually, even more to my shame. I support the football team based just less than a mile away. So yes, very pleased to finally break my Gloucestershire duck, put it that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, also in the spirit of Western Storm camaraderie as well. We've got a Gloucestershire-Somerset split in the commentary box. As far as the teams are concerned, Central Sparks are unchanged from that, what has to be said, a rather unfortunate loss, really. I mean, any time that you get a 50-over match, which is condensed down to a 10-over chase, as was for the Southern Vipers, and Vipers only winning that with 2 balls to spare, and Danny Wyatt, 36 off 24 balls for Southern Vipers, seeing them home. So, you know, one of those ones where Central Sparks are not going to be particularly reading masses into that. So they are unchanged. Eve Jones and Davina Perrin are the opening batters, and Lauren Filer is going to bowl the first ball, and no stroke from Eve Jones. So we've got a real contrast as far as youth and experience out there in the middle, and a right-hand, left-hand combination as well. Davina Perrin, just 15 years of age.
Wow. I mean, I'm really excited to see her today. Hope she has a good game, because she's just been brought up by into the 100, and so she'll become the 100 youngest player later this year. Great to see such young talent doing well.
Ooh, had a feel for that one, did Jones. A little bit of movement, well, more than a little bit of movement from Lauren Filer there. So after these two, Thea Brooks, Amy Campbell, Abby Freeborn, who will keep wicket, Sarah Glenn, looking forward to seeing her in action today, the England international, of course. And then it will be Ria Fackrell, all-rounder, as that's left well wide of off stump, but within the guidelines, according to umpire Sophie McClellan. Jack Shantry is standing at square leg. Georgia Davis, Grace Potts, Liz Russell and Hannah Baker make up the Central Sparks 11. So there's a lot of spin there, and 2 leggies, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. They obviously fancy themselves with some slower balls here. So this one's just flicked into the leg side. That'll be the first run of the day.
So as far as Western Storm are concerned, there are 2 changes from their opening win, and it was a hammering in the end that they dealt the Lightning. Duckworth Lewis again coming into play, but Western Storm making 260 for 9 from their 50 overs, and Lightning 166 for 9 from, as it turned out, 34.2 overs, but a long way short on Duckworth Lewis, and it means that the Western Storm come into this match top of the table. So we'll enjoy that while it lasts.
Fantastic net run rate at the moment, as you say. It was a DLS win, but really,
yes,
they were what, about 100 behind with 1 wicket remaining.
Yeah,
so,
a very different DLS win to the Vipers win over Sparks.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a thrashing, really. The rain coming just short of Western Storm being able to mop up the end of the tail of Lightning. Perrin just feeling that she can leave that one alone. Yeah, really exciting talent. 15 years old. She was born in
mad,
2006, Ed. 2006.
This is the first stage was when you started to get people born in
the 21st century. Yeah.
That's one thing, but now starting to get players who, I was in secondary school when they were born.
Oh.
That's the next stage. Bit of bounce there for Filer, hitting the splice of the bat. Been a tidy start so far with just the one run off the over. So the two changes from that side then for the Western Storm. We've got Chloe Skelton in the Gloucestershire player, so good to get some local representation. And Niamh Holland of Somerset coming in to the side as well.
Yeah, very excited to see Niamh play. She's only 17, so a lot of young talent. Sophia Smale as well, only 17. They actually were in action against each other earlier on this week for under 17 sides, but reunited here for Western Storm. Good to see.
Yeah, and I think in general, although Central Sparks haven't selected by any stretch the most experienced side that they could have done, if you look at some of the players that they've left out, there are 3 28-year-olds in their squad who aren't playing. In general, the Central Sparks are a little older on average, but there are still 3 players in this side under 20, which is pretty much par for the course.
Yeah, a lot of new young talent coming into this Charlotte Edwards Cup and Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy teams, which is great to see. It's another dot ball there. It must be an interesting change to make because you play a 50 over format straight after. You've got the 100 coming up next, which this trophy will take a pause for. You just had the T20 in the Charlotte Edward Cup. So it is a funny mix. You go from T20, then the longest form, the 50 over one, and then into the shortest form, the 100. So each player having to adapt pretty quickly. So that one goes down the leg side as an appeal, but in the end, the umpire says no.
It must have flicked something because there's no white. He's exceptionally tall, is Jack Chantry. That's one thing that you do notice. You can remember him from his playing days, but you wouldn't want to argue with him regardless. Yeah, it looks like he's just flicked the hip, doesn't it?
Must have been a noise out there for them all to appeal as this one just hit towards the player at square leg, and there is no run added. So good stuff so far from Storm. Nothing too wayward, just the one run so far.
Yeah, and Danny Gibson should be absolutely brimming with confidence. Call-ups, I should say, to England A. She played in the multi-day warm-up match against South Africa. Oh, that's a beauty.
Just outside the off stump.
As good a ball as you could bowl without getting a wicket.
Yeah. Sort of fished out a little bit there, wasn't it, by Jones? Just having a look, we get a replay. You can see the slip still in place as well. If there's any early movement, just coming in, not missing the off stump by much. This one just comes towards again the fielder at square leg, and there is no run added under slightly cloudier skies than I was expecting today. I was listening to the weather forecast on the way in on the radio and being told that we would have pretty cloudless skies. I wonder if it's going to be an improving picture, but there is still plenty of blue sky around. The sun's still managing to find a gap at the moment, beating down on this area of North Bristol. That one is down the leg side and will be a wide.
Yeah, I think later on, as you've been briefed, be rather glad for the cloud cover, because in our position that we are in the flats, the sun will come round and it will stay round for the rest of the day.
This one pretty straight and defended. A lot of respect being shown here early on to the Western Storm bowlers. There we are. We're somewhere in there, in amongst the flats. We've got commandeered one of those for ourselves. We haven't booted out any occupants though. This isn't a lived-in one, is it? They just sort of give up their living room on match days. No,
the Sky flat. But we do have to be a little bit careful, because to our right, I'm told, and I only found that out this morning. This is my third year up here, but I didn't realise it was actually somebody's bedroom. You see, I'd never gone in and peered in, but somebody who shall remain nameless did. and found out that it was somebody's bedroom away to our right.
I will point out that wasn't me. I didn't just turn up here, start peering in through windows in my first trip here. No, it's a good ground. I'm really impressed with it. I've seen it on television a few times and obviously listened and watched a lot.
Bit of movement back into Perrin. That's Filer's natural shape. As to be said, it's far more common to have the natural in-swinger, it seems, than the natural out-swinger in women's cricket rather than the men's. I don't know if anyone's come up with a definitive reason for why that is, but if Filer gets that in-swing going and she gets it on the right line to start with, she can be deadly, and she was in the first game of the season. 3 wickets for her. It's a firm defensive shot from Perrin out towards cover. A field change already, so Storm have gone with a gully now rather than the slip, and quite a wide third fielder down on the boundary, who is Niamh Holland. Very good fielder, Niamh Holland. She was probably seen more in the opening season in 2020 than last year, but the fielding was superb. Short ball tried, that's cut firmly, and talked up Niamh Holland's fielding, but even she's not getting that.
No.
That's beautifully timed. And the first boundary for the Central Sparks.
Yeah, a little bit of width and height on offer there, wasn't there? Just nothing too dangerous or risky about the shot. Just leaned into it, using that width, as we see here. Yeah, just finding that gap backwards of square on the offside. Lovely shot for 4 runs, getting the score moving now properly. And we're now moving up to 6 without loss.
It was 3 for 35 from 8 overs for Filer in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy opener. Her best bowling figures for the Western Storm. Nicely punched into the gap. There is quite a big gap between backward point and extra cover. Just be the single though. Perrin finding the middle of the bat now. And yeah, I mean, you thought Alice Capsey was young enough at 16 last year, but I mean, Davina Perrin, I think she only turned. Well, she's not going to turn 16 until September. So she will be 15 when the 100 starts, still.
Yeah. So she is, year 10, just finishing year 10.
Yeah, so I think she would have joined the Sparks squad before
So
GCSEs
she's not even thinking
even.
about her GCSEs really yet. Your GCSEs proper next year, aren't they?
Oh, that's moved a fair bit on Wraith. He's had to go lunging away to her left to make sure that the ball didn't go away for some byes. But he'll be encouraged with the swing to start with. Sparks winning the toss and batting, and I think they'll know that once they see off the swing, there ought to be runs in this pitch. And the other reason is because it's quite far over towards the City of Bristol College side of the ground as that's turned into the leg side, but it'll be fielded by Storm skipper Sophie Luff, and we're through 3 overs with Sparks 7 without loss. But we've got quite a short boundary towards the mound stand. The boundary's been moved in quite a long way the other side of the ground, but it is still the longer side. But as I was saying in the build-up, really, you tend to know with games here, especially Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games, it's tended to be the case that if there's been a lot of grass on the pitch, there's been quite a lot of runs.
Right, okay.
So the pitch at the end of last year, where Western Storm racked up their 313 for 4 from 50 overs, with Sophie Luff scoring 157 not out, and then Sunrisers 277 in reply in 44 and a half overs. So it wasn't as if the run rate was a problem too much for them.
That's not a bad day out, is it? If you've bought your ticket, I noticed that tickets here £10 for adults, £5 for children. I mean, that's proper value for money, isn't it? And Sophie Luff, when she gets going, great to watch. Then comes Gibson again then. This one cut and will beat the fielder at point. Might run away all the way to the boundary. Quick outfield. Yeah, 4 runs. Lovely shot from Perrin. First ball of this new Danny Gibson over. Just managed to beat the fielder at point. Here we go. We'll see that. Waits for the ball. Cuts away beautifully, using the pace on the ball.
Yeah, outfield looks rapid as well. And as I say, short side. Looks to be plenty of runs out there.
Gibson again, straighter this time. And there's no run on offer. So I'm trying to... The ground at the moment set up, isn't it, for an international match that's happening here. So that's the South Africa against England men. So a lot of seats here. I'm trying to picture what it'd be like on a quiet April Championship game. So
they're never quiet.
Gibson over the wicket then, and leaving that one alone is Perrin, and for good reason, because it's been given as a wide, so she'll have to bowl that one again.
Yep, so there are large areas of temporary seating up at the moment, some of which is having to be covered up as the pitch is well over towards one side, but temporary seats at the far end as we look at it underneath the pavilion.
Fuller, and this was a lovely shot. What a drive through the covers for 4 more. I tell you what, 15 years old, bags of talent here on show. Very excited to watch Davina Perrin moving up to 13 now, 16 without loss.
Yeah, well, it's not too difficult from the shots that we've seen so far to see why she is where she is at the age that she is, because you can't really teach shots like that, I don't think.
There's a lot of natural instinct, isn't there, in that, as Gibson's in again. Left alone again and given us another wide. Gibson sort of shrugs a bit in frustration, I think. Just been hit for 4, second wide of the over. Yeah, I can understand the sentiment as someone who bowls wides very regularly at a much lower standard than this. It does get frustrating. You start to bowl perhaps a bit too hard. He's just been hit for a couple of 4s already in this over. This one again, cut. Was he found the gap? No. Stopped well in the circle.
Well, it's almost already looking as if Storm may have to move somebody over from the leg side to the offside. Gibson is going to get the away shape as well. So I almost think that seems to be the strong area.
She comes again defending this time. Is Perrin.
Oh, she looks... If you're going to bowl there, then I suppose you do need the mid-wicket.
Well, she looks really good, Perrin. She sets up nicely, doesn't she? And then really gets behind the ball. The shots where she's used her, the drive and the cut shot both look really well timed as well. So can see why she's been snapped up. I think it's Birmingham Phoenix, is it? Am I right in saying? Yep. For the 100. So fuller ball, again, defended, getting the bat nicely behind the ball. Good stuff. She was also part of the academy with Ebony Rainford Brent, wasn't she? I think.
That's right,
so particularly focusing on young black female cricketers. So great to see her coming through that and now performing so well with Central Sparks and picking up that 100 contract.
And they're proper cricket shots as well. This is not kind of clear your left leg out the way and try to smack it over the leg side. She's going over a run of ball, and she's barely played a shot in anger, to be honest. It's just been timing so far.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because there's a lot of rhetoric around about young players. They want to play the scoops, and they want to, they want to be doing all these sorts of shots all around the ground. Where actually, there's still a place for proper cricket. Young people still love watching proper cricket. Let's not, get mistaken here.
I think we're fairly young, aren't we?
I think I'm on the verge of leaving that behind if I've not already.
Eve Jones, then, and she can just play her natural game as well. She's not going to be bothered by being one not out and seeing the ball flying to the boundary at the other end.
No need to rush. If Perrin's playing like she is at the moment. The other thing is, and we haven't, 50 over cricket actually. I know, Ed, you do a lot of county coverage in the men's game. I do as well. We haven't seen any 50 over cricket yet this season.
No.
So the pace is slower.
Oh, gosh. What a ball. Again.
Cut her right up.
And it's... we need to see a replay on that one, because we're talking about the natural in shape to the right-hander. You'd think that she'd be taking it away to Jones. And in general, she has been. Jones actually hasn't had to play it that many deliveries. But this one is, it sort of shaped away originally, and then it held its line on her. Just angled away. That's a nice shot from Jones, just to relieve the pressure and get off strike down towards deep third.
The point I was making, the pace is slower than the T20. You haven't got to go off straight away, you've got more than 6 overs in the power play, so you've got that extra space for a little bit longer. You've got to last 50 overs as well. You don't be giving wickets away in the first 5 or 10 overs. So you could just, you don't have to come out of the blocks charging, do you? So that's great what we're seeing so far. I think the Central Sparks are playing very well. Jones just on 2, but happy to sit there while Perrin just using the width when it's there. When the ball's a bit fuller, she's driven. So this is a good start from Central Sparks, and Western Storm just need to tighten up slightly. A bit of a loose over from Gibson.
Oh, it's a good Yorker, and it's played with some ease, actually, has to be said, from Perrin, and then that flourish of the bat afterwards, as if to kind of underline the ease with which she was able to block that one. And Lauren Filer is one of the quicker bowlers out there, and that Yorker looked as if it had a bit of movement on it as well. Yeah, I mean, that is the classic Filer in swinging Yorker. We saw that a couple of times last year. She bowled probably the ball of the season with one of those. That's just a bit too straight starting off, and angles down the leg side for a wide. I should also say we're going to be joined by some guests today, which is very nice of them to give up their time to come and be talked at by us. So we're going to have both the regional directors of the Western Storms region and Central Sparks region. Lisa Padgett and Laura McLeod are both going to come up. So that's worked into the leg side by Perrin, and a scampered single. So Lisa Padgett will come up in the first innings. In fact, both will come up in the first innings, and then we'll also be joined by Emma Corney, who's currently part of the academy setup, but was part of the first Western Storm 11 in their new guise down at Beckenham. No shot from Jones, just eyeing up the movement, and that's the end of the over. So 5 gone. Sparks 20 without loss, so not losing a wicket early. Not flying along, but then they're building a nice platform here, and Jones 2 off 16, but at the moment the ball's swinging, and she knows that if she's there once the shine comes off the balls, then she can make some hay. So, special guests to keep an eye or an ear out for throughout the day.
Gibson continuing then, a couple of wides in her last over, a few fours as well. There's a question here about LBW. It did look like Perrin had come down a little bit, but perhaps moving away. We'll see if we can get a replay on that one. Sort of, I didn't feel like a full-blooded appeal to me, did it? It sort of was asking the question, perhaps more so just to put some doubts into the batter's mind than really thinking that the umpire, Jack Chantry, would raise his finger as she's in again now. Full, again cut, again, nearly finding the gap. In fact, they came running down the wicket there. Well fielded, bit of a joint effort there between, what have we got fielding? Down there. Is it Katie George?
Katie George with the throw in the end, and I think it was Alex Griffiths who made the stop.
Good work, those two in the cover and extra cover area. In fact, Katie George is slightly shorter coming in from the circle. In comes Gibson again, and this one is going to find the gap. Lovely cut shot once again from Davina Perrin, who looks very good indeed. This is exciting, not just for Central Sparks and Birmingham Phoenix, but also 15 years old, all this talent. I bet you there'll be some England interest. Look at that, lovely. The ball moving away actually there, and Perrin just giving herself a bit of room and cutting it away for 4. So great to see. I was excited when I saw that she was playing, and I'm pleased to see that all that talent, all that build-up was absolutely deserved.
And it's nice to see that she's at the top of the order as well, not just down at 6 or 7.
Gibson again full, and this one played into the leg side.
Yeah, apologies, my identification was off. It was actually Sophia Smale who made that lovely stop away to her right hand side. Otherwise, it could well have been back-to-back boundaries.
Gibson, 4 balls, 4 from it so far in this over, and that'll be another dot. And the ball is thrown back at the stumps. In fact, it hits Perrin and ricochets off. But
now,
Chantry has a little word here.
Are we going to get So I think she'll get away with it as far as penalty runs are concerned because it wasn't dangerous.
No.
But I think... I think perhaps Jack Chantry is just...
Don't do that again.
Saying,
maybe.
if you throw that any harder than that, I will give the penalty runs.
Well, the other thing here for Gibson, and I understand she's frustrated. We talked about actually a little bit of frustration the last over. In fact, she has no reason really to be that frustrated in this over. Just a 1-4 from it in 5 balls. But actually, there was no possibility of a run out there. No. There was no reason to throw it. This is full again and goes straight to Katie George. Extra cover, and there's no run there. Chantry again has a little word with Gibson as she collects her cap. But I can understand if the batter had come out, if Perrin had been 1 or 2 steps back and was trying to get back in, fine. But when the batter's standing there in her crease, there's no, and she's right in front of the stumps as well. So if you're throwing it out the stumps, you're going to hit her. So actually, is that Sophie Love just having a word now with Jack Chantry?
Chat as well. I think from memory, because we've had a couple of situations like this in the last couple of years, and I don't think I've missed the penalty run signal, so I don't think it's been given, but I think the wording is inappropriate and dangerous. So inappropriate, tick, dangerous, no. But I suspect that would have been what was said. Any harder than that.
Yeah, I mean, it was by no means as hard as she could throw it, was it? It wasn't an absolute cannon coming out of her arm.
On the hip of Jones, and they've changed the field actually, so there's no square leg, and they can come through for a single. So they have for Jones, because of the movement across the left-hander, they had reinforced the offside field, but then allowing the single just to be dropped into the square leg region. So that's the price you pay potentially. But maybe, given the runs that might be on offer out there, singles are not the worst thing to try to prevent boundaries. Short, mistimed, and it's going to plink in front of mid-on. And Lauren Filer, with a reaction rather appropriate, just hangdog a little bit there.
Oh, that's
so badly it didn't make it near mid-on.
That is the first miscue, isn't it, from 15-year-old Perrin? Yeah, just coming into it. It's a good ball, but no power on the misplaced shot at all, which has saved her there. Mid-on was coming in.
Oh, that's very short. I think that's rather easy to be called a no ball.
Yeah, no real doubt, I should think, in Sophie McClellan's mind.
Yeah, Sophie McClellan having a smile there towards the scorers. I suspect she's probably already seen that the scorers have their arms up probably even before Jack Chantry signalled at square leg. Oh, that's hit her on the helmet, and they're going to come through for a leg by. It's always rather ridiculous when it comes off the helmet, but she seems to be all right.
It did, Perrin, didn't it?
But that made a real clunk off the grill. It might have only been a bit of a kind of glancing blow.
There we go. Oh, it really came in off the pitch, didn't it? Really did. No wonder that the way she's played that. Now, here come the physios. They're going to have to give her a bit of a check, aren't they?
The other interesting thing is, she cannot have been expecting that short ball after the previous one as well, because we've had 3 short balls this over now. So the mistimed one to mid-on that fell just short, then the one that might well have been over 2 Davina Perrins, and then that one, she, as you say, it was the movement in off the pitch, which is why she got hit, but I don't think she would have been expecting the short ball again.
I think she shaped up quite nicely to play. She was angling the bat, wasn't she? Trying to play it down towards the third area where there was a gap at the boundary, but it just came in so much. Good to see. She seems to be all right. She's having a bit of a drink. It's hard to know what she's saying, and that's the key, isn't it? Is with these concussion tests, they ask questions. They ask you to do. I was speaking to Pete Trigo back.
No, it's not. It's the alphabet backwards.
Alphabet
backwards,
that's one of the ones. Or they do. Apparently, Pete was saying that they ask you to do months of the year in reverse order, so starting with December and ending in January. That's that sort of stuff. Problem is, if you know those questions are coming, you just rehearse those, and then you know they've got to make sure it's different every time, haven't they? So I guess they have all those sorts of things
months
ready.
Months of the year backwards. We should give that a go now.
Go on then. Prove you're not concussed.
November,
Ed.
October, September, August, July, June, May, April, March, February, January.
Oh, he nearly went for April at the end there. But no, he's all right. You're fine. You're fine to continue.
That's not that easy, especially under pressure.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, isn't it, as well? Because if you're in the zone trying to... she will be in a batting zone there. And so suddenly you've got to come out of that, and you've got people asking questions. The game comes to a stop.
It's a shock, isn't it, as well?
Yeah,
even if you haven't been hurt by it, it still gives you that, almost wins yourself.
Oh, look, and Filer won't be the quickest bowler that she'll come up against either. She is quick, but she won't be. She's not express pace as Filer. She's getting the ball to move a bit. Hence why she's been hit on the head. But it will be shocking. It is shocking. I play at a very, very low village level. Anytime you get hit anywhere, but especially if it's on your helmet, on your head, then it's shocking. You start to think, well, hang on a minute. Let's start to second guess. You start to doubt. You don't want it to happen again. You don't want it to happen worse. She's there is a bit of a big break here. You can see she's sitting on her bat handle. Those questions still continuing. She does look like she's smiling, sort of reenacting it maybe. Helmet going back on now. Good sign.
Sometimes they do like to give it a few moments just to see how it goes a few minutes afterwards as well. I don't know whether we're potentially also waiting for something to be brought out. But the other thing I think is with the grass on this pitch, I wonder, because this pitch could well be on the quicker end of what you tend to see. I mean, stereotypically, in general, the women's game has often had to be played, has been, I should say, played on surfaces which have tended to be used, a bit more tired.
Not given the same sort of choice as the men's game is.
Exactly. So you don't potentially, not only are there not that many bowlers who can actually trouble you by banging it in short, and Filer is somebody who will be quite content to test out the middle of the pitch at the best of times. You've got that mixed with the fact that this pitch may be on the quicker end. You don't quite see it from the pictures so much, actually. It looks a lot more green from where we're looking at it than the camera suggests. Yeah, actually, you're right. The screen, we've got a screen here, actually looks like quite a dry grass. It looks like a really typical Bristol pitch.
But actually, there is a bit of grass on it, and I guess it's the exposure of the camera there or something that's just meaning it can't quite catch it there. But Filer's back in, Davina ready to go again.
Yeah, probably a bit high and a bit leg-side-ish, but Filer probably won't be able to bowl another short one now, so she's got to go back full, which I suspect will probably please Perrin, who's just checking how many balls there are left in the over.
There we go. Get a good view of the square there.
And probably, if you looked in the right place, you'd see me standing with my back to the action at the moment. Another delivery with a bit of lift, strikes her on the thigh pad. It's been an exciting start so far, even though we've not seen a wicket fall yet. We've seen plenty of boundaries, but also a fair bit on offer for the seamers, and just be interesting to see what happens in the second innings, whether we get that same assistance with the new ball. If not, then potentially might not be the worst toss to lose for the Western Storm. If I were the Sparks, having won it, I'd definitely have batted.
It's tough, isn't it? You win the toss in these conditions. And what I'm really pleased about today, again, listening on the way in here onto the radio, is that the weather presented was very clear. Everywhere is getting sunshine today in Britain. Everywhere is getting a nice day. So it means we're going to see some completed matches, which was the shame about last weekend, because actually a lot of those games were DLS, or finished off with DLS. So it's great to see that a proper day of full cricket. We'll get a better idea, because with Southern Vipers last week, who as you described them as a machine, very wisely, I think, earlier on today, we didn't get a chance to see them. We saw 9.4 overs or something. Well, when you want to see them bat for 50 overs, seeing 9.4 always feels a bit... you feel a bit shortchanged, really, don't you? Because they chase down that target, the DLS improved target, so quickly against Central Sparks. And it always benefits the team batting second, it seems to me, a rain break or a change in the DLS. As we see a helmet change here for Perrin.
Yeah, I just wonder whether maybe she had the wrong one brought out to her or something like that, which was part of the long delay. I'm not sure. She certainly didn't like the one that she was given anyway.
Yeah, and I wonder as well if there's something, as you're going, just see her readjusting it, getting it ready to go. I just wonder if she was still wearing the one she was hit on. Are you allowed to carry on wearing
I
the
didn't
one?
think so.
No, so
I thought you had to change it.
Right. So there we go. So she's obviously the one she's had for the last 3 balls had some kind of issue for her. But
even this one doesn't seem right. She's got to adjust this one.
Well, I wonder then how many helmets each do you think? I guess they all have to have a backup one, but do you have a secondary backup helmet at this level? She's only 15 years old. I don't know how much kit she'd have in her bag at this point.
Katie George into the attack.
Yeah, Katie George just leaving this one outside the off stump is Eve Jones. Birmingham Phoenix players at the last season. It's hard to keep up with the.
It is
because they all change. Well, they don't all change, but a lot of them change every year. It's not like in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy where when you play for a team, unlikely you change all that often. But
the other thing is, it's your job to keep up with it. I don't cover anything in the 100, so I'm absolved of blame.
She is a Birmingham Phoenix player this year. This one is going up in the air, but safely into that wider area. Will it trickle towards the boundary? Looks like it will race away. It didn't look like it had all that much pace on it when it was flying through the air, but the outfield is quick here, and it's another boundary for Central Sparks. And yes, she will be, Eve Jones, playing alongside. In fact, this might be the opening partnership for Birmingham Phoenix that we're watching here when the 100 gets underway later this month. But yeah, very pleased that, in fact, I got my games through just this morning, the ones that I'm going to be covering there. So looking forward on the men's and women's games to be bringing some coverage of that. As George is in again, left alone, keeping quite low. That ball there, skidding off the pitch, not really coming up and bouncing much. We've got a lot of bounce from Lauren Filer, including the one which reared up, sort of jagged in and hit Perrin on the helmet. But this one, completely different here. So Central Sparks going to have to adapt a bit. 99 on her shirt. I'm guessing that's the highest number she's allowed. I'm not sure we can get 3 figures on the back of the Western Storm shirts, as that one is left alone again. Because you see it sometimes in the certainly in the men's game. A few of the players who have got big scores like to put their high score, don't they, on the shirt?
Deandra Dotton's another one.
That's
I think
true.
Likes
yes.
to have the 3-figure.
Yeah. So do you think it's an intimidation tactic? It's like, look at me. At one point I got 256 runs. I'm wearing it on the back of my shirt, just so don't you forget that I've got all that power in me. As Jones shapes up again, ready to face this one. Again outside the off stump. That one is a little too wide. Yeah, and Chantry, the umpire, agrees. Jack Chantry, who I've met a couple of times, he did a bit of commentary actually between retiring and then becoming an umpire. He sort of looked at a few avenues post playing, but he's gone down the umpiring route. You said earlier on he's quite tall. He's quite a lot taller than Katie George, who's bowling now. That one's full and at the stumps and sort of defended really with a bit of punch on it into the covers, but no chance of a run.
Yes, you need a commentary box big enough to fit him in, and at some venues around the country, I suspect that might be a little tricky.
Yeah.
Thinking Scarborough, somewhere like that, he would not be able to stand up at Scarborough.
I've not been lucky enough to visit Scarbados, as the players call it. George in again at the stumps. Oh, there's a little fish at it. It's just missing the off stump, not by too much. And Jones survives and remarks her guard there.
Speaking of, sorry, Charlie. Speaking of Deandra Dotton, 28 from 19 balls, 4 fours and a 6, but she's out for the Thunder.
Wow, good start.
Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy team. And they're 41 for 3 in the 8th over. Grace Ballinger, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 7.
I tell you what, that's a lot going on there. And this is what I said, actually. This is the point I was making about the 50 over cricket. It sounds to me like they've gone a bit too hard. They've tried to get things going too much in the power play. Actually, great if you can, but if you lose those 3 wickets now, they've still got 42 overs, and they've only got those 7 left to go. Got to be careful as this one is flicked out into the point area. Come back for a couple here. In fact, I even think about 3. Was that in the end, or just the 2?
Just the 2. Yeah. But another nice bit of timing, and that would have been 4 on the other side of the ground, even that one, which certainly wasn't right out of the middle. But yeah, plenty of wickets elsewhere, actually. Southern Vipers are 26 for 2 in the 8th over against the South East Stars. That match is taking place down at Hove. And Diamonds are 38 for 2 in the 8th over. Short ball pulled in the air. Is anybody going to be able to get there? Terrific attempt from Smale, but she can't quite bring it in. And they're going to come back for a second run, which would have been tight as well. Throw coming in from Skelton on the boundary. All happening, but still Storm can't get that first breakthrough. But the way that Perrin is playing this short ball, Filer clearly feels she's identified a potential weakness here. We're going to get a... thought we were going to get a look at the run out, but I think she would have been in, even if it had been a magnificent direct hit from the outfield. But another miscued pull shot. She may well have earned herself another short one. Oh, bowled! She went full, and that's the 3-card trick, as it's often known. Inside edge, I think, onto the stumps, but it was a full delivery. She gave it every chance to swing there, did Lauren Filer, and that's the end of Davina Perrin. She's got an open stance, actually. You can kind of see all 3 stumps. She doesn't really get into line with that one, and I just wonder whether that is the effect of the one that smacked her on the grill, and then another short ball that she attacked but didn't control, and then just not quite with the foot movement that we've seen, which has been a hallmark of her innings there.
Yep.
Just not quite there, and leading to the wicket, and Filer gets reward for some aggressive bowling up front, and Central Sparks are 35 for 1.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be very positive about there from Perrin. Very pleased to have seen her make a 22. As you say, not quite getting in line with it. Filer getting a bit of movement as well, so tough to play against. She has been hit on, as we said, on the helmet a little bit earlier on. Hard to know if that did have any impact, but might just sort of impact the way you line up to play a shot. Worried about what might happen against the same bowler, of course, that happened. So good start for Western Storm, getting Perrin, who was looking dangerous on 22, getting her out in the 9th over.
Yeah, and Filer in her 5th over, and I would have to look back when I'm off air. I'd have to look back and see actually how many opening spells she's bowled 5 overs in, because quite often last year as well she would bowl maybe a sort of a 3 or 4 over spell up front, and sometimes she wouldn't even get back on. Bowled maybe a couple of overs right at the end, but it was quite rare for her to get through her full 10. Thea Brooks is the new batter, and leaving the ball alone to start off with. So we're nearly through the first 10 overs of power play, which really is the only power play, proper power play.
Yeah, they sort of... the way they describe the other parts of the game, they say there's power play 2 or whatever. Yeah, it's not really. It's just the same, isn't it? It's power play 1 for 10 overs, and that's kind of really how it works.
Bit of movement there again, and not the first time that we've seen the ball strike a batter quite high up on the willow.
My dad has just texted me and reminded me that my great-grandfather was groundsman here. I'd totally forgotten.
Oh, wow.
And I remember thinking to myself, oh no, first time I go to Bristol, I'll remember that, and I will look out for how good the ground is.
Followed straight again from Filer's. Has been a terrific follow-up to taking that wicket, and just the 15 runs from her 5 overs so far, 9 gone, 35 for 1.
I feel like I've let him down. Not that I ever met him, my great-granddad, because he was a groundsman here at Gloucestershire, obviously at home now of Western Storm as well. But he also did a bit of groundskeeping at Ashton Gate at Bristol City. And his great-grandson is a Somerset fan and a Bristol Rovers fan, so I feel like I've really let the side down as far as the family is concerned. But yeah, so there we go. A little bit of family history here at the ground. Quite ancient old ground this, isn't it, really? Been here for a long old time.
WG's ground.
Katie George continuing then from the Ashley Down Road end over the wicket. Oh, lovely shot. What a drive through the covers. And no chance of stopping that one. Nice shot from Jones, captain.
Yeah, it's pretty much trademark Eve Jones, that. The drives through the offside. Inviting the shot, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of swing, but it was gentle swing, and like you say, half volley length.
Yeah, just moving away from the batter, which Again, if you get enough of it, it's quite inviting. In again, this one onto leg stump, but played backwards to fielder. It's backward square leg, and they come through just for a single that time.
She's got the war paint on again today, has Katie George, which I'm a big fan of at the best of times. And she's not just got it on, I think, because it's baking hot sunshine. She had it on even at the game at Taunton, which I think was played under fairly cloudy skies. But I'm a huge fan of that. I think it just makes you feel more if you're facing somebody with that war paint on.
You think it makes a big impact,
quiver, I think.
Does it? Okay. And in comes George again. Oh, it's a full looping delivery, and it will be picked up at mid-on. Thea Brooks yet to get off the mark with her bright blonde ponytail coming out the back of her helmet. And there is no run added. We're going to see a replay of that wicket coming in off the inside edge of Davina Perrin at the end of this over. Looking forward to seeing that in the slow-mo. And comes George again, the left armour. And this one clipped into the leg side, where the captain Sophie Luff for Western Storm comes around to field it. Had a good day out on Saturday, 48 runs. You're trying to come up with a stat, but you can't prove it either way, can you, at the moment?
I haven't yet done the research, because it only occurred to me as I was walking to the ground this morning, and we were far too busy doing important things like getting coffees this morning to do the research.
Georgian again, in the air. This one nicely played through the square leg side, and that'll run away for 4, and that is the first runs to come off the bat of Thea Brooks, moving the score to 44 for 1. Good start this for Central Sparks. I think both teams will have some positives to take out of this. Certainly fairly evenly matched, I'd say, but Central Sparks will be pleased 44 with just the 1 wicket down, but in the same respect, I suspect Western Storm will be pleased to have managed to remove Dangerous Davina. Maybe that's what we should call her from now on. Dangerous Davina.
Well, you can call her that during the 100.
Yeah. Here comes George again. This one again, slightly leg side-ish. There's a player at fine leg who will come in and do the fielding from the boundary. And there is just the 1 run added.
Yeah, and I think now they're out of the first 10. Like you say, 45 for 1. It's kind of neutral, isn't it? Given how much the ball's been moving, I think they'll be happy to have only lost the 1, and the run rate is right kind of there, isn't it? 4.5 and over. You're probably going to need, well, I'm only estimating here because A, you can only ever estimate, and B, you're only going on past experience in terms of some of the scores here, but you'd think you'd want somewhere in the region of 260, 270.
Yeah.
So
that would take a lot of getting, wouldn't it? You've got good pressure, scoreboard pressure, if you've got 260 on the board here.
Yeah, and they've got the bowlers to defend that as well.
Did you actually tell us the stat in the end that you were aiming to get for?
We've got Lauren Filer actually continuing for a 6th over as well. Ooh, short wide. There's a nick on that gun. Filer gets her 2nd, and Brooks departs for just 5. And that immediately changes proceedings.
Yeah. Massive moment here in the game. Heard the nick from up here. Great take from Wraith behind the stumps as well. Had to move a little bit to get there. Yeah, clear edge. Well taken. And Filer didn't really look at the umpire. Knew that was going to be given. And Brooks does not last long. Just the 5 runs from her bat.
She just played a beautiful pickup shot, leg side for the boundary, and then kept the strike, probably starting to feel quite good about things, and then going after the wide one. I mean, it was a ball which was probably there to be got after, just whether she was just a bit late on it because of the extra pace, I'm not sure, but it was quite a thick edge, like you say. Nobody had too much difficulty spotting that one, and that Wraith gobbling up the catch behind the stumps. Yeah, so what I was intrigued by was whether Western Storm's score of 260 in their first game was the highest score in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy without a 50 being scored. because
a couple of 40s in there, weren't there?
Yeah,
Wilson and Luff.
Yeah, there were plenty of contributions all the way down. So yeah, like you say, Luff 48, Wilson 43, Nat Wraith made a 35, and even right down the order, Sophia Smale with 23, Claire Nicholas finished 12 not out, and they put on 30 for the last wicket. And I also kind of noticed potentially a bit of a different approach, because of course Western Storm have now got Trevor Griffin installed as their head coach, but he only came in for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. He wasn't there during their time in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and it could just have been the way that it worked out, but it seemed as if, as we've got two left-handers out there now with Amy Campbell, and there's bounce there as well, and she didn't really know where the ball had gone, so they probably could have scampered a quick single there in the end, but they didn't get it. But it was almost as if Storm were kind of prepared to get bowled out, to try to go for a big score, rather than say, because at one stage they were 168 for 6, they were 196 for 7 as well. Oh, that's popped up as well off a leading edge, I think, but would have needed to have been a silly mid-off to take the catch. But this is not easy out there for these two batters at the moment, and maybe Sophie Luff might just say to Lauren Philo, if you can keep going, because it's doing the job at the moment with the 2 wickets.
2 for 15, her figures.
Driven nicely as well, though, by Campbell. She certainly found the middle of the bat with that one, but straight to mid-off. But yeah, I think they could easily have shut up shop, and at 168 for 6, so we haven't got that many wickets left. You just lost Danny Gibson as well. Don't really have a top-order batter left. Could have just settled for 220 odd. Oh, she's had a feel for that one. Wraith doesn't manage to take it cleanly, but I don't think there was a edge on it. What an over this is.
Yeah, on target for a wicket, maiden in the 11th. Taking that wicket, first ball after the power play as well. A team sets up, probably looks at the first 10 overs and says, right, we've got here, then looks at the next set, probably the next 25, 30 overs, and then leaves that last 10 as slightly different. So it's different gameplay. To get that wicket straight away, we'll have to change how Central Sparks do this.
Bit of width. Oh, and put down at backward point was sharp, but a chance for a third wicket there, and just on to Fran Wilson too quickly.
Oof. Well, if anyone was going to take that,
just what I was thinking.
Fran Wilson, you would have picked out of all the 11. So clearly a sharp chance. I mean, that flew to her. She was one of those, again, she did this for England once, didn't she, where she was fully horizontal by the time the ball came to her.
Chelmsford, I think it was against the West Indies.
Absolutely, that was it. But she couldn't quite hang on there. Stopped it going away for 4. But yes, you have to put that down as a drop. She was there, really, and she's good enough to take it. She'll know that as well.
Yeah, I think any time you manage to get 2 hands on it, you probably feel, as a backward point fielder, especially, like you say, as somebody who's kind of a specialist in that region. But there we go. It's never easy there. It does fly, and she timed that about as well as she could.
Well, that would have totally changed the whole makeup of this, wouldn't it? 2 wickets in that over could have completely changed how Central Sparks would have to go about this, but also would have given Western Storm a bit of licence maybe to think about more attacking fields. Although as Katie George comes in, there is still a slip in place. This one defended by Campbell, new batter who's there on just the 1 run at the moment.
Yeah, and I think also because Sparks probably don't bat quite as deep as some other sides. They've got depth of batting, of course, but I just wonder if you kind of put them side by side with a lot of other teams, probably not quite as deep.
Georgian again, full, and this one nicely played into the leg side with an on-drive. Fumble slightly by Niamh Holland, but she doesn't let them come through for a single. So another dot ball. Good stuff from Katie George. Just 15 runs from her overs so far. She's into her 3rd now. As sun goes behind a cloud briefly, we hope. Georgian again. A little bit of width here. It's cut away. Well stopped. That might be Wilson again there. And there is no run. Yes, it is. Fran Wilson. Quick reactions.
Yeah, I suppose actually that's the other thing about that drop, is that it may well have just got past another fielder. They wouldn't even have got a hand on it to call it a drop. Never mind two.
Here comes George again. Left armour over the wicket. Oh, there's a big swipe at that one. Given us a wide in the end. Must have been not too far away from the ball.
Yeah, she's almost been punished for too much swing there, I think. If it swung a little bit less, then I think she would have... I mean, she was already thinking, well, I've actually drawn her into the drive there and got a genuine play and a miss, but too much swing to stay within the markers.
George again then, having to re-bowl that one, and defended. Good ball there, not much width on offer. You can get in touch with us on Twitter, at EdCricket6, at Charlie Taylor 4 is how to do that. Love to
We've
hear
both
from
gone
you.
for numbers and cricket-related numbers as well.
When your surname is, yeah, that's true. When your surname is Taylor, you've got to be aware that there's going to be a lot of people, probably with those Twitter names. In comes George again, defended, good over this, just the wide so far, and a single from it.
And that's the other thing with my surname. There are quite a few ways to spell it.
Seaborn. Yeah.
So you can have no U, you can have no E at the end, and then you've got to try and work out
So
exactly
you
how
left
my
it out
spelled.
completely, didn't you?
Exactly.
Ed Cricket, yeah. In comes Katie George again. Again, no width on offer. A bit of respect being shown here by the captain of the Central Sparks, Eve Jones. She knows that if another wicket goes down here, Western Storm are well on top. So quite happy just to see out a low-scoring over. Just the one run and the wide from it. So 48 for 2 from the 12 overs that we've seen so far.
And Amy Campbell as well, a very experienced operator. She's joined Central Sparks this year from the Northern Diamonds, and she's one of the professional players for the Central Sparks, and she played some county cricket on loan for Worcestershire this season, so she's certainly made her kind of new home in that part of the world.
Yeah, a lot of cricket for her going on in the Midlands, isn't it, considering she's up until this point been very much based in the northeast. As we hear a change of bowling here. It's going to be Gibson coming in from the other end, from the pavilion end this time. So look out over the hills of Bristol, North Bristol around us. You can see all the way through to Clifton behind the pavilion. See the cathedral, see Christchurch up there. Looking down over other parts of the city. Great city, guys. Going on here. Really enjoy my time in Bristol. Around the wicket, left alone, not giving us a wide. Yeah, despite that, it is my first visit here to the ground. Had a lovely walk around, loads going on here as well. Bristol Rovers fan, I must admit, so spent a lot of time in this part of Bristol. That's their ground, just a mile away or less from here. So always enjoy a trip up Gloucester Road. What's going on there? Gibson around the wicket again to Jones, the captain. No run added on this one. Tough little period this for Central Sparks. They nearly lost 2 in an over, but Fran Wilson unable to keep hold of a sharp chance at backwards point. Wraith getting ready, as we'll be joined in a moment by Lisa Padgett, as this one goes to the keeper. Good ball. This is a great over. Great little spell for Western Storm here. Coming in off the back of that wicket, first ball after the power play. I'm very pleased to welcome Lisa Padgett from Western Storm.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie.
Great day for cricket today. No rain around.
I
nice
know,
to see.
it's fantastic, isn't it? It feels nice to know that you're actually going to get, what should be a full day in, to be honest. I think, you know, the girls have obviously started well. There was a little bit of rain in Loughborough last weekend. I thought, is that going to interfere with a good performance? And obviously it didn't. So it's always a little bit reassuring when you there's no dodgy forecasts on the horizon.
Yeah, it was a shame, isn't it? It usually benefits the side batting second, but obviously in that case, the game was pretty much done, wasn't it, when the rain came in?
Yeah, good all-round performance.
Gibson in again. This one played out to point. There's no run from it. So how, with Trevor Griffin coming back in then, after a few seasons away from Western Storm, what's the setup been like for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy? Have you had a lot of time to sort of get your head around a new or a different format from what you've been playing already this season?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, first, it's great to have Trevor back. Obviously, we worked together in the KSL era, which we had a good time together, a good amount of success. Trevor actually only started with us the 1st of July, so he's not actually been in post at all very long. So he literally started the day before the Loughborough game. So, yeah, it was pretty much kind of in the deep end, really. So, but, he's really enthused to be back, and, obviously, having worked in the region before, knows a lot of the players, knows a lot of the key partners and stakeholders from the area. So it's probably been a bit of a, not quite a standing start into the role, where he's obviously, knows quite a lot of people already.
On the leg side again there. Well, he's been around the world, hasn't he? He's been at Sydney Thunder in the WBBL, but also currently with London Spirit. He's someone who's been right at the top level now. So coming back to Western Storm, bringing more experience than he had when he left.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the KSL was obviously a brilliant launch pad for his career, and that really, I guess, teed up some different opportunities. And that's fantastic from our perspective to have that experience within our staff team, and from different environments, and like I say, different tournaments, different parts of the world. He's obviously very well connected to a really good player base of players as well that he's worked with. So that can only benefit Storm, I think, having that experience coming back into the fold.
Oh, this one cut, but straight downwards, and it's picked up. Cover, and there is no run again. Good over that from Gibson, just a couple of wides in there, no runs off the bat. And actually, you can see the impact that it's had, him being at London Spirit, because a few of the Western Storm girls will be playing for London Spirit this season.
Yeah, that's right. A few sort of former Storm girls ended up in London Spirit, and a couple. So obviously at Freya Davies, who was at Storm in the KSL era, Danny Gibson, who's one of ours now, has obviously gone across there. But yeah, obviously with Sophie going as well, there's a bit of our Storm girls are pretty much split between sort of Welsh Fire and London Spirit.
It's funny, isn't it, to have that Western feel at Lords this year?
I know, yeah, absolutely. It makes it simpler following the progress though, when you're just following two teams rather than potentially
that's
8.
It. Last year it was easier for me. I must say, there was so many at Welsh Fire. I was thinking, well, that, especially with Sophie Love captaining, you thought, right, that's fairly obviously that's the team. But now it's who do I support when they're up against each other this year? It's going to be tough.
That's it. And I think we always thought after year one there'd be a bit of movement, because obviously the sides for the first year of the 100 were arranged or sorted quite a way out from the competition. Obviously this year, with cricket sort of going back to normal a little bit more, there has been a little bit more player movement, and obviously it's brilliant that salaries have increased. That's probably changed a few mindsets as to where people go and what they're being offered and things. So yeah, it's definitely, I'm sure it's going to keep evolving even more, to be honest, very quickly.
50 is up for Central Sparks. Now, what do you make of the start here, Lisa? The Central Sparks look good, but a couple of wickets just pegged them back a bit.
Yeah, I think going nice. It's brilliant to see Lauren Filer opening the bowling. We know she's a player of great potential, and for whatever reason, haven't always seen the best of her. So it's brilliant to see her take the ball today, get a couple of wickets, and look very comfortable opening the bowling. So yeah, I think we'll be pretty happy at this stage with this. 50 overs is a long time. You only need a short passage, to go your way, and suddenly the game turns on its head pretty well. So a couple of good early wickets here, and the nice thing is here we've got some great spin bowlers to come into the attack as well. So expecting to see them make a bit of an impact when they come on.
Then that one just played out towards short cover. The slightly worrying thing, I guess, about the spinners is that if it does start to turn, Central Sparks have got quite a few that will think, oh, hang on a minute, we're looking forward to having a go out there later on today. So there's maybe a bit of
of course,
two minds. Maybe you don't want it spinning too much and making your life difficult in the second innings.
No. I mean, we've actually done quite a lot of work on playing spin, to be honest. So I think sort of recognising how much of it you face in the game. The players have sort of really spent a lot of time working on it. So I think sort of women's cricket years gone by, the spinners come on, the game shuts down. I don't think we'll see that quite so much now, because the players spend so much time working on it. So yeah, hopefully that won't impact us too much if it does turn a bit.
Great to see. A couple of leg spinners are expecting to see from Central Sparks, as well as a few others with their off spin. So could be, in that case, quite a spin-filled game. At the moment, we've just seen the seamers playing as George is in again. And this one just played into the leg side, and That'll be Sophie Luff, the captain, who picks that one up. Yeah, nice day here. Shadows coming onto the pitch from the floodlights over to the left as we look at it. Glorious day, and for the fans who've made their way here in Bristol. Must feel like a home game now. You've got used to playing here and Taunton, I guess Cardiff as well more recently.
Yeah, we've always tried to spread out across our sort of first-class venues, just so we can make sure we're visible. And we're a regional team, so that's been part of our approach to spread out a little bit.
Just using the width there, flashing through it, and running the ball down to a wideish third area for 4 there. Jones using that experience, seeing the gap. Yeah, with the addition of Cardiff as well, you find yourself sort of doing quite a big, there's a fair old gap between the two furthest, aren't there, Cardiff and Taunton?
Yeah, I mean, we're a huge region. The Western Storm region obviously covers Cornwall, Wiltshire, all of Wales. It's a huge geographical patch to be representing. So although there is quite a big distance between those 3 grounds, there's an awful lot more distance beyond that even. So we do our best to try and, certainly with the Academy programme, make sure we are reaching the furthermost tips of the region. So we have a hub down in Cornwall, a hub in Exeter, etc. So the young girls down there do feel connected to Storm, and that they know that by being there, that they're not missing out. We will make sure we find them and develop them. So yeah, but it's a big area.
See Gibson in. This one just driven back to her. Yeah, that's the slight difficulty of having such a big old patch, and that's something which maybe is ever so slightly different for Central Sparks. Again, it's a wideish area, but lots of urban areas, lots of opportunities for people to get into. Places like Warwickshire, Worcestershire have got lots of cricket set up in the infrastructure there already. Perhaps not maybe quite so much as places like Cornwall, as that one is a big swing and a miss from Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, that's really why we wanted to run an academy hub down there, to make sure that we can genuinely do some really good work in that part of the world. We understand that it's really difficult for a young player who's talented to be coming up and back to Bristol or Taunton all the time. It's financially and time commitment wise, when these young people have got other things in their lives, which is why we wanted to try and take cricket to them so they can get their development opportunities nearby.
Around the wicket comes Gibson. Sort of flicks on the pad, but no chance of an appeal there. Quite high, it looked to me. The other thing, which is really good to show that that's working, is the amount of Welsh, Gloucestershire and Somerset talent. It'll take a bit of time, I guess, for Cornwall and Wiltshire and Devon to start to see that talent coming through. But there's a lot of those 3 areas are really represented here in this Western Storm team. Yeah,
there is, and I think that's a real strength of the region, that we're not just getting our players from one county. They're coming from all sorts of places, and if you look at the academy level below that, you'll see a real spread of where they're coming from. So we do have a good number in Cornwall, good number in Devon, which is brilliant. It's what we want. That's it. We don't want all the talent in one place. It enriches the county game if those players are spread out. We think that's a strength of ours. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's tricky like at times to try and kind of provide the cricket they need, factoring in the geography and everything else. But we see that as a massive talent pool, therefore, that exists. To have an area that big, there's a lot of people in a lot of places we can try and reach.
As this one just goes past the edge of the bat of Campbell. Not quite sure what she was playing there, maybe angling the bat slightly, but the ball before, we saw her use her feet a little bit, come down and smack it over the covers for 4 runs. Score now 58 for 2. Still pretty much in the balance here. Jones is a big wicket, isn't it, for Western Storm here? Very talented player.
Yeah,
she's Campbell.
Very, yeah. I mean, Amy Jones definitely feels like the sculpt that you want. Always a bit annoying bowling at a left-hander as well, isn't it? So, I'm sure the girls will be happy if they can get her wicket and move her along. But she's a really accomplished player, and she's obviously been around cricket and county cricket and regional cricket for a really while. Has been one of their most consistent performers as well. So we're very aware of what she could do in a game like this.
I'm interesting to hear you there talk about bowling at left-hander. Am I right in saying there aren't any left-hand bats in the Western Storm team?
That's
all
right.
right-handers at the moment.
Yeah, and look, there's a real shortage actually. I say shortage, but there's not many nationally. Actually, there's quite there's only a handful probably you would find at this level. So that's been something that's been picked up sort of at ECB level, just recognising the fact that actually there's not many around.
Which is interesting, isn't it? Because you think it maybe not a 50-50 split, but you'd think there'd be a certain percentage that wouldn't. So are left-handers training themselves to be right-handed bats, or why is it? Because you think it wouldn't be a a training thing. It's just almost a natural thing, isn't it?
I'm really not sure. I don't know what the proportion is in wider society, to be honest with you, whether or not that's a 50-50 split or not. So I don't know if that's perhaps just a reflection of how many there are in general, and that's representative in what we're seeing. Not sure really. Interesting
though. So, but what it will mean is that fielding-wise for Central Sparks, you don't have to worry about a left-hand, right-hand split and swapping around. It's going to be Smale, and we're going to see some spin now as this one is just defended. 17-year-old Sophia Smale coming to this side, made a big impact in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the games that she played.
Yeah, she has. I mean, she's obviously one of our youngsters, but she's been in the academy programme for a couple of years, and it's been brilliant to see her develop, really. And it doesn't seem that much phases her. She just come on here and landed 2 on the spot without any dramas at all, bowling at 2 very good batters. Nothing seems to bother her too much, which is brilliant, really.
Well, and this is part of the interesting, just talking about left-hand, right-hand splits. We've seen Katie George left arm, and we're now watching a left-arm orthodox Sophia Smale. Both of them switch for when they're batting, which is interesting. You think it always confuses me that how your strong arm is then not the way you bat. Is obviously.
Yeah, I'll have to ask him about what their thinking is around that, really. It could be as simple as how they were coached, as a youngster, if they're in a group session and everyone's taught to hold the bat in a certain way, and maybe that difference didn't get picked up. I don't know.
Just using her feet a bit there, but not particularly convincingly, as this one is better down towards the mid-off area. And that is Campbell on strike, who is sort of a journeywoman, if that's the right. It's journey person. Doesn't feel quite right there as this one goes to mid-on. But she's played for quite a few teams, got a lot of talent from picking up. I guess you when you go around so many teams, all those different ones in the northeast that she's played for, you must pick up a lot of different styles of coaching, a lot of different techniques from different people. It must come with a lot of talent as this one. Full toss, but played straight to Sophie Luff at mid-wicket.
Yeah, there's always potential, isn't there, when you play in different environments to pick up different things. And I guess the flip side of that is, I guess, if you clear on your method and how you play, sometimes that can be quite confusing as well when you've got multiple inputs and ideas of how to play. But she certainly strikes the ball really cleanly, and seems to be settled really nicely in that Spark lineup, having moved down south, or more southerly than where she's come from.
Yeah, I think if she's born in Newcastle, isn't she? So I think if you're used to playing in Northumberland and Durham area, where she's played a lot of time, I think this will feel like down south, won't it?
It's south enough, isn't it?
Even if you're in the Midlands, which is where she's now based, playing for Worcestershire, I think, and, at the moment in the county setup anyway. But yeah, that would feel fairly south, I should think. She probably refers to it as down south, in the same way as that when I live in Somerset, when basically anywhere north of sort of Worcestershire I count as being up north, so I'm sure it's the same thing for her. Absolutely. Down south probably starts at Leeds or something. As Gibson continues. Cut, but straight to Fran Wilson, who doesn't let those past her. Fran Wilson, who's announced her retirement from international cricket, so someone you can rely on here quite a lot then to be representing Western Storm. Yeah,
look, Fran's a great addition to our side. She got in touch when she was thinking about retiring, and of course, she's from the area. She's born in Wiltshire. She's played her club cricket in Bath. She played for Somerset age groups. She's got a long history of having played cricket in the region. From Storm days as well. So she said that just felt the right place to be coming back to.
Nicely worked down to fine leg there from Eve Jones for 4 runs. Yeah, and that makes a difference, doesn't it? When teams lose their England players, I realise at the moment it's just Heather Knight, isn't it, for Western Storm? But so when Anya Shrubsole was here as well, you'd lose 2 very important players. So to have that consistency of being part of the setup must help. As Gibson's in again, and this one just tucked into the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously got Katie George as well, who's obviously had a pretty torrid time with injuries. So it's really heartening to see her back and bowling. Actually, she's been through more than most players probably go through in a whole career, and she's still quite young. So I think that's been really good. But yeah, it's always we had obviously centrally allocated players, and obviously Anya's retirement meant we were sort of one down perhaps on what we thought we'd have. But that's, in some respects, there's another opportunity for other players, and sometimes you find with the England girls, as much as they're amazing to have, you don't get them that much. So in a strange way, someone like a Katie at the moment, who's returning from injury, is probably going to play for us more than one of the more established England players, perhaps, who's going to be on international duty for most of the summer. So
You don't get much more established than the England captain, do you? As that one's just played into the leg side. She's unlikely to miss anything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we know when there's a series coming that we're not going to be having her, and that's, we of course know that. But when Heather's back, she adds massive amounts of value from a leadership perspective and just how she goes about her business. So it's really great for a lot of, particularly our youngsters, as this group learn how to be professional cricketers, that they've probably got one of the best examples and role models in the team environment around to really, see firsthand what that looks like.
Gibson in again. Oh, this one just causing Eve Jones a few problems there. She hangs her head, thinks, maybe there was a few runs on offer. But you say, talking about youngsters, actually I was just going through, looking at some of their ages. So many players sort of 21 and under in this Western Storm side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in seasons gone by, sometimes that's a bit of a challenge, because obviously with that youth comes a great deal of potential, but sometimes what they don't have yet, through no fault of their own, is experience. So, I think we're quite aware that we've got a really young, high potential group that actually, if they can stick together and evolve and grow and develop, and obviously that's where Trevor will make a big difference as well, what they could achieve in a couple of years' time could just be outstanding. And then you throw sort of some experience around Fran and Sophie around the side of that. There's a nice blend there of players at sort of the top of their career who are experienced, as well as some young up and coming talent.
Just defended. Yeah, just looking through there, just keen to see in this particular playing 11, 7 out of the 11 are 21 or less, including a couple of teenagers in there. So just shows, doesn't it? There is so much young talent on offer. Sophia Smale is one of those as she comes in, and that is just stopped nicely by Fran Wilson. There's no run added. So yeah, it gives you an idea of that lack of experience. And actually a couple of more experienced heads not in this playing 11 today.
Yeah, that's right. No, we're missing Claire Nicholas today and Lauren Parfitt. Actually, both of them have got COVID, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
So, so a couple of older heads. But the great thing is, I think the squad's really developed in such a way that, there's a strength in depth perhaps this year that we've not had in previous years. So, we are seeing a bit more sort of team rotation based on performance, based on the role requirements of the day, which is great. It means we've got a squad of players who can step in and interchange into those roles, which perhaps a year or 2 years ago we weren't quite ready for. So that's been really positive.
Played out into the offside, just forwards a point to sort of parry there, working together, just tipping the ball, Fran Wilson there towards, is that Sophie Luff, I think, who's picked it up? Oh no. Who's that down there? Is that Gibson? Gibson, who was working alongside Fran Wilson. In comes Smale. This one again causing a few issues here. Not able to get away, are they? As the throw comes in, they come through safely for the single. But Smale here not giving anything away, which can be the case sometimes, especially with such a young spinner. You're learning their craft. You said, first couple of balls, she put it right on the spot. Bang on. Not giving away much here, Smale, which is great.
No, she's pretty metronomic in how she bowls her balls, and, she's seems to get into a rhythm very easily, very quickly. Doesn't seem to have to find it too much. It seems to be there from the off, which means that she can settle into her spell quite nicely. So, one of our more probably consistent and reliable spinners. I'm probably going to say that now and probably have a horror over that comes in a minute, and full tosses and short balls.
You get used to commentators' curse. That's our job up here.
Probably should stop, shouldn't I, before I say too much more. But, that's certainly what we've seen so far. Is she finds her areas really well and can hold those areas as well.
Absolutely, very important part of her team. A spinner like that, holding spinner. Jones moves on to 22 now, joint top scorer so far with Davina Perrin. Davina Perrin, 15 years old. We're talking about youth. How about that? 15. She looked good while she was there, didn't she? A couple of nice cuts and drives.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's becoming more normal to find those young players emerging and slotting into this sort of stuff. I think she's just also picked up 100 gig as well, actually.
She has indeed. As that one is a loopy delivery from Skelton. Just played towards the fielder at mid-off. Yes, she has. She'll be the youngest 100 player. Not that this really says much. It's only in its second year. It's not like they've got 100 years of history to go back on, but still fairly significant. As Skelton in around the wicket again to Jones. Tell us about Skelton then. So she hasn't got a number on her shirt. Always a giveaway that someone hasn't played that much. So what do we need to know about her?
I mean, Chloe's a Gloucestershire girl, actually. She so my previous life, I worked for Gloucestershire, so I guess I've known Chloe for quite some time, and she was quite late to cricket relatively compared to a lot of others, and sort of was picked up in the academy system a couple of years ago at Storm. It's a slightly older player, perhaps older than you'd you'd normally expect to see, which was the beauty of the academy, of having an open age academy, that you can pick some late developers, although who are starting the game a bit later. And she's just really impressed. So she played a few games last year and was brought into the side. But actually recently we've done some best v best competitive fixtures. We've had the academy, the Storm senior squad, and the best of county cricket coming together in preparation for this tournament. And she's done really well. I mean, she's here on merit in the sense that she's been bowling really well, and Trevor's liked what he's seen, and she's quite a gritty character as well. He gets stuck in and loves a good battle in the middle. So yeah, it's although she wasn't in the squad named initially, she's just earned her way back in.
Yeah, good for her. Great to see. That's what you want, isn't it? People fighting for their places, trying to make themselves a gap. They'll come through for a quick single here as Eve Jones just tucks it into the leg side, and it's fielded there by Lauren Filer. 2 for 16 so far for Lauren Filer, who started off with, was it 6 straight overs to get us going? Yep, 6 overs non-stop from the start. So this is the question we were trying to work out earlier. Where is Skelton likely to come in the batting order then? Because it looks like, just from looking at her stats, looks like she can very much do that.
She can bat as well. Yeah, absolutely. She's she probably sort of would have classed herself until probably a year or so ago as a batter. But her spin has improved greatly over the past 12 months. So, we'll probably see her middle to lower order. I mean, the great thing about this side is we do bat quite deep. So, even last week in the Loughborough game, you saw contributions from like a Claire Nicholas, a Lauren Filer, right down the order, batting 10, 11s. So, Chloe will be, probably batting lower than you might expect her to, but would be extremely capable given the opportunity in the middle.
Smail in again, and this one just played straight back to her by Amy Campbell. 69 for 2, the score here. Central Sparks winning the toss under these mostly blue skies. This one's in the air, but goes past backwards point, and there's a chase on there. She's not going to win it, Fran Wilson, and it reaches the boundary. Bit of a risk in that shot from Campbell, but paying off. She moves to 11th, the score 73 for 2. Well, good to see, as we're talking about some of the young talent there. Chloe Skelton. I did want to mention as well, I briefly mentioned it to Ed earlier, but the fact that your 2 17-year-olds of Western Storm, so this is Sophia Smale, who is bowling now, the left arm spinner. Using the feet here is Campbell, and it's picked up fairly easily by Georgia Hennessy. But also Niamh Holland, who's playing today. We're playing against each other on Thursday in an under-17s match for Somerset, where Niamh Holland is player, and Wales, where Smale plays, as this one just is pushed through to mid-on, no run. And both of them had brilliant games. 105 unbeaten, was it, for Niamh Holland?
Yeah, Niamh scored a ton, and Sophie in return had four wickets for not many runs. So that's exactly what we hope for with girls that come into this squad and play at this level, is that they go back and really dominate in those other games and really show their peer group where the bar is. They drive those standards up. So yeah, that's always heartening to see that when our players are back out in county cricket doing really good things.
Yeah, absolutely. What's great is that rivalry. I'm sure there was very, very friendly rivalry, of course, but there's a bit extra probably thinking, oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
We've got my Western Storm teammate coming in to bowl at me here.
Yeah, so, I'm sure it adds a little bit to it.
Absolutely, and here they are together now. This is what we want to see as Western Storm take on Central Sparks. What do we think of the way the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy is set up? We play each team once. It's not a home and away fixture, so you've got to make the most of it at every one game. As that one just played straight back down.
Yeah.
Is that a good fixture? Does that work well? Is it popular?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it kind of is what it is, really. I think it's that the girls and all the staff are very good at just sort of working with the hand that's in front of them. I think like anything, they'd like to play more
goes
more
in
cricket.
The air.
But I'm sure it will head that way. This is growing. This is only sort of our second proper year at it, actually. Obviously with the first sort of affected COVID year. So I'm sure we're going to just see kind of that competitive schedule increase over time. I know Trevor's got some ideas around how he can increase the volume of cricket the girls are playing as well, working with county partners and county boys teams and things. So, I think it's absolutely fine right now, but yeah, I'm fully expecting it to grow moving forward in the years to come, and I'm sure the players will fully embrace that as professional cricketers.
Well, when it's a day like this, sunny skies, got 100 overs in prospect, lovely stuff. So this one gets fired straight back to her now. Jones is just beginning to use her feet a bit more here. He's perhaps spotting that Skelton is pushing it quite full. Jones trying to even make them into maybe full tosses, low full tosses by using her feet, firing one over mid-off for 4 in this over. Skelton just got to be... This is where that experience comes in here. Eve Jones, very experienced player. Skelton, in the early days of her career, as Sophie Love just tinkers with the field a little. In fact, they've put a long off, put mid-off back to long off. And, it just stops her. But she's found a gap, has Jones. Ball fires out towards cover. Will it reach the boundary? Great bit of work out there. Really well done. And in the end, they only get 2. So that'll save a couple of runs. Who's that all the way out there on the boundary?
Like Katie George, perhaps?
Yeah, could be Katie George. I was going to say she's got a long blonde ponytail, but it doesn't really narrow it down all that much.
No, I was going to say,
quite
with hats on as well, it doesn't help, does it?
No, it's a bit tricky to see. It's this one is sort of going back into her crease here, Jones, and playing it towards long off. She'll pick up a single. So that brings the score up to 80 now for 2. Western Storm got to be a bit careful. Jones, if she's starting to feel she's got licence to play some shots, could see that score start to move a bit quicker than it has already. What do you think is a good score on this? It's hard. Ed was saying it's hard to judge.
Yeah, it can be quite tough to tell, I think. I mean, look, 250 plus, I think, has got to be in the sights as a competitive score here. There doesn't appear to be too many demons in the wicket, but it's equally Bristol can throw out some interesting ones at times. We've had absolute belters 300 plus, and we've had some really different affairs, where T20 wise 100's been a pretty competitive score. So see what the players make of it.
Yeah, well, 80 for 2 suggests that there is plenty here for the batters, but we have seen the odd one perhaps early on move, come off the pitch a bit odd as Smale is in. Kind of bounced up quite high there, didn't it, that one? There's no run. That's what you're talking about. You never really can't fully trust the pitch. You never know what. You might just get one that bounces, or we saw that one that came in and hit Perrin, and the helmet actually jagged in quite a lot off the pitch there. In comes Smale again, keeping a bit low compared to the last one, so really difficult to judge.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like there's a little bit in it for the bowlers at the moment.
Yeah. It's a glorious view, isn't it, from here? The chimney tops of Bristol, North Bristol. This one's played into the leg side. Yeah,
it's probably quite a well-kept secret, this ground, actually, for a lot of the population of Bristol. Obviously, if you know it's here, you know it's here. But it is really smack bang in the middle of a very residential area.
Yeah.
If you didn't know it was here, you could easily bypass it.
Well, it is quite funny. I've been mentioning already that this is my first time in Bristol. Bizarrely, even though I'm based very locally, it's I tend to be more involved at Taunton as this one. Using the feet here is Campbell, and that one goes straight to Neve Holland. No run. There we go. Nice view of the City of Bristol College there. I mean, that's a lovely building, isn't it? But as a Bristol Rovers fan, I do actually know this part of Bristol fairly well. I've been here so many times over the last decade and more. Is this one?
You disappoint me, Charlie.
You're a Bristol City fan, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I'm not. The family are. So
right.
I had a season ticket when I was younger, so I used to go quite a lot to home games. So yeah, I mean, there's only one team, Charlie. You're on the wrong side of it, I'm afraid.
This one is played backwards of square on the leg side. There's a fielder waiting for it, and it means that it's a dot ball. Yeah, I must admit, when I was sort of a boy at school, a lot of my friends were Bristol Rovers fans. So their parents took us up to watch games. So my family weren't massive into football, so I didn't have anything to follow. So I thought, well, they all support them, so I may as well, get involved with it.
Can't pop to Ashton Gate by yourself, can you? So I mean,
exactly. Well, that's it. Yeah, and I would have been going against the whole tide of my friends who all support Rovers. So we still go up every now and then, but it's less than a mile away, and yet actually it's quite. You're saying about a secret. It's quite well hidden here, isn't it? It's not really near any of the major roads. You know, it's not like it's just off the A38, which is the Gloucester Road, just runs nearby. You've got to come off through a bit of residential area. Yeah. And actually, even though it's got these big floodlights, it's not that massively visible, this ground, as that one is then just played into the offside. If you're coming on the train line up towards Bristol Parkway from Templemead, you can see it, you get a good view of it. But actually from the roads here, it's not as obvious, perhaps, as you'd expect with these great big floodlights, as this one is pushed forwards. Picked up at long off. Am I right in saying there was quite a few complaints, weren't there, when the floodlights were put in? There's a few people who weren't particularly pleased with it, although I would say that it isn't as obvious as when you go to Taunton, it's such a flat town. You've got these huge, they are the biggest buildings in Taunton. Certainly can't say that here in Bristol, that these are the biggest ones. Skelton's in again. And push forwards to mid-off. Although, I guess we're in a residential... If this was in the centre of Bristol, then obviously its high-rise buildings would be much higher. But in this residential part, I guess they are quite fairly tall. Though. Good news. Hopefully, that they won't be needed today. So this one is dug out a bit. No run. 82 for 2, the score. Just looking at the dugout, see the Central Sparks players there. Watching these two, building a bit of a partnership. Skelton in, and Amy Campbell rocks back, and this one nicely played, cut away, avoiding the fielder who is at third, and it will go all the way for 4. Nicely played. Amy Campbell, who's just beginning to move on. Getting the score rate going. Yeah, they came together at 45, so now we're over 40. 41 run partnership, these two.
Yeah, just got pretty steady, haven't they? I mean, 50 overs is a long time, which you forget, don't you? Coming off the back of a T20 comp, you kind of get quite caught up on going hard, going strike rates and scoring shot percentages and stuff. And actually, 50 overs, you know, good players catch up. So they might start quite conservatively, but you know, they know they've got the striking ability to make up, you know, their start later in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, the only team really that I've seen that doesn't start slow and just goes from the start was that England team against the Netherlands when they scored, what was it, 498 in 50 overs. I mean, that was quite incredible. Although even in that innings, David Milan played that slower start, holding a bit of an end, and then sped up towards the end. So even when a team scores 500 odd, there's still room, isn't there?
There's time,
it's a long old time, 50 overs. You know, 100 overs in a day, actually, it's more than you get at a championship or a test match. Actually, you've got time. Obviously, you're not batting the whole 100, but you know that just shows that this is a long format, especially as you say, that mindset of T20 where every ball you've got to think, how can I score off this? Whereas you don't have to do that here.
Yeah, definitely a lot more decision making required in their shot selection and patience actually at times.
Yeah, patience you don't really get in T20 cricket, not really. But it's one of the key parts, isn't it, of the longer forms of the game. A bit of patience, as that one's just attempting to turn it on the leg side. Might have come off a hip there, potentially, I think. The crowd members who have turned up watching this one. Getting, so far, pretty good game. Oh, that one was put down. I think she got a hand to it. I'll have a look. Sophia Smale off her own bowling there, jumping in front of the non-striker. Campbell. Here we go. Let's see. She's in again. I'll just commentate on this one as this played into the leg side. They'll come through for a single there. Here we go. This is a replay of the... Oh, yes, she did get a thick old bit of hand to it, but not holding on. I think we'll have to say that was a chance. Sharp one, but it was a chance.
Yeah.
Always tough off your own bowling, isn't it? You've just got through your action.
Yeah, and it's something that's not always practiced that much, I think, either. You did a lot of fielding work, but not necessarily, you know, simulating that, you know, having just released a delivery follow through and then resetting to field. So
just
back
defended.
on the money.
And it's spectacular to watch when it happens. There's one which sticks in my mind. Probably the best I've ever commentated on was in the 100 last year was Adam Milne. And the shot back to him was a rocket, as that one is in the air. Bit of a full toss there. As Niamh Holland comes across, she can't get there. There's a lot of pace on it in this outfield. It's very quick, so that's gone all the way for 4 as well. But when you see a ball driven back at full pelt and somehow a bowler who's just, you know, put everything into a ball, quick bowler as well, can shape up and catch it. You just don't think about it, do you? They're not thinking.
I think that's part of it, isn't it? It's just reflex.
Yeah.
It's just that instinct takes over, doesn't it? And sometimes self-preservation can do wonderful things if it's going that quickly. It's amazing what you can get hold of.
Yeah, I must say that was sort of straight back into his stomach, so I guess that does make you sort of protect yourself, doesn't it? Yeah, certainly that would help. But I remember I just finished saying what a great shot it was, and by that point he was already celebrating the fact that he'd caught it. It was really spectacular. Skelton in again, full, and Jones happy to play this towards the long off fielder. Just a single from it. Into the 90s now, Central Sparks. Good start for them. Jones on 36, Campbell there now on 19. Around the wicket comes Skelton. Campbell just flicking this one, sort of swivelling as she pulled it. There's not a lot of power on it. I'll come in for the second run. Oh, would have been a little bit close if Wraith had taken that cleanly. I think might have been okay. In the end, it doesn't matter. She doesn't able to take it cleanly, but that second run was a bit of a risk. But it all adds on to this total. 94 for 2. As Skelton prepares again. Using the feet, but not getting all of it. In fact, I think she hit that one straight into her ankle or into the pad. Yeah. So taking all the power off it. Sun beating down, must be quite warm. We're lucky enough to be in the shade where we are, but I imagine it is pretty hot out there. Supposed to get to around 25, 26, I think, today. Oh, using the feet, doesn't get all of it. In fact, goes through her legs, I think. They'll come through for a single as that Wraith comes around to field it. Has to flick her glove off. I'd like to see a replay of that one, if we've got one. Just getting done maybe by a bit of turn, perhaps just misreading it. Skelton won't feel too bad seeing that, though. She prepares again into the 25th over here. And nearly halfway through, as that one is just defended. Yeah, can sort of double it around 28 to 30th over, can't you? Because the scoring does generally go up at that point.
Yeah.
If they've got enough in hand, as this one is just played into towards the boundary on the offside. So with just the 2 wickets gone in 25, Central Sparks nicely placed here. Still plenty of batting to come for them. What does a day like this generally involve for you, Lisa? What are your responsibilities on match day?
Do you know what? It's quite nice, actually. I don't have too many. So my role's evolved a little bit. So I've been away on maternity leave for the last 8 months. So I actually only came back in the last couple of weeks. So in my absence, Georgina, who was our operations exec, has taken on more of a general manager role. So she looks after a lot of the day-to-day kind of organising and sorting and logistics and all of those things, which actually just means I get to genuinely kind of meet with people who are in the ground, perhaps soak up some of the cricket and actually just sit back and watch it, which is quite a new experience, certainly from years gone by. So yeah, that's quite pleasant, really. Yeah,
that's very nice. You've got someone who's come in and done all that, and you come back and you think, you've got all that responsibility now.
She's done a fantastic job in my absence, and you know, it worked so well. It made sense for a lot of those things. You know, perhaps on reflection, things that, you know, Storm almost for a while was like a startup business, where in COVID times, you know, we launched, but actually we didn't have a team of staff. So you find yourself doing loads of things that you're probably not meant to be doing, but they need doing. And I think as the staff team has grown, has evolved, it's actually been, me going on maternity leave has been the perfect opportunity to have a reset and have a think about actually roles and who should be doing what. And you know, all the staff have been in their roles for sort of 18 months or so now, so everyone understands what needs doing. So yeah, it makes perfect sense, really, that Georgina sort of maintains some of those things that she did in my absence, and she's great at doing them. So that allows me just to sit back a little bit, be a little more strategic, a bit more of a leadership role to make sure that Storm is, you know, ready for the rapid growth that we think is going to come, but also, you know, very much scanning the horizon for the potential challenges that are coming, so we can, you know, lead the organisation in the best way possible, and leave the day-to-day stuff more to Georgina and Trevor from a cricketing perspective.
Great. That sounds like Western Storm in a good spot then. Congratulations, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Is it a future Gloucestershire player, future Western Storm player?
I don't know. She's just over the other side of the ground. Little Mila, she's just over the other side of the ground. She's got her little Western Storm baby girl on as well.
That's nice.
She's definitely a little stormtrooper, county allegiance-wise. there's a long way to go for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, you know, yeah, just...
we don't want to go into that here.
Oh, yeah, well, no, political minefield. But, you know, as long as she grows up, you know, if she wants to play cricket, great, and if she enjoys it, fantastic, and wherever the right place might be for her, I'm quite philosophical about that. I'm not going to be forcing her, you know, in any one direction too much.
Well, I'll come out now and leave you with Ed and Lisa. Ed, who will take us through into the second half of this Central Sparks innings.
Yes, there we go. Once we've got the buttons in the right order, I do remember I'm C for Seabourn. That's a nice shot, straight down the ground, straight as you like. And 4 runs to bring up the 100 for the Central Sparks. And really nice use of the feet there. Well, it's been a while, Lisa.
It has, yeah.
I think the last time we chatted, well, certainly like this, was a marquee in 2020.
That's
Probably,
right.
I think it was in the Sunrisers game at the end of that.
That rings a bell. Yeah.
Quite a lot's happened since then.
So much has happened, hasn't it? My goodness, it feels like a different world now that we're in, doesn't it, compared to that, when we were freezing outside in a marquee because we weren't allowed to be inside near each other or too close to each other or all of those different things. I must say it's lovely to sort of see some relative normality back after the couple of years of COVID, restrictions and protocols and bubbles and all of those sorts of things we've worked through to keep cricket going. It's lovely just to, be enjoying it more as it should be.
Quick single, and I think it's well taken. Sophie Love sprawls onto the floor, and they can come through relatively comfortably. Jones just on 39, but she's playing that role that she so often does, just the metronome that ticks through the innings.
Yeah, she doesn't give too much away. If you don't get too many chances from her. Very accomplished player.
Bit of bounce there, which was actually ridden quite well by Amy Campbell. And end of the over, 103 for 2. I mean, starting off as well in COVID times, has it almost made for this year, even last year to a certain extent, to just feel somehow easier, as if nothing could be quite as tough as that?
It was really strange times, and I think we all had an overwhelming sense of gratitude in the sense that the ECB did push on with their plans to launch the women's regional structure irrespective of COVID, because quite conceivably they could have said, actually, it's not the right time to launch it, we're not going to, and we would have lost so much time. So although it was really difficult, I think we're all glad that the players are on pro contracts, they got to have that at the time they were meant to have it, and things looked and felt different.
That's a lovely drive there from Amy Jones, and it's going to go away to the extra cover boundary for 4.
I think that still allowed us to set some platforms for now. It was quite tricky, say, working through all the COVID protocols and everything else, and the social distancing and travelling to game, everything was affected, and everybody was affected. But now it just feels so much, better. so much better. I can't even think of the right words, but so much better to just, even things like travelling together on a bus and everyone else being on it. They're just small things, but
what's in the air but wide of extra cover. I think she probably knew where it was going. Just about there to Eve Jones. Did I say Amy Jones when she hit that boundary? I think I may have done, just replaying that in my head. I think I did say Amy Jones. Oh dear. Keeping up with the Joneses. Groan. Punched firmly off the back foot by Campbell this time. Yeah, I was actually speaking because we had, on one of the county men's games that I did, we had Alice Davidson-Richards debut extraordinaire.
Yes.
Before that, though, that's hit firmly again down the ground towards the long on, just be the 1. And she was talking about the fact that when they were playing the Central Sparks, because they played together, or played each other, South East Stars and Central Sparks, in the semi-final of the Charlotte Edwards this season. Oh, is it bowled? Yes, it is. It's kept low, and I think Eve Jones has probably got cause to look slightly suspiciously at what just happened there. It's a big wicket.
That one back, I think. That looks like it's shot through.
A huge wicket for Skelton, though. And we'll just take a look here. And that was turned.
That's
and
gripped a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, it hasn't actually kept as low as I thought.
No, I think she sort of made that look as though it shot through a little bit more than perhaps it had. I think it's definitely gripped off the surface there, hasn't it?
Well, actually, I heard you discussing the same thing with Charlie, in that whilst I guess you're pleased to see that if you're the Western Storm, you're also having a look at the likes of Sarah Glenn and Hannah Baker with the wrist spin as well. But anyway, it's a big moment there for Chloe Skelton with her first wicket, and 109 for 3 then after 27 overs, but key strike as well of Eve Jones.
Yeah, I think that's the wicket the team needed. You'd start to see a few little half chances creeping in here and there just as they look to open up a little bit, but that will, massively swing things back, I think, in Storm, the balance of Storm. It's sort of quite just a ticking over passage of play there, wasn't it? So that sort of, new batter in now allows us to try and build a little bit of pressure back up again, which would be good.
Yeah, you mentioned the pro contracts as well. Is there what's the sort of time scale, do you think, moving forwards as far as pro contracts go in the future?
In terms of having more?
Yes.
I think, we'll see a shift in maybe the next year or so, hopefully. Quite how many, quite when, etc., I'm not sure. But I think what's happened is that, the professional contracts that have been issued have demonstrably hit some of the strategic goals that the ECB wanted. That it really has driven up the standard of domestic cricket. There are players knocking on the England door coming out of regional cricket, and we know now that players are getting better support and accelerating rapidly as a consequence of that. So, whilst I don't know the specifics, what I would be expecting to see is that proof of concept almost, that this works, will drive it through to make sure there's more coming.
Abby Freeborn is the new batter. She scored a 50 against Western Storm earlier this season in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and we saw her also in action last season here at Bristol, as that's hit in the air wide of Hennessy at mid-off. A clean strike from Campbell, and having just lost the wicket of Eve Jones, she wasn't taking a backward step there.
No, there's some intent there, wasn't there?
So Campbell into the 30s, 113 for 3. And I mean, you just look at this, at the setup as a whole, and talking about academy players coming through into this level, seemingly they just, I mean, look at Smale bowling now, they just belong straight away. It must feel great to know that everything that was put in place is working.
Yeah, it is. And, a young girl in the region wouldn't necessarily have had a guaranteed path forward until the regional academies happen. Some counties do EPPs, some don't. Some put girls onto their sort of boys' first-class county academies, some don't. So it was...
Oh, that's another good hit down the ground, and oh gosh, it's almost knocked.
She's worn it.
Yes, pretty much knocked Niamh Holland off her feet there, but she manages to stop it, and they've come through for a cheeky second run, but it was well run.
Yeah, so I think, what the region academy's done is it's given, there's less of a postcode lottery, depending on no matter where somebody lives, that we can work with them, we can pick them up, we've got local hubs for them, and that's just given a regular contact time for coaching. It's given some S&Cs and physio input. Those things just wouldn't have existed a few years back for a lot of those players. And so what we're finding now naturally is that they are ready. They're far, far more ready than they would have been because, they've got a really good competitive match calendar that follows on through the summer as well. So, we're finding the players are just sort of, nipping at the heels almost of the seniors now, which is what we want.
They're just... Seeing here, Niamh Holland, as you say, she totally wore that one, but she's not going off.
Nah, she's made a strong stuff, Niamh.
She's
made a strong stuff.
They tried to talk her into it. I think Jack Chantry walked all the way out there, and you could see a kind of a gesture as if to say, "Off you go." Nah, not doing it.
Nope. No, she's a tough one, Niamh.
Well, they all are, really, aren't they? Certainly a lot tougher than I am. That's why I'm standing up here miles away from the action. They're certainly making a loud thud off the bat of Amy Campbell at the moment. Ball after ball. I remember actually one other question that I asked you a couple of years ago was about overseas players, whether you ever saw them being... So that's run away backward of square on the leg side, be a single, bit of leg by. Whether you ever saw that being a thing. And now, of course, we've seen Deandra Dottin has signed for Thunder. Do you see that being replicated, or is that more of just a one-off thing?
I don't know. From a Storm perspective, I think you've always got to weigh up those types of decisions with what it brings you and what you need as well as a player group. And I think kind of, we've always had the ethos of developing our own. And, you'd never say never in terms of ruling it out. But I think... where we're looking at the moment is that we'd rather see our own players grow and evolve into those roles. And I think every time you bring somebody in like that, you run the risk of occupying time in the middle for what your future might be. So, it's a never say never. And if there was a skill set gap that emerged and we felt that was...
is that another caught and bowled chance? I think it was. 2 hands on it from Skelton. Could have been her second wicket. How important would that wicket have been? But again, it's tough. She had a long way to move and it was struck very firmly. That's cut pretty much off the stumps this time, out to deep cover for a single. We can have a look at this one again. I mean, it hit hard, and it's just reactions, really, that one. Yeah, and I suppose thinking about it from Thunder's point of view, they've lost Emma Lamb, a kind of a run machine at the top of their order, when they potentially weren't necessarily banking on losing
expecting
her.
it. No, and I can see in their instance why they've made the call that they have, because I think that they've had a few established batters they've relied on. They've lost one of them.
Yeah.
I can see why they've probably felt the need to bolster that side a little bit. So I think it's a needs by needs, case by case sort of basis, really. Never say never, but I think right now we're looking at a player group that's lots of potential there, lots of talent, and we want to, give them every chance of flourishing. Because it is about playing, producing players to go on and play for England.
Oh, that's a genuine outside edge there from Freeborn to get off the mark. It's trickling out towards the deep third boundary. Terrific effort from Holland to haul it in. She's throwing herself about all over the place, having had the ball kick up at her.
Yeah, it's no half measures with me, that's for sure.
Well, it's that type of cricketer that you always like to see, isn't it? As a fan, as a commentator, as a regional director of cricket.
Absolutely, yeah.
Freeborn off the mark, and that's short and cut, but there's mix-up there. Yeah, Holland in the action again at backward point, and almost managed to tempt them into a single that wasn't there. Freeborn just getting settled out in the middle. A lot of air on that one, and driven to mid-on to end the over. 29 overs gone then. Central Sparks 119 for 3. And I suppose that's going on from that thought there about the fact that they've kind of made that move potentially because Emma Lamb was called up to England. It's just another sign of how when you give players professional contracts and you give them the platform to play a high level week in, week out, and now of course you've got the 100 as well, you're starting to see players like Emma Lamb break into what was before a tricky England side to break into.
Yeah, absolutely, and the standard of this competition is improving all the time, and what that means is when players are scoring runs and taking wickets, there's a real value to it.
Yeah.
It actually means something. You're getting out good players, or you're scoring against good bowling attacks. It's no surprise, the Emma Lambs, the Izzy Wongs, the Alice Davison Richards, they've all been good established players in the network, but it's I guess given them the showcase and the 100 alongside that to show they can do it. So they're just that little bit more ready when the opportunity comes. That step isn't quite such a big step perhaps from what it might have been before.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that with your West Midlands counterpart, Laura McLeod, who's going to be coming up in about 10 minutes time, I think. So we'll get thoughts on Izzy Wong, Emily Arlott, who would have played in that test were it not for the fact that she's still recovering from the effects of COVID.
I think it's a long COVID, isn't there? Which is one of the things we always sort of hammered home a little bit with our players is that I think with young people sometimes you can assume COVID's not too bad for you, and it probably isn't. But if you get long COVID, that could be career defining potentially. So that was always our COVID fear, was that they might not actually shake it off and have a prolonged absence from the game, which, as a professional cricketer could be really costly and really just disappointing and frustrating for them. So, sorry to hear that she's not doing quite so well from it.
Yeah, and also even our camera operator who's doing the usual sterling job behind us, James Healy, still hasn't recovered his taste and sense of smell since, do you say December? End of November even. So it just shows you that whilst on the face of it, as down the pitch again comes Campbell, and Holland's going to get behind that one as well, limit it to a single. But yeah, it's not to be messed with.
No, and I think it just affects people so differently as well. So
and you just don't know before you
you've no idea until you get it. I had it not too long ago actually, and it took me 2 weeks to get 2 negative tests.
Yes, same.
So it's although sort of towards the later ends of it I wasn't feeling too heroic, the fatigue that I felt, and also there's a real weird brain fog. I couldn't cognitively function. It was very, very strange. Probably combined with a bit of baby sleep deprivation as well, mate. But it was really, really odd, and different people have just a complete different version of it, and so you've just no idea until you get it what it's going to be for you.
No, I mean, I ended up missing the local derby fixture here, but I suppose like you in a way, I was quite. Well, I got off quite lightly, we'll put it that way, but it took me almost a full 14 days to get a negative test, and I wasn't going to go out again until I got it.
That's exactly it. And you know, our protocols here would be that you return 2 negative tests before you come back into the environment. So it was that was it. It was very clear cut as to what the return would be.
Now, change in bowling, and coming back, it's Lauren Filer. So a really impressive opening spell from her, and already extracts a bit of a loose shot from Campbell and a play and a miss. So she's amongst the wickets so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, isn't she? 5 already in her first game and a half.
Yeah, she is. You know, she's a player with massive potential, and for whatever reason, things haven't quite clicked maybe in other years. But it's brilliant just to see her kind of running in hard. She looks like she's got some rhythm to her action, and genuinely wants to let the ball go quick, and that's probably something we've not had too much.
That was going to be my next.
Is that sort of pace, real strike, hit the deck hard, bowl it as fast as you can type, you know, fast bowler mentality. Danny Gibson does a very similar job swinging it the other way. But yeah, we've probably lacked that real impact seamer perhaps at times, particularly when Katie George has been recovering from injury. So it's brilliant to see that we've got those options back and running.
Exactly. That was kind of going to be where I would go next, because with Filer bowling like this, you've got Katie George as the left arm option.
Yeah.
You've got Sophia Smale as the slow left arm, as that's helped away down towards fine leg. Just be the one. It's a much more kind of, I mean, you've got just about every option there in the side, and as you mentioned also, you've got the batting depth to go with it, which has to be really exciting, especially, I mean, we saw it in the first game.
That's right, yeah. I think, you know, we're probably, as a squad, we're a bit more rounded, a bit more complete. I think we've got a few different roles covered in there. You've got your sort of conventional off spinners, you've got your left arm spinners, you know, Katie George brings a left arm seam element back, you know, Lauren there who's trying to run and hit the deck hard. There's real variety now in that attack, which I think just gives Sophie so many options then, you know, depending on how the pitch is playing, where the game's going, you know, and also the analysis matchups that might have gone on as well. You know, she's going to know then who she's got for what purpose, which as a captain is a nice place to be, isn't it, when you can see you've almost got too many options ahead of you potentially.
Yes.
You know, people like Georgia Hennessy and Alex Griffiths also, you know, bowl right arm medium, could play a role too. So you know, good bowlers potentially won't bowl in this side, which is a good spot to be from our perspective.
Short pulled in the air out towards deep backward square leg, could be a catch. It is down. Katie George has it go through her hands, and that is such a rarity. She is such a safe pair of hands out in the deep, and they're going to get 2 runs.
Yeah, that's really unusual for KG actually. She you know, she's one of our standouts and produces absolute speckies more often than not. So that's quite unusual for her.
And again, the short ball would potentially have done the trick there for Filer again.
That's good to see from, you know, Lauren's pace and bounce here, which is pushing batters onto the back foot and, you know, opening up that option of being caught on the leg side boundary, pulling the ball, you know, which is a good sign to see.
That's another terrific over from Filer. She's got 2 for 19 from her 7, but it could easily have been 3 for 17. So yeah, really, really exciting to see that, and the increase in pace across the board. It feels as if now there's somebody in every side who's just pushing that speed gun up a bit higher.
Yeah, I think, you know, becoming professional makes a big difference for that. Players can be fitter, they can be stronger, they're bowling probably more overs, you know, they should be bowling, their workloads are better and things like that. So that's definitely helping matters. You know, I think it is just nudging the standard forward. You know, it's sort of, there was certainly an era sort of 5-10 years ago, you had so much right arm medium pace in the women's game. You didn't get many genuine quicks. And so it's really nice now to see that as a real big shift.
Change of ends for Skelton. Just be a single to long on.
You know, so yeah, so those medium paces now, you know, you can't just necessarily rely on hitting their areas, although there's a role for that, definitely a holding role. You know, people seem to be a little bit smarter with variations and things like that as well. So the craft is probably, you know, evolving as much as the paces.
So Skelton into her 7th over, and be Freeborn, who's, fair to say, she's ridden her luck a little bit out there at the moment, but you know that if she gets in, she can be a dangerous player. She's got power.
She's a really powerful player.
And still just a little bit of variation in bounce.
Yeah, but certainly bowling sort of in this direction, the end that Chloe's at now, there's just the odd couple that seem to pop off a little bit off the surface. You can't quite be sure how it's going to come onto the bat.
And I think, you know, whilst we had a look at that dismissal of Eve Jones, and it wasn't really the bounce that did her in at all, it was a little bit of grip, but there's just been enough sort of natural variation almost in the pitch that, I mean, I had kind of 260, 270 in my mind looking at this, but I think from what we've seen, I'm starting to revise that down a little bit. There's a little bit of turn there as well, worked into the leg side. And Freeborn will just pick up the single, but that's just 2 runs off the over from Skelton, and we're already kind of getting into the back end of this innings now, where they'd want to be accelerating Central Sparks, and they've got the batters out there still to do it. They've still got Sarah Glenn to come, who can be a powerful striker of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a key partnership, I think, for these two now in the middle. It's sort of, you've got at some point got to start going, haven't you, here, just to accelerate things on a little bit. But, you know, from a Storm perspective, sometimes when players look to try and get on with it, that's what opens up a few opportunities. Yep. So, you know, I think the game's nicely poised at the moment.
And the other thing is that this has been, especially in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, this has been kind of a bit of a fortress for Western Storm over the years. I think it's 5 out of 6 that they've. Is it really?
Do you know what? That's a stat I did not know. That's good to know, actually.
Smiler continues with another short one, which is called wide down the leg side. And I didn't wait until the Central Sparks director of cricket, Laura McLeod, walked into the commentary box to say that.
Well played, Ed. Well played.
Oh dear. No, but I suppose it's often said, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouths, but it's often said how much people enjoy playing cricket at Bristol.
Yeah, I think all the girls would agree with that. You know, obviously they spend a bit of time training here, and it's, you know, with, I guess, the history of the KSL and also obviously the regional cricket that's been played here. Quite a lot of the players have played a lot of cricket here now, actually. So, and obviously there's quite a lot of England internationals as well. So those players also spend quite a lot of time here also, or have historically done. So it's definitely got a homely vibe to it, I think, for the players. They're very familiar and comfortable coming here.
That's driven hard and well timed out towards deep cover, but will only be the single. And I thought that was the end of the over. It's not. I don't know why I thought that was the end of the over, because we've had 2 balls of it.
It's nearly lunch, Ed. It's nearly lunch.
Well, it is and it isn't, really. I suppose it depends whether you have the ability to walk off and get some lunch.
Get lunch. That's very true.
Yes. I saw everybody switching around, of course, for the right hand, left hand, and then just completely lost my bearings. There's a wide down the leg side there from Filer. But one of the other things, I suppose, is talk about the discipline of bowling as well. It's another thing which you really notice thinking back to that first year in 2020, and the consistency, the accuracy in terms of, as that's whipped away. That's a lovely shot over wide mid on. Nobody's catching that. That is beautifully timed by Campbell, and she moves into the 40s now, 134 for 3. But just, I guess, able to get more, as the Americans would call it, reps in.
I mean, it's a huge difference. The girls, you know, are playing so much more cricket now than they would have done, and we still need to look at ways we can increase that, I think, you know, because we still have the challenges for those who aren't playing on these games, how they get their volumes up so that they're match ready if they get that call up, and that's something we're looking at. And I know some of the regions have done second 11 regional cricket. You know, we've looked at like an internal best v best option, but you know, I think we are seeing improvements in the consistency that we're seeing in the areas that bowlers are bowling. I think there's still more to go in that. I think, you know, being able to bowl your best ball for as long as possible is still really key in this, and variations are important. But you know, executing a stock ball for 2/3 of your spell is going to be really key still. So I think we're seeing that shift in the right direction, but there's still probably a little bit further to go on that front.
Just probably one final question before I let you go. In terms of the success of the test game that we've seen internationally, is there any thoughts about a sort of a regional multi-day form at the moment? Obviously it's tricky because ground availability, all that sort of thing. Driven firmly to extra cover and there is no run.
Yeah, look, I haven't heard any discussion about this. I think it has been brilliant to see the test matches be really well received at that level. I think even at international level it's considered probably a nice to do. It's obviously not a tournament format, obviously, where we're looking to win trophies and medals. It's a really nice thing to do, and I'm sure the players that play in it get huge amounts of value from it, and it's a very special thing to do. I think at this level here, you touched on facilities and things. It is a challenge even now with the volume of cricket we have and the pressure that grounds are under. So I'd say we're probably quite a long way off from seeing that happen realistically. I think what we might see is expansion and growth in the volume of 50 over and 20 we might get, which would align more to producing players ready for World Cup formats, more so than maybe test matches, which obviously are few and far between at the moment, even for those in those international slots. So certainly nothing's come across my radar that would suggest that that's the way it's going to go. I think Trevor, from a player development perspective, might like to do 1 or 2, maybe 3-day games to build volume up in players and give them lots of opportunities. But certainly I haven't heard anything that would mean there'll be a regional multi-day format coming anytime soon.
Pulled powerfully into the leg side, but will be picked up by George out at deep mid-wicket and will just be the single. Well, you've put in quite a shift there.
Oh, no, it's a
Lisa.
pleasure.
Over an hour with us,
right.
I think, in the end. So thank you so much.
No, not at all. It's been a
time.
pleasure speaking to you both. And I'll hand over to Laura.
Yes, we'll do a swap as far as the special guest goes, and in the 34th over, Central Sparks 137 for 3. That was an exceptionally quick change, I have to say. A very, very warm welcome to Laura McLeod, who is the regional director, at least Padgett's counterpart, as it were, for the Central Sparks, with a Central Sparks t-shirt on and enjoying 4 more runs to Amy Campbell to move her on to 49. I guess she'll be rather pleased with the way that she's gone about things.
Yeah, Amy scored 100 in a warm-up game against Vipers recently, and it was. This is why we approached her to become one of our players. Is you can see her just ability to play really nicely in this format of the game.
And that is her 50, brought up with a single down towards long off, raises her bat high to the dugout. And that's a really impressive knock from Amy Campbell. And she stayed really positive after losing Eve Jones as well, which, I guess you need somebody to take the mantle, but that for me was one of the really impressive things about that innings. She just took it on as soon as that big wicket fell.
She did. I think we were looking at Eve perhaps batting through the innings, but now with Eve gone, Amy probably is that backbone. But equally, I think we need to be giving Amy the freedom to play the way that she plays, and she might well give she's given away a couple of chances already. But in this level of the game, you've got to take them, and she hits the ball very hard. Yeah.
Yes, that has certainly been noticeable as well. As you do, one of the first questions I think I probably have to ask is about players who aren't playing, in terms of Izzy Wong making her test debut. It must have been an exceptionally proud moment for you.
It was, and it was great because Lloyd Tennant and myself, head coach Lloyd, who has worked with Izzy over the past number of years, but I suppose more closely since Sparks was introduced. So we were there on her debut. It was just lovely to be there, and for her family to also be there as well. So she did really, really well in that test match, and that served her well for the one days.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying it was Laura Wolfart both innings.
Yes.
which is not a bad person to have as your
No,
first
it really,
Test wicket.
It really isn't. Laura Wolvaert is an exceptionally classical batter, and to dismiss her twice, absolutely, two great scalps there.
So I think we have a change in the bowling, and it looks as if Niamh Holland is going to come into the attack for the first time. So having worn one down at long on, she's going to get a bowl now. She's bowling a right arm seam, and Campbell will try to go on from her 50. And I guess in a way Izzy Wong's gain was Emily Arlett's loss as well.
Certainly was. Yeah, it really was. So poor Emily having COVID.
Helped away, untaken by Skelton at short fine leg. That's a real bonus for the Western Storm. Niamh Holland is standing there not quite believing her luck, I think, because that was hit very firmly. She used every bit of pace on that, did Campbell, as we take a look at a replay on about leg stump, and helped away, but just not able to get it past or over Chloe Skelton at short fine leg, and that is the 4th wicket down for Central Sparks.
That's a shame from our point of view. Amy's going really well, hitting the ball really nicely, and just sometimes it just goes straight to a fielder, doesn't it? I'm sure that if she had that again, she'd be probably looking to either try and keep it down or go over the top of her. Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
And as far as making your Test debut goes, something that you certainly know about as well.
Yeah.
Can you recall that moment when you were handed your cap?
Oh, now you've put me on the spot. I can't.
No.
I can recall my first 50 over and the first T20, because the first T20 that we played was the very first T20 ever.
Right.
I remember that very well at Hove. We lost, but I do remember that well. I would need to look at who it was against and where in order to jog my memory.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, we have means of getting such information. For now, Sarah Glenn has come out to the middle, so I certainly wouldn't expect too much in terms of a backward step being taken here, but she's just going to take a look at Niamh Holland. First ball there. But again, I mean, I was talking to Lisa Padgett about this in terms of players now coming through regional setups who've not been part of the prior England setup. How incredibly pleasing is that to see in terms of the system working, doing what it was set up to do?
Absolutely. It gives everybody hope and motivation that the hard work that they've put in over these, what it'd be now 3 seasons, that it's going to pay off. And I think quite rightly, the England team of the past 4 years have not been challenged.
Oh, it's gone right through Sarah Glenn. And Nat Wraith done quite well to stop that in the end.
She has.
Take another look at that one, because that's certainly worth another look. Oh, right over the top of the stumps. Wow. Further back of a length, punch to backward point. I can tell you, you made your Test debut against India at Shenley.
Ah, yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Shenley is... Yeah, Shenley was definitely, back in the days that I played England cricket, we would be there quite frequently, and it would be a run fest, if I recall. So I was a bowler back then as well, finished as a batter but started off as a bowler, so I'm sure my figures won't have been...
I shall only read them out if they're flat. 20 over, 7 maidens, 2 for 49. What have you got to worry about there?
Okay. You picked out a good one there.
Well, that was your first bowling innings in Test cricket. haven't done any great selection there. No, I mean 7 maidens out of 20 overs as well. And your first Test wicket was Purnima Rao.
Ah. Okay.
There you go. And it was caught behind.
My little away swingers.
Flighted and struck. That's a lovely shot. Through extra cover. And Freeborn gets a boundary to move into double figures. Lovely placement.
That was, and that's a shot that you've seen most of the players play. Eve Jones, that's an area that she looks to hit through. Amy Campbell as well. It's just really nice. Beat the fielder and it's 4 runs, particularly on a deck like this ground.
Yeah, I mean the outfield seems very hard. We've kind of used to that here nowadays. It seems to get. I mean, or even we've seen a couple of balls which may have plugged on another outfield. It just kicks on here when you don't get rain. It just becomes hard as a rock. The outfield does. Yeah, I mean, we talked, I think, about Amy Campbell's move. Talk about Abby Freeborn and what sort of, as it were, kind of the coming together of her and Central Sparks.
Yeah, we initially talked to Abby, and she was looking for a regular wicket keeping spot. Given that Sarah Bryce was at Lightning and getting the gloves over Abby, so it was perhaps a conversation she might not have thought was going to go the way, because we've got Amy Jones. So we managed to convince her that Amy will be in and out. And she's been brilliant, Abby. She's a great girl. She's a joy to have in the squad, and is taken to being a Sparks like a duck to water. She really has. She looks after the girls as well, after the younger players. So she's a brilliant acquisition.
Holland then to continue, and a cut and a miss there from Freeborn. But also, I suppose, somebody who's kind of, you see a lot of players, I guess, who are on the younger end. We've been talking about the number of teenagers, even sort of early 20s. At 25, I suppose you're one of the
young,
experienced players. But
yeah. Exactly,
it's the bizarre kind of the bizarre thing about the way that the setup is at the moment.
Yeah, it is. We don't necessarily talk about age. We talk about the number of years that they might have been professional, and actually. Yeah. They've all been professional for 2 years. So in terms of experience at being a professional, they've all got the same. Doesn't matter what age they are.
Oh, that's very wide, and will be signalled as such by umpire McClelland. And we can't talk about age, I suppose, without going to the other, not the other end of the spectrum, because completely not, but to potentially the youngest player to play in the 100, if she does do so, Davina Perrin. What an exciting talent.
She is, isn't she? We got her to play a few games last year, so she started playing in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. She did really well. I think she may have got a 40 on debut. And then she experienced the playoff against the Diamonds as well. So we're just trying to, I guess, edge her into playing at this top level, and also at the finals under pressure.
Driven firmly but fielded by Holland, and a follow through. And I guess, of course, making Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day as well is another opportunity to give those players that kind of experience of playing in a big game under that pressure. Definitely,
and Davina really, I think she scored really nicely when we needed a few more runs in those final few balls.
Helped away aerially, and it's got through Katie George at backward square leg. Ball was kind of curving on her, and it slips underneath and brings up the 150 for Central Sparks. Hit hard again, though.
It was, wasn't it? And, you know, KG is a phenomenal fielder. It just bounced just in front of her, and with the power that Abby got there, there's she probably perhaps needed more than just her hands behind the ball in order to stop it.
Yes. Sneeve Holland will be telling her to wear it like she did. It's just cannoned off the pad.
Was that the one down here?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah.
It was, which it did look to me as if Jack Chantry had walked up to her and said, you should probably go off. And then, nah, not doing that. Staying out there.
Good
she
for her.
has picked up the wicket as well. 153 for 4 at the end of that over, the 37th of the innings. And I mean, in terms of somebody who is just 15, how do you kind of, well, I mean, obviously it's partly her as well, but how do you at that age balance playing against some of the best cricketers that England has to offer, and then still studying for whatever those important exams are, GCSEs, I suppose?
She's really got a level head on her, has Davina, and whether or not she knows how special a player that she's playing against is you know, sometimes actually the less you know, the better.
Yes. I was wondering about that, because they
play
often
the ball,
see that, don't you?
Yeah, you can't. You just can't, if you're playing against Catherine Brunt, what does she do? She bowls with a decent pace, and she bowls you some cutters. And if that's what you focus on rather than playing against the player, then you probably take out the pressure moments.
Driven for a single into the covers, and I mean, it is something that is so often said, isn't it? You don't have that fear at that age. You don't carry that kind of baggage that as you get older, you start to doubt yourself.
She played some beautiful shots today with absolutely no fear at all. The couple of classic cut shots and back foot drives were beautiful.
A sweep shot attempted, which was going down the leg side, so no appeal. Yeah, I mean, it was my first time watching her, because unfortunately I didn't manage to get to the Charlotte Edwards fixture at Cardiff, so I hadn't seen anything. In fact, I mean, this is the first time I've been able to watch the Central Sparks. Of course, it was an away game last year in which Amy Jones just went ballistic, as she can do.
Yes, we like it when Amy goes.
I'm sure you do. Well, usually I think I do as well, but perhaps a bit less so playing against the Western Storm. Yes.
Yeah, and what you haven't seen as yet as well is Davina can bowl both leg spin and pace.
Oh right, because I can remember the over of leg spin.
Yes.
But, well, there you go.
Yeah, she also dabbles with a bit of pace bowling as well.
Right. Can we expect to see that today?
I don't know, actually. I don't know.
Well, I suppose even if we were, you probably wouldn't say so here.
I think that sometimes things like that are a bit obvious, and if they've done the homework, they'll know.
Holland continuing, and respect shown by Sarah Glenn. And again, speaking about somebody's loss being another's gain, having Sarah Glenn in this game, I mean, fantastic. I mean, it's another person you just look at and you think, she's only 22? She's played so much cricket already for England, and has gone. And that's another wicket for Holland, and she bowls Sarah Glenn for 2, and it's pretty similar to the ball which I think pretty much cut Sarah Glenn in half earlier on, except this time it didn't bounce over the top of the stumps. And we can have a second look at it now. Yeah, it was a cutter, something like that looked like. Maybe.
I think that certainly landed and deviated. And that middle stump, Jack Chantry's putting back in.
Well, I didn't do that deliberately. We have no control over what goes on out in the middle. I must.
We're like that when we sat over
again.
there in the just outside the changing rooms. You know, what topic do you talk about? And it's classic, isn't it? You do mention something, and it happens. Inevitably, will happen. You talk about running
up
between
somebody.
the wickets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I can imagine, because I know some people aren't great watchers of cricket, especially players. Just, I'd just be kicking back, relaxing and watching the game, but others just cannot do that.
Do you know the worst ones are my coaches?
Oh yes, right.
They do move around a lot. They do. They play every single ball with the players on the pitch, and get very excited and dejected in equal measure.
I can imagine. I mean, another thing that's often said is you're more nervous if you're a member of the player's family than you are the player themselves.
Yeah.
I don't know if that applies. It probably does apply to coaches as well.
I think
you've got no control.
And I think because you've got a vested interest, obviously, in how they perform. And I've got two sons. I wasn't necessarily. It's part of the game, isn't it? The ups and downs are really all part of the game.
Down the leg side to Ria Fackrell, who is a new batter. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I could do that actually. If I were coach, I would not be able to watch like that. Even probably in your position, I'd be looking through between my fingers. Driven aerially, but finds the gap. I might think about two, but he won't get it. Out towards Lauren Filer, out at deep cover. And I guess also going back to Sarah Glenn, it can't be the easiest to plan in terms of when you're going to have a player like Sarah Glenn, when you're not. But I suppose this is only going to become more and more part of things.
Yeah. We with the Saturday games, we try to get the team selected by Tuesday evening. But I think what we're starting to see is England players now coming back into playing the regional game. So, like you say, it is sometimes quite tricky to balance it out. But you would never turn down an England player coming back in.
Cut away, but Wilson will field at backward point, and that is the end of another successful over for Niamh Holland, and the move to bring her into the attack has proven to be an inspired one from Sophie Luff. 39 overs have gone now, 157 for 5, still bathed in sunshine at Seat Unique Stadium, and what few clouds there were already seem to be
It's a Simpsons backdrop, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
I was saying that as we were driving down yesterday and coming down the M5 on the motorway. It was just, that's the Simpsons.
But the other thing is, if you had somebody sitting on one of those clouds with the fishing rod, it would be DreamWorks as well. Right, change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, and Sophia Smale is going to come back into the attack. Cut out towards deep cover there, and we're just having a look at those bowling figures. Skelton having bowled out now 10 overs, 1 for 46, and Smale with just the 1 over left after this one. But I just be interesting to see actually whether it's going to be seam all the way for the final sort of 8 or 9 overs. Be interested to see how the Western Storm play that one. And in terms of assessing this, putting your playing hat on, how many do you think you would be wanting off the final 10?
Ooh. Now, this is also a conversation that we were having. I think we would probably want to get up to sort of 220. So, another going at a runner ball in the last 10, and depending on how many wickets you've got in hand, to see where you can get to maybe in the last 4 overs.
Actually, one question I wanted to ask you, but obviously Eve Jones is out already, but we'll talk about Eve Jones in terms of getting that WBBL deal as well, and the fact that yes, the 100, but also this can now be a platform for players to get deals like that, and that a league like the WBBL is starting to look at players who haven't played international cricket and pick them up and add value to their league. How massive was that to see? It
was great, and it was a due reward for Eve's season last year with picking up the MVP, the overall MVP, the first ever non-England player to do that. So yeah, I think Eve is still developing. She may be 30. No, she's not 30 for another 2 weeks. Yeah. Sorry, Eve.
I was going to say I had it down as 29, but
2 weeks' time there's a party planned. It happens to be on one of the match days, so that is what's going to be happening. But yeah, nice to see her still pushing and wanting to get better and wanting to go and experience other environments.
Thought about coming back for 2 there, but Lauren Filer's arm dissuaded them from doing so. So we are inside the final 10 overs of the innings now. And Holland into her 4th over, and with another play and a miss. And that one actually seemed to just nibble away from Fackrell, whereas we've seen a lot come back. I guess as if you're a Sparks bowler watching this, you're thinking, well, actually, I've got a fair bit to use here.
Yeah, it's a good toss to win, I think. And yeah, that did just go nibble away off the seam.
It's driven firmly to mid-off. Sometimes it can be like that here. If the live grass goes off the pitch, then it can just... Whether it nibbles about is one thing, but it can just slow down and make stroke making a bit harder. So you can often see kind of a payoff between having a quicker surface, as they are going to turn it back for 2 this time. Throw comes in from Filer. It's a decent throw in terms of line, but I think it was a good decision to come back for the second, and they made it fairly
good backing up by Luff there.
Yes.
I think that maybe Sophie McClelland had perhaps just distracted her slightly with where she was stood. But yeah, she's class in there, isn't she, Luffy?
Yeah, she is a magnificent fielder.
Her and Fran have saved lots of runs today, haven't they?
Well, I thought you were going to say over the course of their careers as well.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, as far as the Western Storm goes, the experience in terms of their middle order, and likewise you look at sort of Campbell, Freeborn, those sorts of players performing a similar role to them, controlling things in the middle if early wickets are lost. Because you don't want to just be about 2 or 3 batters, do you? And actually, just on that, it's something that you've really seen the improvement of over the course of even just a couple of years. Well, I certainly think I have.
Oh, indeed, it's great because these girls have never really had that 2 to 3 times a week opportunity, and that's what they're getting regularly now. And add on to that the S&C and the other levels or other support that you get, and they're really great to watch now. These games, and so they should be. And we're not done yet. That's the thing, is we're nowhere near peaking. It's the same as women's sport in and around the world. It's just really, really developing.
Smale to bowl her last over then. 32 conceded so far, that's it. Yeah, and you just have to look at, it doesn't really matter which stat you look at. I mean, somebody who's great at that is Hypercourse, that account to follow on Twitter, and you can, well, that's a very sharp single and possibly too sharp. It's not taken cleanly by Smale. If she'd managed to knock that even onto the stumps, I think it certainly would have been a decision for Jack Chantry to make. If it had been a direct hit, I suspect he wouldn't have had to have thought about it for too long. And it was Sophie Luff who they decided to take on as well.
She went off for a little walk down there as well. I think she was disappointed with the outcome there.
Well, she'd want to hit the target, wouldn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, she's not afraid to let you know what's going on in her mind, Sophie Luff. That's going to run away down towards deep third. This will test the speed of the outfield, which has been very quick so far, but it's much longer down towards that end than it is towards this one, so it's just the 2 runs in the end. As far as Sparks' target, as it were, for this competition, are there sort of more individual targets? Are you targeting a specific finish? What's the target?
I think what you could say is we're targeting to try and achieve where we got last year. So trying to make a playoff game, make a final. If we are about producing players for England as well. So I think it's going to be. I don't think it will be an obvious ending to this competition as it has perhaps been in previous times, and I think players are getting better. England players coming in and out of the competition as well. So who knows who's going to be in the final stages? Hopefully Sparks.
Well, with shots like that from Fackrell, that will certainly help things as far as this game is concerned. One ball left in this 42nd over, and I suppose in terms of juggling all those things, juggling player development, trying to win games, a slight fumble from extra cover there will allow them to come through comfortably enough for the single. I suppose that's what, that's running aside at the moment. That's what it's about. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I must spend 2 to 3 hours on the phone to Lloyd, head coach, a week. It's one of those where we've got our plan A, but we also have to have B, C, D, E, so on and so forth. And particularly, with the direction of travel that I think we're going to be heading in, that professionalisation.
Yep.
I think as well as the contracts for the 100, the profile of the game is going to be rising and rising and rising, and that's great to see.
Indeed it is. And Laura, I think we may let you go, but
see you later.
We will, exactly. This will not be the last that we hear from you. So we'll be back in the second innings for Charlie, I'm sure, to ask you some far better questions than I've asked.
I'll go and check my stats. That's what I'm going to go and do.
So she's going to go and check her stats.
That's what we want. No, I'm joking. No, that was great. It was really interesting to hear her point of view there. Someone who's been there and done that in the game. 13 test matches. It's a lot in the women's game. So this one's just fired out towards cover. Quick single. Fackrell taking the game here to Western Storm. Just in that time that I've not been on air, a few drop catches, a couple of return catches. That one that Katie George let go through her hands there. Wonder how big an impact that will have. I've counted 4 now. Some of them sharp chances. Not all of them would be taken, but if 2 of them had stuck, could be very different. Oh gosh. Worn on the body by Danny Gibson there. Oof.
Now, fielding on those used pitches there, I think the one that she's standing on was actually the last T20 pitch, which Gloucestershire played on, I think, against Middlesex. So only recently used.
Cut away this time towards the fielder at deep point. There's just the one run from it. This is good stuff from Niamh Holland. Not played an awful lot of List A cricket, so good to see that she's in the side here. Of Somerset's young talented players.
And as we've been discussing, with so many options, there's a chance that she doesn't even bowl.
And she is again over the wicket to Fackrell, who plays this one out again. And this time it's Lauren Filer, who fields not too far in from the boundary in that longer side.
And that, for me, is one of the fascinating things about talking to people like Lisa and Laura, because they do have so many different things to juggle. Because whilst you want to win as many games of cricket as possible, you've got so many other things that you have to look at.
Even full ball, this one driven, and it'll only get picked up. No, it won't. It'll go straight through Georgia Hennessy. Should have been picked up. That's bonus runs there. And Freeborn picking up a boundary.
Yeah, and of course Freeborn was dropped out on the boundary earlier as well. So these runs are going to be hurting Western Storm. And certainly going to be something that they'll be talking about in their post-match debrief, whether they win or lose. It's not easy because the outfield, I think it's showing the effects of already quite a long season and the dry weather that we've had.
Holland in this one again, cut, and there is just a single that time. Bit of a fumble from Filer in the field. A fumble from Filer in the field, but they don't let any more come through, so just the single there. And the score now moves on to 178 from 43 overs, so they're well placed here with those 5 wickets in hand. They can, especially with someone like Freeborn nicely set on 27, can push forwards. And interesting, Laura, they're talking about 220. I wonder if they'll just be thinking, I would maybe be looking a little higher than that, perhaps increase the rate a little. Well,
I think it's one of those things also about how important that wicket of Freeborn would have been, because she's the one, well, along with Thackeray as well, but these are the two, I would say, that they'll be wanting to face the majority of the overs. It's not exactly an earth-shattering statement, that, but in terms of one of their most powerful batters who can add the most runs at the end of the innings, Freeborn would be up there on the list of players that they would want to have out there at that stage. And then you start getting into the likes of Georgia Davis, Grace Potts, probably come in next. Add runs, but it's not necessarily going to be the amount that Freeborn.
No, exactly. It's such a cliche, isn't it? Catches win matches, but they do make a massive difference. And I've mentioned those 4, and I don't want to make it seem like there should have been 4 catches, because some of those were really sharp chances. But definitely 1, if not 2, would have made a huge difference. Here, that one coming in a bit from the bowling of Danny Gibson. There's no run from Freeborn.
So Gibson can now bowl out from the Ashley Down Road, and she can bowl all of the final 4 overs. And she would be somebody that you'd really be trusting, relying upon in that role.
Here she is again, and this one is driven into the onside, well picked up by Captain Sophie Luff. Yeah, it was a tiny bit wayward, wasn't she, in her opening spell? A few wides in there. How many did she bowl?
5 in the end.
5 wide, so she you can't afford to do that towards the end. At the beginning, you've got a little bit more leeway, I guess, as batters are also fresh. But Freeborn here will be on it, as will, I'm sure, Thackeray. In comes Gibson. This one is Freeborn, just turning it again to Sophie Luff.
Yeah, I think also early on you have the swing to try to control, which does, obviously you have to control it, but you don't have the swing to control at this stage. It can probably account for a good 3 or 4 of those wides alone.
Yeah. She comes now over the wicket. This one, again, causing some problems for Freeborn, who can't get it away. Lovely skies here. Like Laura's description of Simpson's clouds on the opening credits there. It is a bit like that. It's glorious, really. Also, I always think of it a little bit, I don't know why, but Toy Story always comes to my mind. When you look at the skies in Toy Story, often like that, similar.
Yep, with you. Oh, speaking of which, because it has absolutely nothing to do with what I was going to say.
Toy Story, speaking of which.
No,
where's this going?
I have no idea why it reminded me at all.
It's going to have to wait, because Gibson's running in over the wicket, full and turned around the corner, and just come through for a single there. Won't take on Skelton's arm. Go on.
It's nothing to do with that at all.
Oh.
But during the break, I did have a little look at that stat which I'd wondered about.
Right.
And I think that I am right in saying that it is the highest score in Storm's first game, the highest score, 260, with no batter making a 50.
Full and dug out, no run. Which
in
is
the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, that is.
And that is an interesting stat, because actually it shows just how a team now can spread where the runs come from. They don't have to rely on 1 or 2 players. It's the point you made with Laura, isn't it, actually, that the talent is growing throughout the 11 players and not just relying on the 2 England players that you've got or someone like Sophie Luff.
Yeah, and I think it's in a similar way, actually, to just T20 cricket as a whole now. You see far more large scores where you've got scores quite spread out throughout the order, whereas in the past, to get a huge score, you'd need somebody to go on to make 80 plus, even 100, to get up to a really massive total, whereas now everybody can just come out and make a 20 or a 30 at close to 2 a ball, and that can still get you up to a massive score.
Good over from Gibson, just the 1 from it.
And Filer is losing her run. So will have to turn tail and try again. So she's got 2 overs.
Well,
left.
it's interesting, isn't it? I was just about to say that. So she's going to bowl the 45th and 47th over, which then leaves you with a couple left after that. Where are you looking? Someone like Katie George maybe still got 6 overs to go?
Definitely a potential
Neve
option.
Holland still got 5. She's bowling well.
Cut but not timed. Backward point will do the fielding. Fran Wilson testing out Nat Wraith there. There was backing up, but I'm not sure Sophie Luff would have liked to have been used there. But yeah, the other option is we haven't seen Georgia Hennessy bowl yet.
That's
and
true,
she's got a
yes.
lot of variations up her
Yes.
sleeve. She could come on and bowl at the end. It's not an easy thing to do, to bowl
Straight your first over.
Yes.
No.
Pulled firmly out towards deep square. George does the fielding.
Filer's been very good today, hasn't she?
I think that's the other thing, isn't it? So, as I was talking about, really, with the wicket of Freeborn, if you can get rid of somebody here, I like going aggressive with kind of your strike bowler, as she's been in these 2 matches so far, and she is that kind of bowler. Forced away into the offside. They're thinking about 2, and they're going to get it because it's been fumbled by Holland out on the deep cover boundary, so they will manage to turn it back.
I don't know how, but it definitely bobbled a bit there. It definitely seemed to jump up just as it reached Neve Holland, so give her the benefit of a bit of a bobble, I think.
Yes, it's not easy out there.
No.
You've got the practice pitches, which are going almost all the way out towards the boundary. Them to deal with as well. Helped away fine, down towards fine leg. It'll just be the one. Still got their fine leg back because of the pace of Lauren Filer. So she can afford to bowl a little there because of the fact that she's going to be testing them out with that short ball. But yeah, I like pushing for the wicket now because you can save yourself an awful lot of runs later by getting another one now, but pulled with good control again out towards deep square, and Katie George watching the ball right into the mitts, and that's another one which, even that one's taken a bit of a bobble as it's gone out towards her. Just a very gentle breeze, which I must say is quite nice to have. It's not exactly blowing a gale, but it's just enough to take a bit of the edge off the warm day.
Backed away a little bit there. Did Fackrell give herself some room? Didn't make the most of it though. I was sitting out. We've got a little balcony in front of us here, and while you and Lisa and then Laura were chatting, I was sitting out on the balcony, and it is hot out there. Even with that little bit of a breeze, we're lucky we're in the shade now, but even with a bit of a breeze, it doesn't really protect you that much from the heat. So we've got to bear that in mind, that these fielders in particular, but also the batters too, they're out there in the heat. But every single one of the Western Storm players is non-stop. There's no shade out on that field at all. This is pretty intense heat. You don't get too many days hotter than this, really. It's about 26 at the moment. So
I think it may warm up even further over the next couple of days.
This one is in the air on, a little tip over the post really, and they'll come back for a second. It's rolling towards the boundary where Neve Holland will bring it in carefully, and they'll come through for a third. And there's a appreciation for some of the work going on there.
I think Sophie Luff has saved 1 run there with that, rather than
it was
being a chance at all, really.
It was fingertips, wasn't it? It's sort of thing where you see a goalkeeper tip it over the crossbar. Yeah, quite right. I think that would have... I mean, the angle she got on it was flying towards that gap, but she had to get it over Sophie Luff. Sophie Luff's not that tall, but only just managing to do it here as Gibson comes in again. Full down the leg side, given as a wide.
Yeah, I mean, she's tremendously athletic, Sophie Luff, but I think even Sophie Luff didn't admonish herself after having not come up with that one, which I think says it all, really. We would have known if Sophie Luff had been angry about dropping it.
Yeah. No, I think
it's just a fingertip job.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good save, as you say. Saved the 1 run all the way through. Gibson gets a wicket, and just bowling it full. Really good ball from Gibson, and actually it was sort of trying back away there, Fackrell, giving herself the room. You'll see it on the replay here. Just a little shuffle backwards, and it's full on middle stump. And that is the end of Rhea Fackrell, who played fairly well for her. What did she make in the end? Was it 16? But I think she might a little bit behind. 16 she made in the end off 23 balls. So another breakthrough. Probably not the one they wanted, both of them useful to get out, but Freeborn looking the better set at 30. But a wicket is a wicket. Could just slow things down a bit for Western Storm here. Yeah, dragging that final total for Central Sparks down a bit.
Indeed, and although she couldn't have known, Gibson, that Fackrell was going to make that move, bowling a straight Yorker I don't think is a bad ploy, no matter who you're bowling to and what they're doing. So good execution from Gibson, and that's what she's got up her sleeve. She's got a lot of tricks, she's got slower balls, but she also has the ability to land that Yorker consistently, and that is one of the many reasons why she's getting the recognition that she is as far as England are concerned, already a fixture in England A sides, regardless of the format. And her progress with the bat as well has been really noticeable this season, and very much looking forward to seeing her in action potentially with the bat later on. Of course, Western Storm will hope that she's not needed, but I think that might be a little optimistic, even as far as they're concerned, to chase this down with only losing.
You've got to be realistic, haven't you? You're going to lose wickets. It's just the nature of 50 over cricket, of any cricket. You're going to lose wickets. You very rarely see 10 wicket victories, especially in the 50 over format. As Gibson's in again, full, and this time defended. New batter is Georgia Davis.
She hasn't played a lot of cricket this year, Georgia Davis. She's not played a part in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So this game and the Rachael Heyhoe Flint opener have been her first games for Sparks this season.
Useful player, Davis, as this is pulled. And she'll pick up her first run, at least one, just the single. Playing for Warwickshire as well as the Trent Rockets too. So another one who's picked up a gig there. It's great, isn't it, seeing so many players getting that exposure, because it doubtlessly gets more exposure than the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy or the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which it's a shame that those don't get quite as much. But she'll be on live TV, she'll be on broadcast on the big channels, as that one is just pushed forwards. Sophie Luff does the fielding.
The other thing I've noticed actually with the 100 is that they've often gone for the kind of more experienced county players sometimes over some of the, and this goes back to the kind of the balancing act between development and winning games. And I think 100 is very much, you're not worried about development in the 100, you're just about what is the best spectacle that we can put on. And I think sometimes you see some of the more experienced county players.
Gibson in, full toss, low, full toss, and this one played out towards the covers. And it's brought in. There is no run as Katie George does the fielding. Single, I beg your pardon.
Indeed. You can see that.
So you just have a look at
the
that.
100 is the replay of the wicket, and it is. I mean, she's taken a bit of pace off it as well, but it is the length and the line, full straight.
Full on middle stump, and then Fackrell just backing away. Was trying to make a bit of room for herself, but didn't account for the ball that was going to be hard to dig out on that length and line.
But just to finish the point, I think you'll see players playing who are thought highly of, futures important for them. So you'll see them come into games in this competition. And the Charlotte Edwards, that slapped to mid-off, quick single, shy at the stumps, hits, that's got to be close. And Sophie McClelland says not out. They're roaring.
She didn't really say anything, did she?
The dugout's roaring, which I'm not exactly certain why they're roaring, other than the fact that she made the single. Here's the replay.
Oh, that looks close to me. I reckon that's very close.
Well, I mean, you'd have to think a direct hit from mid-off is always going to be quite close when they've taken off for that single.
The umpire's much better placed than we are, but it did look very close, didn't it?
Yeah, obviously no TV umpire. You've got to be absolutely certain to raise that finger.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Tickled down towards deep third, where Skelton is able to field. Yeah, so I think you have that juggling act in this setup, whereas the 100, I mean, it's not actually uncommon to see. I can pick out several players who've done this, who've barely played in the Charlotte Edwards Cup actually, but they've played in almost every game in the 100. Oh, feeling for that one. Was there a nick on it? There was. It's been given by Sophie McClelland, and that is the end of Abby Freeborn. Huge wicket there. It's another one for Lauren Filer. She's got her third 3-wicket hauls in back-to-back matches for Lauren Filer, and she's done Abby Freeborn in there. A little feather, and Nat Wraith does the rest. So it's 7 down now, Central Sparks, for 192.
Yeah, what a game for Lauren Filer. 3 for 35 into her 10th over now. So not only picking up those 3 wickets, but sticking to less than 4 and over as well, which has been very good stuff. So we thought there might have been a wicket at the ball before, the run out, but actually the very next ball, there is a wicket as Freeborn goes. Now, this is tough here now, isn't it, for Central Sparks, with 3.5 overs to go, and they've lost the set batter. So we could see some big swings, big hits. There's no time to get in. You've got 3.5 overs, no time to really get yourself set. You've just got to go from the start.
Yeah, and I suppose now you go back to 220, really, don't you? Which is what was mentioned before, and they'd probably be fairly happy to scramble up to 220 from here.
Yeah, wickets have just kept coming, haven't they?
And again, it's been great captaincy from Sophie Luff for me to have Filer bowl now. You've had the payoff, you've got rid of Freeborn, and now potentially they can put the squeeze on the lower order here in the last few overs. Grace Potts on strike. And a play and a miss. Ooh. First ball.
Gosh, she really is having a great game, Lauren Filer, with the ball. I'd say she must be pretty worn out under those hot sun in the sunshine there. Coming in for your 10th over, picked up 3 for 35, really bending your back. Tough old day today. She'll be able to put her feet up for a little while though, once we get to 50 overs here.
Indeed, yeah. 10 or 11, I suspect, in terms of the batting position.
Yeah.
And no run into the leg side. And if this is a dot ball, then Lauren Filer will finish with exactly the same figures as she finished with last week against Lightning, 3 for 35, but that was from 8 overs. This would be from the full allocation of 10.
So technically better figures then,
exactly.
Even though it's the same on paper when you just look at it.
She's got 1 ball to pick up another one though, and it's going to be driven away, and it's going to beat extra cover. They'll get 1, that's all. As Throws managed to get through everybody but Katie George with some alert backing up, and she had to go a long way to back that throw up. So excellent work from Katie George, and the applause is for Lauren Filer from the crowd here at Bristol for 10 overs, 3 for 36, and she could easily have had 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, there have been chances, haven't they? But that has been very good stuff from Lauren Filer, really keeping the Central Sparks under control. So you can see 3 for 36 from 10. Really good stuff from Lauren Filer, who has a twin sister, Jodie, plays a bit for Somerset alongside Lauren. Was talking to Sophie Luff about the Filers, because they don't live far away, so they car share, they're sort of lift share sometimes. She's saying she finds it hard to get a word in edgeways with Lauren. And then you add in a twin sister as well, and she says there's absolutely no chance you can even speak to them, as Gibson continues from the Ashley Down Road end with a wide to start off with. Gibson, who picked up her first wicket in the previous over. 194 are we now for 7.
And this is probably where you just don't want to get too funky. You've got 2 lower order players out there now. I know it's the 48th over, but
line and length.
Exactly, until they hit you off that line and length.
Yeah. Which is what worked in a previous over, as that one is nicely parried there. Took the pace off it, which meant it was a easy stop for, in the end, Hennessy. Picked it up. Came through for the single. 195 for 7.
And it's easy to say from up here, go on, just bowl 6 balls on the same spot. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we've got the easy job, haven't we, up here? Gibson, who's been a really strong part of this Western Storm setup for quite a long time, despite the fact she's still very young. It's also slower ball and looping a bit, but a good one. No contact from the bat, and it goes through.
Well,
it's a dot ball.
Yeah, words I didn't think I would say today or any other day. Danny Gibson has done her in the flight.
Yes. Yeah. Just sort of looped in, didn't it? As we get a replay here, as you can see.
Just back of the hand.
Just back of the hand, and took all the pace off. That one is hit straight back to her. No width on that one. Nothing really that Davis could do.
And of course, she was part of the Western Storm setup back in KSL days.
Yeah, she was
as well.
Back when she was a teenager.
She's somebody who is, along with the likes of Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson, who of course had time away with the Sunrisers at the start of this before rejoining Storm this season.
Gibson in again, and that's cut, but only to the fielder at point. Direct hit would have been close, but backing up nicely was Grace Potts. They come through for a single. She's still 21, Danny Gibson.
It's extraordinary. So she was,
17?
Young,
maybe?
yeah,
18,
17, something like that. 16 even, when she was first part of the Western Storm setup in the KSL. And I'm sure it must have been fantastic for her to be around the group of players that the Western Storm had, and the success that they had as well.
And again, the former Gloucestershire player, as this one is played back down towards her, big sprawling dive, but can't get on it. She's just laying completely prostrate on the pitch. She hauls herself up to her feet in the hot weather. Yeah, she was born in Cheltenham. She's from Tewkesbury now, in the north of the county, about far away from here as you can get and still be in Gloucestershire, pretty much. Not much more of Gloucestershire once you get past Tewkesbury, is there?
Nope.
On the Worcestershire fringe. Playing for Wales now, as far as county cricket is concerned. This one is full. No run, good ball. Here at the death overs. That's the end of the over. So just the 3 from that. Or is that one more to come? No. That was a wide, wasn't there, I think, at the start. So, yeah, 3 from it, not bad.
Yeah, so somebody who's had a lot of injuries, but now, fingers crossed, seems to be over them and kind of really able to grow and fulfill her enormous potential. And she really can be one of those kind of, you look at the Australian side of them. You always look at the Australians as a kind of a comparison, regardless of gender, to be honest, when it comes to their cricket. But you look at the kind of cricketer that Australia is consistently producing, and they're all-rounders. Even the bowlers are pretty much all able to bat and hit the ball firmly as well. They can have such depth in batting, but still have the quality in their bowling attack. As it's going to be Katie George to bowl from the pavilion end. She'll start off with a wide down the leg side, coming round the wicket, as she does tend to do, Katie George, after the opening spell. You just don't want to be giving the right-handers that width from over the wicket. But, for me, Danny Gibson's exactly the type of cricketer that you start to see more of in the England side. Just be the one, I think, down towards long on, although they push as hard as they can. But the throw comes in. Oh, dear me, it's almost decapitated Katie George.
My word. Is that an odd bounce? Or the
dentist would have been waiting for a call, I think.
Just awkward bounce.
For a moment there. Goodness me. Did well to get out of the way of it.
200 nearly up then for Central Sparks, 199 for 7.
Towards extra cover, but Sophie Luff's in very tight, and there'll be no single there. George wants the ball back immediately, marching at some pace back to a mark. And Katie George, another one of those types of cricketers, really, but beset by injuries too of late, and it's magnificent to see her back bowling full stop. Trying to swing the ball into the leg side is Davis, and George is off immediately to make sure they can't grab a cheeky leg by.
Well, there might have been a bit of pace off in that one, I think, hence the difficulty in timing it for George Davis.
Yeah, because she sort of tried to use the pace, but then there was no
Not
pace
much of
at
it.
all.
No.
No.
Does make it difficult. But yeah, just sort of had to stagger her swinging shot there, but didn't quite get the pace of the ball right, as you say. Didn't judge it.
Swatted towards long on. And again, they push hard. They are going to turn it back this time. Throw's going to come into the keeper's end. This should be a dismissal, and is. Jack Chantry gives Georgia Davis out. The 200 does come up, but at the expense after that of the 8th wicket. So instead of 201, it's 200 for 8. And to be honest, that was never 2. And Nat Wraith taking the throw nicely, didn't have too much to do. Whips the bails off. And that's the wicket.
Yeah, that was a very risky second run. Actually, Nat Wraith had a lot of time. Really, obviously it's not loads of time when you've got someone running towards you, but in the, when you look at run-outs, to have time to take a step and move toward, it wasn't under that much pressure from the run. She knew she had that time and made sure that you execute it right, because sometimes you've got that pressure, you know that someone's running towards you, trying to get in, you take your eye off the ball, looking at where they are. No, it was all really nicely done by Western Storm. Pick up their 8th wicket. We've got 8 balls left. 200 for 8 here, and we're now down to the number 10 batter coming in. Liz Russell, I think, will come out.
Indeed it is, yeah. Left-hander. Always easy when you've got a left or a right-hander to choose between, which, as you were mentioning, is not something that the Western Storm would do at all.
11 right-hand bats.
To have 3 left-handers in this side, but they've also got 2 more left-handers in Stephanie Butler and Gwen Davis, who aren't playing, so they could even have more left-handers. But Liz Russell is a left-hander, another member of the Warwickshire side. So George will switch over the wicket for her. Driven in the air and gets it over, and that's going to skip away to the boundary for 4. Well. What a start. Where have you been, Liz Russell?
Yeah, well, we've got 8 balls left. We want to see her for the next 10 overs, really, if she's going to play like that for her at Central Sparks. Good start. No getting in. I did say that. You haven't got that time to get in, so you've just got to swing from the start, and that paid off there from Russell's point of view. Great shot.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I suppose, George is bowling that line and length because she's not really expecting that shot. Now she's seen that, does she change for her last ball? Gives her a slower ball, and that goes nowhere at all. So intelligent stuff from Katie George.
It was in her pad. Did you see it? Was right.
Oh, it has.
In
it's
the top
lodged.
Of her pad.
Yeah, lodged in the pad, which of course is not out nowadays. Even if you then, as a fielder, go sprinting towards the batter and try to pluck it out of the pad, not out as it used to be out. So 204 on the board with just the 1 over left. Actually, the other thing about that run out was the intelligence to throw it at the keeper's end. Because if you hurl that as hard as you can at the bowler, not only does the bowler risk getting decapitated, as we saw from Katie George earlier on in the over, but also the batter's had the head start.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? Running a second run, you're heading back to either the on-strike batter is heading back towards the wicket-keeper, isn't it, on a second run? So, yeah, as you say, obviously you're slightly delayed as a batter because you've got to start your run after you've played the shot, as opposed to the off-striker who can...
It was Danny Gibson who did it as well.
Exactly, yeah, no, very good stuff. I think it's Gibson we'll see, as you said, bowling out here. Last over then of the first innings, 204 for 8. How high can Central Sparks get? Gibson in. Oh, nicely played. Nice ball. Has that gone all the way through? Boulder, it's taken the bails off. The way it flew through to the keeper, I thought it must have just avoided it, but no, it's hit the stumps, first ball. Well, 9 down now, and there's a risk here. Central Sparks might not see out the end of their overs, as we'll get a wide view here of, as it just dislodges the bails, goes flying through to the keeper. We were a bit unsighted of the stumps, I will say, in my defence, as the batter is standing in front of them, but still. Great first ball.
It's also not always the easiest. I know they've got white bails here. It's one of my big bugbears in the championship, men's county championship, is the fact they use green bails, which, when you're trying to look past the green bails to the green backdrop, is not always easy. You do have white bails for this one, but somehow even they in this light look quite similar to the light grass behind them. But yeah, it was a nice piece of bowling from Gibson, and she's just been canny about this. Change of pace, but not try to do too much in terms of land the ball right in the block hole. And to be honest, the change of pace ought to be enough for lower order stroke tail, and it was for Potts that time. So Hannah Baker is the number 11 batter for Central Sparks with still 5 balls left to use.
So everyone getting a go, which is nice, isn't it? It's a bit like how we played out at the village.
Not sure that Laura McLeod would quite see it that way.
Everyone having a nice go. As this one's played into the offside, they've come through for a single, and quite happy to keep it at that. Sophia Smale, I think that is, picking it up. And just the one added. So Central Sparks 205 for 9 with just 4 left to go. Gibson, who has got 2 now for 37. Good figures, really. She'd love to pick up a third and finish off this Central Sparks innings. Mainly probably to get out of the sunshine, I should think, after the heat. She's been out there, for 3 and a bit hours? Since we started at 10:30. So that's long enough, isn't it, without protection from the sun. Around the wicket comes Gibson. This one is fired into the covers, where Sophie Luft does a good bit of sliding stoppage, and there is just the 1 run added. 206 for 9 then.
Sprawling in the dunes of the Sahara there at
It was
extra
a bit.
cover.
Puff of dust. Those old pitches, quite dusty under these. We haven't had all that much rain. We had a bit of rain around last week, but it wasn't sort of consistently heavy for great long periods of time. Was it sort of showers coming in, as this one is? A bit of slower ball, I would say, from Gibson. Good dot ball. Pace doing Baker. They're not able to get onto it. 206 for 9 it stays.
These slower balls are really working a treat, but it's hard to tell whether they would work as well against a top order player, whether the pitch is offering a bit of grip.
Yeah,
we'll
very well.
See.
Bowling to number 11 with them as this one goes straight through. There's another dot ball. This is good stuff from Gibson. Wicket first ball, just a couple of runs since it. 206 for 9, and I think Western Storm would fancy their chances, chasing down just over 200 here, but a lot of cricket to be played yet.
Yeah, and a good bowling attack waiting for them.
Certainly is. Last ball of this innings. Gibson in quite full, goes through to the keeper. They're going to run, and there's missed the throw from the keeper, and there will be a run out. That's it, all out on the last ball. 206. They did not complete a single there. So that is the end of Central Sparks. 206 all out from their 50 overs. And we now know that Western Storm will be chasing 207 to win. Ed, just briefly, thoughts before we go on our lunch break here, but thoughts on how Central Sparks performed there?
Yeah, well, I think it was a strange old innings in a way, because we started off thinking it was going to be a belter, and all the shots early on, particularly from Perrin at the start, 22 off 29, but 4 boundaries, all the indications were that I was kind of right. We might see another high-scoring game, but gradually, as the innings went along, it seemed to get tougher. The spinners did a really nice job for the Western Storm in controlling that middle portion of the innings, albeit actually it was only one of the wickets picked up by spin, and it was the aggression of Filer up front, taking a couple of early wickets and then coming back with a tremendous spell at the end there, finishing with 3 for 36, and then Niamh Holland with 2 vital wickets of her own, 2 for 17 in the end from 5 overs, and a couple of wickets for Danny Gibson as well. Those were the other wicket takers. So pace got the wickets. I think spin played an important role, and I think it's a really tricky one to judge, because we've seen that strokes can be played equally. Pretty much every type of bowling seems to have had some success at some point, and we've seen the response there from the surface for slower balls, for cutters, that sort of thing. So I don't know. You would fancy your chances any time, I think, chasing 207, but at the same time, it's not going to be easy. You've got 2 leggies to contend with, plenty of other spin options as well, and Grace Potts, England A as well. Seamer opening the bowling, it's not going to be an easy chase.
No, it won't be an easy chase for sure. It's still runs that need getting, and there's plenty of Central Sparks bowlers, as we were talking about there, who would love to take some wickets. Interesting that Spin didn't take too many wickets here, just Skelton picking up the one, but otherwise largely down to pace.
Just looking elsewhere, just before we depart for our lunch break, just to bring you up to date with what's happening in the other games. Thunder taking on Lightning, rather amusingly.
Enjoy that.
Yeah, it's always good when Storm play as well. There's just a couple of balls left in that innings. 232 for 9, with Ellie Threlkeld having made 91 for Thunder. Northern Diamonds were bowled out for 194 against Sunrisers. Sunrisers, I think, still without a win in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They won in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, but great chance to win there. 4 wickets each for Grace Scrivens, who took 4 for 20 in 10 overs. What a prospect. Wow. And Maddie Villiers 4 for 36 as well. Southern Vipers recovered from a slow start to make, well, they're actually still going. They're 282 for 8 with 10 balls left in the innings. Georgia Elwis a runnable 115. And Emily Windsor 90 from 79 balls with 13 fours.
Great.
Doing it for the commentary team. Right, so I think we shall take our leave for the interval. We'll have some lunch. I'm sure you'll do the same, and we'll be back with the Western Storm requiring 207 runs to win.
Opening the innings for Western Storm, Georgia Henderson and Alex Griffin.
Terry Blake on the PA, welcoming back the Western Storm opening batters to the middle, with Central Sparks having been bowled out off the last ball of their 50 overs for 206. Western Storm require 207 runs to make it 2 from 2 in this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And Central Sparks looking to avoid going 2 losses from 2. In glorious sunshine here at Bristol. Ed Seaborn and Charlie Taylor to take you through the opening portion of the innings. Will be joined later on by Western Storm player Emma Corney and another stint from Laura McLeod, the Central Sparks Regional Director of Cricket, but it'll be Charlie and myself to take you through the opening stages. And Grace Potts to open the bowling with a nice looking delivery outside the off stump. And no shot from Alex Griffiths, elevated to open, along with Georgia Hennessy.
Which is quite interesting, isn't it, that opening pair? Coming from the middle order, Hennessy obviously a bit of an all-rounder, though. Didn't see her bowl today.
No.
But they're not out-and-out batters, or certainly Hennessy isn't.
Nice drive, and that gets through the covers. They'll get 1, think about 2, which they should make, although it's nicely fielded with the slide, and Western Storm are underway.
I don't think I've ever eaten a chili con carne that quickly before. Whew.
Yes, it is one of the unfortunate logistical problems of where we do our commentary from. As you've seen throughout the first innings, we are in the Sky Flat, and unfortunately our food is on pretty much completely the opposite side of the ground.
It's about as far away as you can get in this ground.
It's another pleasant drive, but only as far as mid-off this time. Fielded by Sarah Glenn there, who I suspect will have quite a significant part to play in this innings if Central Sparks are to defend this total.
Yeah, so you only get half an hour break. So you wander over there, pick up the food, wander back, by which point you've got about 10 minutes till play begins. So you haven't done yours yet, though, so you need to eat yours.
Aerial this time from Griffiths, but it'll plop well short of Sarah Glenn.
How much did you get through?
About 4 or 5 mouthfuls.
Okay.
And then the umpires came out. Well, the bell rang, which was kind of my cue for, I'd rather not just absolutely chug this down.
Got to get priorities sorted out there. Bell goes, start wolfing. That is my cue.
Turned neatly out towards deep backward square. They should just get the 1 though, and do.
If it had been a pint, I would have described that as downing it. But I'm not sure you can down a chili con carne.
No, well, I think you can.
Well, I basically did.
Yeah.
My sister uses the phrase inhale it when she eats food quickly. I think I inhaled that.
Down it.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah.
Not that we'd encourage behaviour like that at all.
Well, it's fine if it's a chili con carne.
Well, that's true, okay.
I think that's all right.
As long as it's not too spicy.
Yeah. And that was a lovely little kick on that one.
Hennessy to face, and edges that one, gone. And that's the early breakthrough that Central Sparks needed. Grace Potts has struck, and Georgia Hennessy is out for a first bowler, and Western Storm 3 for 1 after the first over.
Not the start Western Storm needed. Golden duck for Georgia Hennessy. She trudges off. Oh dear, that's a great start for Central Sparks, who look really happy. You can see them celebrating there, coming from all parts of the ground to celebrate with Grace Potts, picking up a wicket on her 6th ball. Well, that's going to bring out potentially the captain, Sophie Luff. Bumped into her mum in the lunch break. Had a quick chat with her. Did have to leave, obviously. I was keeping in mind how much food I still had to eat in the short space of time, but it was nice to speak to her.
Yeah, well, Sophie Luff coming out earlier than she'd hoped for, but certainly won't be a stranger to a situation like this, as any number 3 knows nowadays. You can effectively be an opening batter, well, particularly nowadays. Probably always been the case. But coming out after just 6 balls bowled, and Sophie Luff, well, she won't need something quite like the last time she batted on this ground in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, where she made an unbeaten 157 from 142 balls at the end of last year. If she does that, I think it's safe to say the others haven't really pulled their weight.
Yeah. The her high score, not unsurprisingly, in list A cricket, it's 157. Yeah.
And amazingly, it wasn't even the highest score on that day.
Was that the one with Amy Jones?
No, it was Catherine Bryce.
Catherine Bryce.
162. She came up a couple of runs short of Amy Jones's innings against Western Storm last season. And opening with spin here.
Well, we did think there would be a lot of spin, so we'll see how this goes down, because actually we didn't see them use that much. It's Georgia Davis who will be bowling to Alex Griffiths, who angles this one down through the wicketkeeper's legs. And the slip fielder in the end, Captain Jones, comes around to pick it up, and there is no run added.
Kind of some slow tennis ball bounce almost there, which almost could have caused that to pop up to slip.
Plenty of spin options. This one is turned into the leg side. Well, this feels like it could be a tricky target to chase down. Oh, and the blonde bombshell to my left. That is Ed Seaborn is removing a layer. He's been in a jumper all day, and I must say I have been pretty concerned for him. This one is pushed into the leg side, but he's down to the T-shirt now. I'm surprised you lasted right through to this time in the jumper, Ed.
Well, it was mostly for the sake of sun cream.
You're trying to save money on sun cream. Here comes Davis. This one is pushed into point by Griffiths.
No, Charlie. It was more the fact that I was on commentary from probably about over 25 in the end through to the end of the inning, so I didn't get an opportunity to sun cream up after the sun had started to make its way round.
Griffiths again coming forwards, but just pushing it towards the bowler. Good over this. No runs from it.
Unfortunately, I can't tan like yourself, so I just burn.
I would say there's a very slight difference in our complexion, is how I would say it. Ed, if you've not seen him before, is
white as a sheet.
There's a big call here for LBW. Asking the question, McClellan not going to give that. You've got blonde locks, Ed. Luscious long blonde locks. Oh, there is no run at the end of that over. So, good over, maiden. To start off from Georgia Davis.
Georgia Davis, how can you not give that out? Come on! Well, she didn't say that, obviously, but her body language did.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, maiden, as you say, and things are already looking a little tricky for Western Storm here, and this is already starting to look a bit like the game that we saw in the Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier on here, where, as referenced, sometimes 100, 105, 110 can be a tricky chase. It certainly was on that occasion. It took Alice Davidson-Richards in terrific form to see the South East Stars to victory.
We should say, shouldn't we, that 40 overs, if they can chase it down in 40 overs, they'll get the bonus point, Western Storm. And if Central Sparks can keep Western Storm to 164, that's their target.
Bit of shape again, and an extraordinary noise out in the middle. I'm not sure whether you heard that on the effects microphone, but that was probably one of the funnier noises I've heard emitted for a ball, which one fielder in particular was a little overexcited by.
No, I didn't catch that.
Ooh! Something like that, anyway. I can't quite do it, I'm afraid. It was an even worse attempt than I thought it was going to be.
Beautiful blue skies.
Slip in place, and Luff is just having to be watchful here. I mean, they can afford a slow start in terms of runs, because the run rate required is not going to climb on them very quickly. But if they lose, say, especially if they lost 3 wickets inside the first 10, and then you've got to get through the spinners in the middle, that starts to become problematic even in a short chase. And Luff just watchfully leaving alone.
Well, Luff is really important here, isn't she? She's so reliable with the bat. One down early. Very achievable target, but with a strong bowl attack. You'd say Western Storm should be chasing down the 200, but as I said in commentary before the break, a lot of cricket to be played yet. It's a long format, the 50 overs. Momentum will shift and swing.
That's wide and just inside the markers Jack Chantry signals 2 balls remaining in the over.
I think Sophie left that, didn't she, thinking it might be given as a wide, but I think that's a fair enough call, that it was within the marker.
It's phenomenal, Sophie Luff's runs in the Rachael Heyhoe Flynn Trophy. Just extraordinary consistency. And just meeting that one in defence this time. And last year, 417 runs in 7 innings, that 157 not out, plus another 3 half-centuries. I mean, it seems a bit silly in a way to talk about statistics, given that it was such a short competition the previous season. But if anything, she was even better in the 2020 season, which is hard to believe when you average nearly 70. But she's had a feel for this one, and there's an inquiry, but nothing more. Grace Potts causing problems, and that's a maiden over for her as well. So 3 for 1 after 3 overs, Western Storm. And we talked about the confidence that Danny Gibson would have after getting the call up for England A. Well, Grace Potts is somebody else who'll be riding the crest of a wave as far as confidence is concerned, and she's already got the breakthrough of Georgia Hennessy and just bowled a maiden.
And back-to-back maidens for Central Sparks here. Good start for them. It's been a tricky 3 overs. Luff there trying to drive square, wasn't she? Didn't get the ball. And we'll see more from Georgia Davis then, bowling to Griffiths, who just is able to fire this back towards her. No run.
In 2020, in 6 matches, Sophie Luff 339 runs, average 68, and another unbeaten century, which came also on this ground.
She likes playing here. Griffiths, this one is angled through to point, but again, it's another dot ball. It's a lot in a row now. What are we up to? At least 14. I can't remember the last ball of the first over. May well have been a dot ball as well. But certainly over 2 overs now. Is this one again? No run, pressure building here on Alex Griffiths. I hope the crowd have been putting the sun cream on there in full sunshine.
Somebody's even got a parasol up there.
So this one again, played back to nearly the bowler, but in the end going to mid-on. Someone's got, where's the parasol? Where are we looking?
Right on the right edge of the mound stand.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, I think it is just a white umbrella, but we'll call it a parasol.
Well, I guess it's doing the job of a parasol. Oh, this one in the air, and it's going to be safe. And in fact, it will run away for 4 there. And finally, the pressure is relieved. Alex Griffiths using an expansive shot, taking it over the fielder at mid-off. And 4 to the total. So finally, some runs to add. There we go. And there's,
well done, sir.
Well, you say it's an umbrella. But definitely, if it's doing the job of a parasol, as far as I'm concerned, it's a parasol.
If it looks like a parasol and functions like a parasol, it is a parasol.
Who's to say it isn't one? Davis in again, and this time after that 4, no need to rush things. Alex Griffiths happy just to bat that one safely into the offside, and they'll take the 4 runs from the over there, Western Storm, and they move up. They've over doubled their score in that over. They move up to 7 for 1. Less than 200 now to chase down for Storm. They won't be thinking about that bonus point now. It's all about just getting that win. And then maybe if with 6 overs to go you think it's in reach, you maybe try for it. But
yeah, it doesn't really feel like maybe the type of surface where you can just go that hard that you can get ahead of things and really break the back of the total. It feels like a kind of surface where you're just going to have to bed in, see off the swing that's out there for Grace Potts, and then I don't know that you're really going to be able to play too many attacking strikes through the middle part of the innings either. It's very full, work towards mid-on. That's a nice single taken. Shot at the stumps, hits from Georgia Davis, but I think Sophie Luff was already past. Almost already past Georgia Davis, actually, by the time that the throw hit, but she's off the mark.
Well, and that's Luff, isn't it? Getting off the mark. That's what that shot says to me is, yeah, I'm up and running, getting going. Now I can sort of settle into my game.
Southern Vipers ended up making 3 106.
Yeah, good team. Machine.
Phenomenal. So we're 16 for 2 at one point. Potts, pardon me, bowls. And that's nicely driven through the covers, just neatly timed. It won't go for 4, but they will be able to come back for quite a comfortable 2.
Yep, not trying to hit it too hard, just a sort of a no follow-through punch through that area, and a couple of runs, finding a gap. Nice shot.
In fact, there were 10 for 2, Southern Vipers, 35 for 3, and 74 for 4.
And they made 300 and what?
Yeah, 74 for 4 in the 20th over, and they go on to make 306.
Yeah, that's good batting.
Against the South East Stars as well. Robust defensive shot from Griffiths. Yes, Alice Davidson Richards, 3 wickets, but she went for 87. I mean, that's some effort.
Wow, gosh.
Given the way that she's been bowling, and she's going to need to take her revenge with the bat, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, she's got the ability.
Century on Test debut.
Yeah.
You can't make up things like that. Well, you can, but you don't see them happen very often. Griffiths again.
Well, especially
quietly defensive.
in the story was she was not even a surefire pick, was she, for the game? She was. There's no definite thought that she would be in that side. So even more remarkable innings at Taunton.
Yeah, I'm so very pleased to see her picked, and she's a fantastic cricketer.
Yeah.
But, there's lots of competition out there now, which is great. Reaching for that one a little bit was Griffiths, just turns it into the leg side in the end.
Inside edgy.
Yeah, and she's been getting that consistent away shape as Potts, but eventually she'll get one, and that may have been the one there, just not to move. Sometimes those can be the deadliest deliveries, the ones that just go straight on, if you're able to get the ball to swing consistently outside of those. It's a bit further back of a length. Had an opportunity to try to whip that one away into the leg side, but couldn't get anything on it. And it's not been easy, actually, in terms of knowing exactly where the ball's going to bounce. We've seen a couple keep a little bit low, we've seen a few pop up. So playing the pull shot doesn't seem particularly easy, and we saw a couple of the Sparks batters in particular, the likes of Perrin and Freeborn, have real difficulty playing the short ball against Filer. But I don't know whether the Central Sparks, missing the likes of Izzy Wong and Emily Arlett, so it would have been great to see them bowl on this. It would have been really interesting to see what they could have extracted, but they may not be able to attack Storm the same way with the short stuff. At the same time, they may not need to.
Slip still in place. In fact, it's the captain herself, Eve Jones. Davis to continue then from the pavilion end. Sophie Love-Waite using her feet coming forwards, but in the end just defending. Getting to the pitch of the ball. There is no run added.
It's one of the things she does so well, Sophie Love. I mean, obviously using the feet full stop, but then using the feet and recognising when actually it's time to pull out, not go through with the shot.
Again coming down, this time driving. Oh, lovely shot. Picked out the gap perfectly. Through the onside, all the way for 4. That was timed beautifully, placed beautifully. You can't get much better than that.
That's a phenomenal shot. And there's absolutely, for Sophie Love, no risk in that. If you saw somebody else do that, you'd say, well, charge down the pitch. You could easily have, I don't know, yorked yourself, something like that. But she's so good at recognising where the ball's going to be, intercepting it on the full if necessary. As I say, sometimes just pulling out, realising when you're going to be yorked, and just don't take that extra step down to york yourself. I mean, that's such a classy shot, that.
Using the feet again and again, as Ed's been saying, just deciding to defend back to Davis as another plane takes off from Bristol Airport in the distance, flying now over, well, as far as we're looking at it, over Clifton, but I'm sure it's further away than that, actually. In comes Davis again. This one goes up into the air and falls safely. I think there was a bit of bat in that. There's certainly the wicketkeeper, Freeborn, thought it was, but to land safely, hard to say exactly whether there was bat involved. Certainly flicked up. Just have a quick look at this. Yeah, I think there's a good chance there's some bat in there, but she's safe. Evaded slip and keeper. Davies rocking away here. Luff giving her some room on the offside, but only picking up the fielder just forwards of point. Who is Davina Perrin.
They've got some quite big jets at Bristol these days. It was get the Boeing 787 Dreamliners.
Oh, now we're talking. As Luff goes into the leg side this time. I must admit, Ed, I could not tell you what any type of plane is. I know that the big ones and the small ones, but what's a dream? Is that 2 stories, a Dreamliner?
No, it's still 1 story, but it's a sort of.
Are you into your plane watcher, plane spotter?
Not really, not massively. So
you just love your Dreamliners.
They're actually quite nice aircraft. Yeah, but I didn't realise that they came into Bristol. There we do.
I wonder where they fly to from Bristol.
Cancun.
Is that true?
One of them was.
Oh, right, one of them.
To, yeah.
Cancun, there we go. If you fancy a trip to. Was that Mexico, Cancun?
Yep, indeed.
Well, yeah. Bristol, only a small airport.
Yeah, well, as I say, I assumed that it would only be the smaller jets.
Oh, well done, Jim.
Bristol,
Jim's found us a picture of the
787.
The Dreamliner.
Nice. James is also telling us, and you would have, I'm sure, noticed that we're 6 overs in and the camera from behind the bowler's arm is not switched over for ends. As Potts continues and looking to dab a single into the offside as Luff, but can't get it between the fielders there. You will have noticed that the camera has not switched, and that's unfortunately because there is a problem with one of them, so sadly you'll just have to have the the Ashley Down Road end camera as far as the
get a commentator's eye.
But exactly, you'll just see what we have to see. Oh, low full toss and down the leg side, so it will be called a wide, but Grace Potts has got her hands clasped to her mouth, because I just wonder whether that had potentially a bit of swing on it, which was taking it back towards the stumps. She obviously thought so, but it's still been called a wide. Oh, quick single attempted here, and they'll make it. That's a
ouch.
A clever run, nothing that Fackrell could do, and then the
throw straight
was
into
looking
Griffiths.
down.
Yeah.
Right.
Throw straight into the side of Alex Griffiths as she came through. So slightly painful, I should think, when you're not expecting it.
You've seen
focusing on
the
finishing the run. Yeah. I thought Neve Holland picked herself up really well earlier on. Yeah.
Nice line and length from Potts, full straight, targeting off, middle and off. There's also a little bit of an issue at the moment in terms of the
who's on
score
strike.
and relative numbers to each batter. I can tell you at the moment, the main scoreboard, which is certainly more correct anyway, Griffiths has 9 and Luff has 7. I'm sure that will sort itself out before too long.
Yep.
So I suddenly thought, hang on, should I just describe an entire over where Griffiths chipped the ball? In fact, now we have got the ball being chipped and out, and Griffiths is gone. So that is the second wicket for Potts, and Griffiths is the batter who has to depart for 9, 17 for 2, just looking to turn the ball leg side. Here's the replay, and yeah, so I think it's actually the away shape which has done her in a way there, because it was looking like it was spearing down the leg side, then it swung, and that's what caused it to take the outer half of the bat, or maybe even the leading edge, go way up in the air, and an absolute dolly of a catch, and the Western Storm in further trouble here at 17 for 2.
Well, this is a worry now for Western Storm. These two excellent experienced batters, though, Luff and Wilson at the crease, but those two openers not done what Western Storm would have hoped they could have done, to give them a big platform. And now it'll have to be the middle order that take Western Storm through if they're going to win today. 17 for 2. And Central Sparks will feel like they are well on top here. Another wicket now, and they will feel that the job has very much been started in getting through these 10 wickets.
So Fran Wilson will come out to the middle, and this is a huge partnership for the Western Storm. These two who top scored in the first match of the season, which Storm ended up winning very comfortably on Duckworth Lewis. Luff made 48 and Fran Wilson 43 off just 37 balls with 4 fours and a couple of sixes.
Yeah.
But I suspect this innings will have to be of a very different nature to that one. She is on strike and pulling the ball hard away out towards deep forward square, but it'll only be one. Perrin out there in the deep and able to get across quickly.
No trouble with timing. That sounded nice off the bat. Fran Wilson, first ball.
Yeah, probably not quite the ball that Potts would have had in mind to offer up first, just a little bit short, and there was no chance for that swing, which has caused the issues so far for Potts. 2 for 9 with 1 ball left in her 4th over. And in behind that one, Luff getting the middle of the bat on it, but just in defence. So 18 for 2 Western Storm after 7 overs. Luff has 7. Yes, I really thought for a moment, have I been describing an over of Alex Griffiths doing the perfect Sophie Luff impression, but actually, no. However, as you say, opening batter's gone, and this very experienced partnership is going to have to do a bulk of the scoring for Western Storm if things are going to be comfortable. Not to say that those to come couldn't get these runs, but if the Western Storm are going to have a victory that they would think of as relatively comfortable, then these two are going to have to put on a fair chunk.
Well, Alex Griffiths faced exactly 5 overs worth of deliveries for just 15 runs, so slow progress, using up a 10th of the team's innings for just 15 runs. So Griffiths, you could see actually the frustration. She sort of slapped her bat against her pads when she got out. A frustrating way to get out, the top edge looping to mid-off, but also perhaps just beginning to feel like she was getting in, having faced 30 balls. So disappointing for Western Storm, but Central Sparks here, if they can turn that screw, pick up another wicket in the next 2 or 3 overs, well, Western Storm then have got a massive job to do. But as it is, these two got more than enough skill to help Western Storm towards that target, 207. This is full. Flicked onto the leg side by Fran Wilson. Off the bowling of Liz Russell. I'll come through just for the for a couple. Nicely done.
Really, Potts and Russell basically are Central Sparks' seam-up options. They don't really have
other than that.
anybody else because of the injuries and call-ups that they've had.
Russell bounding in again towards Wilson, who's only able to sort of slice this one out towards cover, and there is no addition. Now we've got our scoreboard sorted out, up to 7, and Wilson on 3 to Jim celebrates.
But also the other thing he's managed to do is, I think that is then the camera which is on top of the pavilion.
Oh, he's fixed the camera.
No. He's using a different camera. This one is the one that is on top of the pavilion, and it's fixed there.
Russell in again. Oh, and I tell you what, it's not far away from hitting the stumps. Fran Wilson is not hanging around here.
No.
And she picks up another one, but did well. Yes, I see what you mean now. It's a slightly different.
Yes, sort of height.
Picture the height, looking different. But very resourceful, well done.
Exactly. It just so happens that we're so far over towards that side of the ground with the way that the pitch is that we are absolutely bang in line with that camera.
Yeah, perfect. Why were we using the other one? Good stuff. 7.5 overs gone here. Russell into her first of the day under these lovely skies. It is beautiful weather. Got a bit of a heat wave coming. Russell in again. Luff forwards respectfully, batting that one back towards the fielders, and there is nothing added on.
Oh, the harbour side would be nice on a day like this.
Ooh,
absolutely
now we're talking.
Teeming, though, I suspect.
Yeah.
Everybody with their little spots dangling their legs over the edge of the quay side.
Nice. Yeah. Lovely city, Bristol. Lots of beautiful areas. Russell in. This one again defended by Luff. Quite happy to hang around a bit, unlike Wilson, who we haven't really seen play like that yet.
No, and in many ways, Wilson's role, you'd think, in the past, would not necessarily have been to come out and be the kind of counter-attacker necessarily. I mean, she'll manoeuvre the field a lot.
What can Luff do this time? We're going to see something a bit more expansive, yes, but only picking out the fielder who's shortish extra cover, and there is no run at it again. So Luff, since coming on strike, few dot balls, 1 to go in the over. Oh no, that is the end of the over, beg your pardon.
So I mean, you wouldn't necessarily think that Wilson is... she's not going to come out and be defensive, but at the same time, it's been intriguing to see how proactive she's been since coming out there. And she does still have the field up. And she's played a shot to, I think, every ball that she's faced so far. And we talked about that innings against the Lightning as well. And she came in with some more runs on the board at 47 for 2. So it was a different position, but she didn't hang about there either. And maybe she's just decided that, again, in this one, the position that they're in, the best form of defence is to go on the attack. She's not going to attack that one, though, because it's down the leg side. Although not by masses, it has to be said.
No, swaying out the way, and I think carefully watching it, because you always doubt it, don't you? Yes, that was, from our perspective, never going to hit the stump, but when you're facing the other way and they're behind you just think, what happens if I move out of the way, if I sway out of the way? Is it going to just clip the edge? But you can see a replay, she watches it all the way, looks there, just a bit of, maybe a tiny bit of panic. But no, good decision in the end.
Yep, gets the run for the wide to the total.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
A nice shot, yeah. Just laying back and cutting, deep third, trying to get there, but I don't think will. No, can't bring it in. Just nicely placed by Wilson. It's quite a typical Fran Wilson shot, that. Just use the pace of the ball and send it away back at a square, offside or leg side. This time it was offside, and that's an important boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot, lovely timing. We've seen that a couple of times already. Hasn't found the boundary until now, but Fran Wilson looks like she's seeing it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been so easy either just to kind of run that one down to deep third, or try and whack it too hard. And we've already seen a couple of cut shots edged and caught behind in this one, or potentially you just thrash it straight to one of the fielders on the ring on the offside. There is nobody between extra cover and point at the moment, with Sparks still rightly so going on the attack with the slip in place. And that is edged and short of slip. That one just didn't quite seem to fizz through like some of the others. And Fran Wilson, maybe she played it softly, I don't know. I was trying to see from the replay. It looked, on first glance, it looked to be quite a genuine edge, but it's almost ballooned to slip, but ballooned short of.
Is the slip standing close enough? That's the question for the pace. Does she need to be a step forwards of the wicketkeeper?
More than moral victory to Potts, though. Turned leg side, good call from Sophie Luff at the non-striker's end. These two will have an excellent understanding between the wickets, you would think, he says, before he causes a run out in the middle.
Almost certainly happening next ball now, we'll see.
But so far this over, 6 from it. And no need for any more risks to be taken, and certainly not against Potts, who's been terrific in this opening spell. Bit of inside edge, I think, maybe onto pad, probably going down the leg side anyway, but did seem to be 2 noises. Yeah.
Luff controlling the situation there. Big strong call of weight. There was a good call in the last ball as well. Captain out there making things happen. She knows she's got a job to do. She's got to help her team through this. It's a bit of a worrying period. These two can just see out 10 overs. Fran Wilson will have scored quite a few by then, the way she's going.
Dabbed away into the covers, but straight to extra cover, and there won't be a run. I mentioned Grace Potts would be kind of riding the crest of a wave, and she didn't just turn up and bowl in that England A game. She took 3 for 41 in the second innings, including the wickets of Lizelle Lee, recently announced her retirement from international cricket, and Laura Wolfart again. So there's something about Central Sparks bowlers and Laura Wolfart, seemingly. That's sort of shovelled away by Sophie Love. Trying to help that away fine, but it's fielded at short fine leg, and that's the end of over number 9. So Storm going along at just 3 per over, but then the required run rate is hardly out of control. She also took 3 for 20 in the semi-final of the Charlotte Edwards Cup to help see Sparks through to the final, which, guess what, Southern Vipers won.
Yeah, not a surprise. Are we saying that Grace Potts had something to do with Lizelle Lee's retirement from international cricket?
Well, I suppose in a small way, maybe she might have contributed, yes.
Is that going too far? Drawing too many conclusions? The sky just seems to be clearer every time I look at it. Clouds drifting away. Sun about to come bursting into our room here.
Yes, we're gradually, or at least
working
I am anyway, gradually,
back.
yes, retreating further and further into our
It is
flat
very
here.
hot. Very hot out there. See another one this time, just played out to point, and there is no run added. Liz Russell.
I can't imagine South Africa without Lizelle Lee. Really, it's one of those things. Her and Marizanne Kapp. It's just very hard to imagine what a South African side looks like without Lizelle Lee at the top, getting them off to those flyers. They're going to need somebody to kind of step up and do that.
Oh, this is a pull shot. No one out there got hold of it, did Fran Wilson. Lovely shot through mid-wicket. 4 more to the total.
God, that made a fearful crack off the bat, that one.
She's timing it really well.
Yeah, just don't know that you can afford to... Well, you can't really afford to be that length on most pitches, I think. It was not short enough to trouble Wilson, but I mean, actually, it wasn't even a kind of a half tracker like I thought it might have been. She's just seized on the length so quickly and picked it up and smacked it.
Russell in again and bowls Fran Wilson. Big breakthrough after being hit for 4. A great comeback. And now this is very difficult territory for Western Storm. Sparks are flying.
Yeah, that's their hashtag. And Russell with the perfect comeback, as you say, it was in a similar way actually to the fact that she pulled the previous ball for 4. She's tried to cut that one, but it is not that short. And she's ended up chopping it, or attempting to chop it, and castled. So 31 for 3. Well, we said 3 wickets inside the first 10, and that's exactly what Central Sparks have got. And again, I keep saying it, required run rate is not high, but wickets continue to fall, and Western Storm are going to need the depth of batting that they possess. I mean, it's only 4.3 and over that they need. It's not much, but...
And if we're going to be critical, you've got to say it. 4 and over needed. Okay, that's Fran Wilson's way of playing. But actually, when you've already lost 2 early on, is it not a bit more sensible to stay in and stay in and stay in? And rather, because she's got out there trying to hit more runs. She's basically played a shot a ball at every single one. Was it the right tactic? Now opens up the middle order of Western Storm with just 9.3 overs gone.
Well, I think she'll be furious with the shot selection, regardless of the mindset. I think, if that's and like I said in the first game, you really noticed that they were kind of prepared to get bowled out for a lower total, going for a higher one in the sort of Owen Morgan, early stages of no fear cricket, that sort of thing.
Well, or even Brendan McCullum now with England. That's the thing. They've been 55 for 6 at one point. It's still gone on and won a Test match. Bit different when you get 2 digs, but maybe it's just the way of cricket at the moment. There's Russell in now as this one is played into the leg side by Danny Gibson, who is the new batter, and he's just the single. So she's off the mark. 32 for 3. Well, Sparks well on top here.
So yeah, sometimes you're prepared to take things like that if you believe that you can get the benefits from it long term.
Yeah. Well, Luff's got an important job here today. Doubtless. Played into point area, just a dot ball. Absolutely. Completely, that if that is the way you're being told to play, then fine, you get out, and you're going to have those days where you get out.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if you've got to be a bit smart about it.
Well, like I say, I think regardless of that, she'll be crossing the shot selection.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You can play like that and pick the right shots, and you're going to stay in for a long time and score a lot of runs. Luff prepares herself again off Russell, cutting, but well fielded by Perrin. And there is no run again. Struggling here, Storm. Last ball of the power play that was, and it's ended with the team Western Storm on 32, but 3 down. So not only in comparison fewer runs than Sparks managed, but also 2 more wickets down as well, although there was a wicket on the next ball, wasn't there, in the comparative innings. So interesting to see how this middle section plays out now, what Storm decide to do. And with the captain out there, it's good because she can make all the decisions. She can sort of make the game work in her way. Better than barking instructions from the side, I guess. But we'll see what these two do.
Yeah, and they should complement each other as well in terms of Gibson being the aggressor if necessary. Of course, Sophie Luff's not just going to sit and pat singles about all innings if she's allowed to, but in general that would be more her game, because she knows that it's her responsibility, not really as captain so much as number 3 batter, and it's her responsibility to see her side as close to the finish line as possible. But it's Potts starting her 6th over now, and Gibson just content to leave alone. Actually, that angle, the reverse angle from up high, you can really see the movement on that from the reverse angle somehow almost better than you can from front on, in a strange way. I mean, it's still doing a bit out there, and that was going to be one of the things I can remember saying at one point in the first innings, and then not really thinking about it until now. We saw the ball move substantially as that's edged and well wide of slip. Might have needed a 3rd slip to catch that one, but it might have been just about catchable. But Gibson will get a single for it. But the fact that the ball has continued to move in this innings through the air, albeit, yes, there are 2 balls and neither of them are that old, but the white ball doesn't tend to swing for that long. But they're certainly making the most of it while it is swinging. And also, as the day's worn on, as the pitch will get a bit more abrasive, you'd think that it would swing less in the afternoon than it would in the morning for several different reasons. But at the moment, Potts is getting more than enough to have grabbed the 2 wickets that she has already. I suppose the interesting thing is, how many more overs does Potts get? Do they go 7 with her and then just throw it to the spinners? It's a low full toss, just about beats short mid-wicket, which will mean they can get a single up to Georgia Davis at mid-on. Yep, I think we can probably throw all thoughts of the bonus point out the window. I think it's fairly safe to say
well, that's
that
at
this stage.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 and over is not totally out of the question, but I think probably given 3 wickets down and given the way that things are going out there, I'm not entirely sure that that is part of the thinking. Oh, that's chipped in the air and lands well short of short mid-wicket. Goodness me. I've seen a couple do that, actually, just pop up in the air and go nowhere.
Potts bowling really well here, causing all sorts of problems. 2 for 16, I think her figures at the moment. Very good.
There's another one which is on leg stump, but it's caused a problem because it's not continued to go down the leg side and be able to be helped on its way. That is down the leg side that time. It's struck quite firmly towards long leg. They get 1, and more applause from the Central Sparks fielders and from the dugout because it's just the single when it might have been 2. That's the end of the 6th over from Potts, who it has to be said is not looking like a bowler who really wants to bowl another over. Bent over double after that one. And I don't blame her because it's blooming hot out there and she's bowled 6 over straight.
6 on the trot is going to be difficult in this, certainly for a seamer in this weather. It is hot. I'm just hot standing here in the shade, let alone being out there actually doing something. Bit of a chat going on between the Western Storm batters. Sophie Love, the captain, 63 on her back. A beautiful day across the West Country, across the whole country, I think. Flags flapping quite lazily in the breeze. Over to our left. As it will be Russell who continues. And it's Gibson pushing this one to mid-on. Russell picking up the wicket in her previous over. Doing a good job for her side here, causing issues. Issues from both ends. Good news for Western Storm is that 6 overs of Potts have gone.
Yeah.
But still 4 to come, and if they keep chipping away at wickets, well, Western Storm are going to be in an almost impossible situation here. They need a partnership. Can Gibson provide one with Luff? She's managed to find the fielder at cover, extra cover, and there is no run from it.
So Casey George probably in next, Nat Wraith, then we're not sure where exactly Chloe Skelton will bat. I suspect Niamh Holland and Chloe Skelton possibly in some order or other, and then Sophia Smale and Lauren Filer.
Russell an attempted cut shot but missing it, going through to Abby Freeborn. Good name that, isn't it? Freeborn. You're a Seaborn, she's a Freeborn.
Yes, I suspect Freeborn's probably better than Seaborn.
I don't know, I think they're both good. It's good to be Freeborn.
Well, I think it means...
It's also very pleasant to be Seaborn.
Means Sea Warrior.
Oh, nice. Have you ever done that kind of join the Navy? Have you thought about that?
No, I think it's more sort of...
It's defended, Gibson.
I don't know. More old-fashioned, kind of rowing and firing arrows from one boat to another, that sort of thing. I think maybe more so than...
Don't think they do that in the Navy
No.
these days. Might be
a bit
wrong.
more high-tech than that.
Yeah.
Yes, he says the longbow. No. I think I might have tried archery once or twice, and safe to say I wasn't very good at it.
Yeah, I had to go archery the other day. It was rubbish. In comes Russell over the wicket. Cut or attempted cut, but it just goes straight back towards the bowl. In fact, over her head. Yeah, I was doing it for my radio show, and we were having a go at a few Commonwealth Games sports and Olympic sports. Right. And I went down to my local archery club and met up with someone there in Burnham-on-Sea. And he put out some balloons on the archery target. I couldn't hit them. I tried. I hit the target. I just could not get it anywhere near the balloons, sadly.
What else did you try?
All the balloons survived. In the air, it's going to go over the fielder at mid-on. It's a big shot. It's gone all the way. It's the first 6 of the day. Danny Gibson, what a shot. Oh, she's timed that to perfection. It's come right out the meat of the bat. Flew away to the long-on boundary for 6.
Yeah. I thought that it was obviously over the fielder, but off the bat, I thought it's probably going to bounce well short of the long-on rope, and it almost went into the dugout in the end, all the way for 6. So some shot from Gibson.
Yeah, great shot. Overtaking her partner at the other end now. Gibson on to 9. Luff there on 8.
Yep, and still staying positive as far as the mindset goes. So Sarah Glenn is into the attack. Grace Potts is not going to bowl a 7th over.
Well, you did say she looked like she'd probably...
I can't understand anybody bowling 6 overs on the trot in conditions like this. So it'll be Sarah Glenn, and the first of what could potentially be... Well, in fact, they could probably almost bowl the entirety of the rest of the innings of leg spin if they wanted to, because Davina Perrin can bowl leg spin as well. But Sarah Glenn and Hannah Baker would be the 2 leggies who you'd think would definitely get a bowl, but equally nothing to stop Davina Perrin getting a go as well. But it will be Sarah Glenn, the England international, And a shout for leg before wicket, first ball given. And that is the vital wicket for Central Sparks. Sophie Luff has gone, and it's 41 for 4. Sarah Glenn with her first ball.
Well, that's a big breakthrough, and that is a bit of experience, bit of international level there. Sarah Glenn, it hasn't turned much. I think she's missed a straight one on leg. What do we think? It wasn't plumb, I wouldn't say.
It hadn't straightened masses, but then it may well have been going on to hit leg stump. But I don't think it's hitting, I'll put it this way, I don't think it was hitting any stump other than leg stump.
Yes, we'll put it that way. Very diplomatically done. I'm going to swap out. I'll leave you in the company of Ed Seaborn, who's going to welcome Emma Corney from Western Storm onto the air.
Indeed. So, with Sophie Luff gone, Storm requiring 166 runs from just under 38 overs, and suspect it will be... No, it's Nat Wraith, in fact, out next. So Nat Wraith is joining Danny Gibson in the middle. And so Sarah Glenn, what a way to start your spell. First ball picking up a wicket. And I would have hoped for better circumstances to welcome Emma Corney to the commentary box. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Baking, I think.
Yeah, it's a little warm in here.
Would be one term. Yes. Well, I think it's only going to get warmer. I think I would say as the sun makes its way further and further around. I'm sort of finding myself going further and further backwards as that's cut by Wraith to start off her innings towards backward point, and there is no run. So what do the Western Storm make of this surface then?
I mean, it is looking a little tricky at the minute. Obviously 4 down, not ideal. But I think as long as we hang in there and we use all the balls we can, give ourselves a good chance.
Squeezed away down fine. They're thinking about 2, and they are going to come back for it in the end and make it relatively comfortably. So Wraith gets off the mark. So what's your season been like so far then? What talk me through the season from the start?
Well, obviously I've been injured, unfortunately, but Western Storm playing in the T20.
Driven, not timed, back to the bowler.
Had, I would say, a shaky season, ups and downs, but they've brought it back and really started this competition well.
That's very short and very wide, but will only be a single out to deep cover. So the injury, what is that?
So I had a stress fracture last year, so I was out the game for
not the stress
a
fracture.
little while. Yeah, not ideal, but back now, back playing. Excited to be back.
Well, I've got a theory that stress fractures are actually contagious. That's bold. That's 5 down. Sarah Glenn with 2 wickets in her first over, and that is the end of Danny Gibson trying to cut, and another person only looking back and finding bails removed and stumps rearranged. Look at the replay. That's hit middle stump. Well, 44 for 5 now, the Western Storm. Anyway, yes. So, Sarah Glenn. Yes, that's what you have your international calibre players for, to do things like that. 2 for 3 from her first over. Safe to say Western Storm need a partnership.
They certainly do. But luckily we bat deep and we back ourselves, so hopefully Katie George here can come in, stick around with Nat Wraith and build a partnership to get us towards that total.
And in the first game of this competition as well, you, Western Storm I should say, collectively showed your depth of batting.
Yeah, definitely. I think the batters coming in lower down the order would typically bat a lot higher in other teams, but because we've got so many batters, they find themselves in a lower position, but I think that's okay because we back them when they come in.
Yeah, so stress fractures. I really think the number of them that there are out there, they must be contagious because
there are a few going round at the minute.
It's just extraordinary. What were you doing when it went?
So it's just from bowling really. So yeah, park that for now. Just concentrate on the batting. It's a lot more fun.
Right. And of course, you played in the first game for the Western Storm in their new guise.
Yeah.
It's a proud moment.
It was quite exciting, yeah.
Pardon me. It's Liz Russell to continue, and there's a huge shout for leg before, which is turned down. Also, potentially, might have been going up for all sorts. That's some ball, not to get a wicket. Here's the replay of it. Ooh, maybe inside edge.
Look quite close.
It does look quite close, I've got to say. It certainly doesn't look as if it's missing leg, and it doesn't really look as if it's going over the top either, but bat and pad quite close together might have been the saviour, as that's cut, but only as far as backward point, and there is no run. It was quite a windy day at Beckenham, that I seem to remember, wasn't it?
It was a cold start. Yeah, my first ever game. I was a bit like, bit nervy, but yeah, it was good fun, and obviously having the England players there as well was really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask you about that actually, in terms of, do you ever kind of look at the players you're walking out with or the players you're training with, as that's driven beautifully past mid-off for 4? That is not the shot of somebody who's batting at 44 for 5. Delightful shot from Wraith to move on to 7. Do you ever kind of pinch yourself and go, heck, that's the England captain over there?
Yeah, sometimes there is a bit of a fangirl moment, especially, just seeing them in the changing rooms as normal people. But it is very exciting, especially to have their experience on the team to help you out. Obviously, a nervous event when you're just starting out.
Punched into the offside, only as far as cover, and there is no run. And also, I guess, particularly with having Anya Shrubsole here for a while, learning from the best, as it were. Yeah,
definitely. There's not really a better person to learn from, is there? So I think the whole team really benefited from having them around, which is really exciting for us. Obviously, she's now moved over to Vipers to take our experience there, but we've still got the likes of Katie George around to help us out in the bowling department.
Oh, is there an edge on that one? They're all up and gone. 48 for 6. And Russell gets her second wicket now. Just a little feather through to Freeborn behind the stumps, who's held on. And we'll get a second look at it here. I mean, it's a nice ball. I mean, it's pretty much, if that were bowled with a red ball, you'd be pretty happy. And another wicket goes down. 48 for 6. They're going to need every bit of the depth of batting now. It's fair to say. Yeah, but Wraith the latest to depart, and it seems as if as soon as somebody plays a lovely shot to the boundary, they're out the same over. That's kind of been the way that it's gone so far. So obviously you've then missed the county season this season. Presumably you'll then be playing kind of academy games to kind of get back into the swing of things. Is that the idea?
Yeah, exactly. So there's academy games, and I can still play county under 18 games.
Okay.
So I've got a few of them and a few school games. So I'm just trying to play as many games as I can, just to, get the rust off a little bit and get back into the swing of it.
So Niamh Holland out at number 8. Not a bad person to have walking out at number 8, is she?
I mean, she scored 100 a couple of days ago, so she will be full of confidence.
Yeah, and a couple of wickets as well.
Yeah, had a good game.
So carving out her mark, but there's a lot of runs to get. 159 more to win, and it's amazing how the total started off looking quite small, but so Russell bowls the first ball just down leg, and she won't get away with that one as it's called wide.
Yeah, I think Western Storm would have thought they were right in the game after that bowling performance, but Sparks have brought it back really well here and looking fully on top.
Well, I thought, especially after seeing a couple of the games here, which have been really high-scoring affairs, and I looked at that pitch this morning, I thought, yes, there's plenty of grass on it. That usually means good pace. So that's cut away, beats backward point. There's work for deep third to do, puts in the dive, but can't get there. Despairing effort from Hannah Baker down there at deep third, and that brings up the 50 for the Western Storm, but for the loss of 6 wickets. And an over which has gone for 9, but also produced another wicket. But I mean, I thought this was going to be a kind of a 260, 270 type affair after the first period. Maybe the shots that Perrin was playing was just making it look that easy.
She was making it look very easy. It was flying off the bat, flying to the boundary. But maybe we're wrong, maybe not. Maybe there is something in the pitch.
So, I mean, I suppose you're a senior player then compared to the likes of Davina Perrin.
Yeah, it does make me feel a little senior, yeah.
Only a little, though.
Yeah, but it's really exciting to see young talent like her coming through, and with the confidence she had up top, yeah, gave them a really good platform to get going from.
Sarah Glenn then to continue. That's cut. Still bringing out that cut shot. There's not going to be any stopping it, though. Down towards the fine third boundary, and 4 more. So something for the crowd to cheer about, trying to get some energy back in terms of the cheering and the applause. Taking another look at this one. It's pretty much been chopped out of the keeper's gloves. But Katie George off the mark. Has there been any sort of... I mean, obviously Trevor Griffin's only been in for a handful of days. Presumably there won't have been time really for him to kind of stamp much of a kind of authority on things.
I mean, there obviously have been a few team meetings and things, and trying to really set down the way that we want to play. But yeah, having only been in the job about 8 days, I think.
Off the back foot driving. I'll get 1 out towards cover.
Yeah, but I do think it is really good for him to be back. He's exciting to come back, and he brings a lot of energy and a lot of knowledge about the game, which hopefully we can apply and, yeah, guess going up in the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, Trevor Griffin plus Western Storm.
Yeah.
Can't go too wrong with that. Pulled away in the air, out towards deep mid-wicket. It'll bounce about 4 times before reaching Rhea Fackrell on the boundary, single taken.
Yeah, obviously it was a very successful partnership in the past, and there's still quite a few players from that era that are still around, so they've got a good partnership with him, and some new players coming in as well.
And of course, without putting too fine a point on it, you would have kind of grown up watching KSL.
Yeah.
It would have been...
That was kind of the first women's cricket that I really saw. Yeah, now to...
Oh, that's a lovely shot off the back foot into the covers, but only a single.
Yeah, now playing with some of the players that I've grown up watching.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Well, I just think, because I always think for me personally, I grew up with T20 cricket. I can barely remember... It's driven away out towards extra cover. I can barely remember a time when there wasn't T20 cricket. And it won't be quite the same for you as far as having the KSL, but equally it kind of shows you when you've got people your age, he says, sounding incredible. I'm not 30 yet, but it just shows how rapidly it's changing, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the skill level as well, increasing so much. I think the standard of fielding since the KSL has increased dramatically. So the growth is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about the KSL was that you tended to have a lot of kind of international batters up the top of the order, whereas now, even if you compare it to the 100, the depth of talent that there is in the English system is just... It's just amazing how quickly it's happened, really, in a way.
I guess the talent was always there, but now it's got the opportunity, and especially with players being full-time professionals now, with the ability to train all the time. Yeah, I think just cementing the skills that they have, and being able to put it on a platform where people can see it, yeah, it's definitely driven the game forwards.
Nicely in behind that one. It's a pleasant-looking defensive shot. So I'm told that you said that this would be the coolest thing ever. Is it?
It is pretty cool. I mean,
yes, I'm going to say we're overheating in here.
It's actually a lot cooler outside than it is in here.
Well, yes, I think Cool and Ed Seaborn don't really tend to go together anyway, but short and wide, that's cut, and that's through the gap. It is the longer side of the ground out there, but that will have plenty enough on it to go to the rope, and 4 more runs. So 64 for 5 then. So the next thing is, would you fancy describing some deliveries?
I mean, the girls have been making me practice in the crowd. They've been giving me a few ideas.
Well, the stage is yours. The next ball is all yours.
Oh, and a good length delivery there from Russell. And George has done well to miss that there. Straight into the keeper's gloves. Well bowled.
She has. Absolutely. You're doing better than I am. Yeah, there's a bit of bounce there, and it's right on the line and length. I've seen a little bit of lift off this surface.
Yeah, just the odd have popped up a bit. And Russell in again. And Katie George, a nice forward drive out to mid-off. Just the dot for that ball.
Talk me through Katie George's kind of strengths and weaknesses as a batter then, if you can. If you were bowling at Katie George, where would you try to bowl?
I think full and straight is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
I do think any width she will latch onto, and anything short as well. She's very strong through kind of backward point and pulling as well, as Russell is in again to bowl. Oh. And a full delivery there that George has tried to drive through the covers but missed. I'm not sure how that one has missed the stumps, but she's done well to survive. And that is the end of the over with Western Storm 64 for 6.
Bowling figures then for Russell, 5 overs, 2 for 27. So you're already outclassing me by a distance. Yeah, just a swing and a miss off that last ball there. I wonder whether Russell might just take a bit of a breather. She's bowled 5 overs straight now already. That's a fair shift,
especially
I would say.
In this heat.
I mean,
for the seamers. Looks pretty tough out there.
This is probably why I was a spinner.
Don't have to run as far.
Exactly. It's punched off the back foot out towards extra cover. But, I mean, I don't think sometimes there's this perception, though, that spinners don't put anything in at all. Like, you just go on, you can bowl all day. It's a nice ball from Glenn, nice flight, full and straight. Holland just blocks it, keeps it out. But I don't know, just 20 overs, 30 overs straight, go on. That's fine. You're not bowling seam, so you can bowl as many as we want you to bowl.
Sounds tough.
Well, I think it is, but then I'm not Sarah Glenn.
Yeah.
Equally, I think there are probably some bowlers who you're just not going to get the ball out of their hands once they start bowling.
Yeah, once they get into a rhythm.
Not going to ask you to name names. It's onto the leg side this time. Yeah.
Yeah, Niamh Holland, very strong, straight down the ground against spin.
Right.
She likes to use her feet, and also anything short.
Oh, she's struck on the pad here, but going down the leg side. I think it might have been on the full as well, which, I mean, it would have probably struck her outside leg stump, actually. Even if it had pitched, it would have pitched outside leg. One of the two, not out either way.
Yeah, Niamh will be waiting for a little bit of flight to try and use her feet here, try and hit straight down the ground.
And she's presumably, as that's a maiden over from Sarah Glenn, she's not going to have too much kind of fear when it comes to playing somebody like Sarah Glenn.
No, definitely not. I think she'll try and take on anyone she can, no matter if they're an international bowler. I think she'll try and, play her scoring shots, play the way she can, and try and assert her dominance on the game, especially in this situation when she's got plenty of time to show what she can do.
Yep, and that's the thing about, in a way, you can play without the fear of knowing who you're up against. In a way, not that she doesn't know who Sarah Glenn is. I'm not trying to say that, but equally, this is your over.
Oh, it's my over. You can tell that I'm still in the early stages of learning this.
No, that's fine. I didn't really give you much of a warning there. Sort of decided to give you the warning as the ball was being bowled, which was distinctly unhelpful of me.
Yeah, and Russell into George, who's just clipped it to mid-on for another dot. I think Russell's bowling really well here. She's got a consistent line in length. She looks pretty settled in there. And it looks pretty tricky to score against, especially with this tight field, kind of straight in the V in front of the batter.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you can often, especially at Bristol, you can often do that. It's sort of famous for the squeeze that you can put on in the middle overs.
Well, ooh, and that is a shorter ball, which Central Sparks have gone up for the catch. An unbelievable catch there, one-handed in the slips, and Central Sparks are not sure how this hasn't been given out.
Well, I think I think what's happened, we'll see the replay here, but I think it's just been deflected off the gloves of Freeborn. I mean, that's...
Unbelievable catch in the slips.
What reactions from Eve Jones. That is phenomenal. I think they were just hoping that the umpire would get excited over the catch, as we were.
There's Russell into George, who clips it into mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder. Looks a little frustrated by that one, potentially missed out on a couple there. But she just needs to keep hanging in there, absorb some of the pressure, and see where her and Holland can get this score.
Exactly, yeah, with the run rate required at just 4.4, it's barely moved.
I think that is certainly achievable as long as they stick around. I think that is the most important thing at the minute. As Russell is in again. And a bit of width, but Katie George trying to cut that through point, but not timed in. It's gone straight to extra cover.
I think she's not feeling best pleased with the response off the surface that she just cut there.
Yes, that has not bounced as you would normally expect.
I mean, she's seen that as a delivery which she can absolutely tonk through extra cover, and it's ended up coming right off the toe end.
And a lovely forward defensive, straight back to the bowler. And that is a maiden over from Liz Russell, bowling very well here. I think Western Storm won't be too worried about that, especially with 6 wickets down. I think they've just got to keep trying to keep the scores ticking over and see where they can get to with this partnership.
So 6 straight from Russell. I mean, I know she's not coming off the absolute longest run, but even so, goodness me. Surely she's not going to have a 7th, is she? Well, there we go. Sophie McClellan does not particularly want to rush into her position at square leg, but everybody else seemed to be ready. It's dropped a bit short by Glenn, but not timed out towards short mid-wicket. And there is no run. So you would have been playing for Devon, I guess, at the start of this season. As that's edged and gone, slip. And that's wicket number 7, and the 3rd for Sarah Glenn. And that is the end of Niamh Holland for 5. Western Storm 64 for 7, and this is just superb leg spin bowling. Just the slightest hint of turn, but that's all that was needed to take the outside edge and gobbled up at slip.
Yeah, really good sharp catch there, down by her toes. Good grab.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you kind of know a little bit at Bristol that you're going to be taking the catches down low, but even so, that was an impressive catch. It made it look very easy when it wasn't at all. And at the same time as I'm sure you're sharing in the sense of disappointment at the loss of that 7th wicket, it's terrific to watch a bowler like Sarah Glenn go about her business, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Always an international bowler. It's always good to see her skills on show, but not so good for the Storm here, who find themselves 7 down with still 142 to get. It's a long way back.
It is indeed, yeah. And as impressive as Sophia Smale has been since donning a Western Storm shirt. Well, before she donned the Western Storm shirt, but it's been since she has joined the first team, as it were, that she's really made a name for herself, not just with the consistency of her bowling, but also when you think back to that Sunrisers game at Chelmsford,
Played
where
a vital part in that.
Yeah, she's going to have to play a huge innings here, though, in behind it in defence to start off with. Were you at that game, or were you watching?
I was on the live stream.
On the stream, like I was. Yeah,
couldn't believe it.
Cut away nicely to get off the mark, out towards deep cover. Just be the one. Yeah, I kind of lost it, I think it's fair to say, when that extraordinary final ball happened. And of all people,
I know.
Of all people, poor Maddie Villiers. Highs and lows of cricket. She's taken 4 wickets, I think, today, Maddie Villiers, with the ball.
Not a bad day out.
No. And Grace Scrivens has also taken 4. So that thuds off the pad and drops leg side. And the end of another successful over from Glenn. 19 overs bowled. Western Storm are 65 for 7. I guess talk to me a bit about the county setup at the moment, because it really is blink and you miss it, isn't it? Especially if you end up like yourself, unfortunately injured during it.
Yeah, so I think each of the counties have been put into smaller groups. I think there was 4 teams in our county, and we just played 2 T20s against each team, and it kind of felt it was a bit of a pre-season competition, I would say, before things really got underway, which is quite good to test yourself against some of the best local players we have in the region. But yeah, it is a little bit of a shorter season as we were previously used to before the regional setup.
So Georgia Davis is going to return, and Russell out of the attack after bowling 6 overs. On the bounce, my laptop is so hot that I'm struggling to touch it in order to scroll down to see the figures, and also seems that my laptop is also broken, which doesn't really help. I think what may have happened is it's melting, and I'm just going to put it on the floor there out of the sun.
As Smale just back foot punch out to cover, as the laptop is just slowly cooling down.
It's extraordinary. I genuinely think it's melted.
And Smale again, back foot punch to mid off, another dot ball.
I suddenly noticed that my mouse was in a position that it shouldn't have been, kind of sticking out upwards.
And in again, a little bit shorter, a little bit wider, but Smale finds the fielder at cover.
Yes, I must admit I'm a little bit concerned about that, so in a few moments' time I'll have to go and tend to my melted laptop.
And a leave outside off stump there for Sophia Smale. Dicing with danger with the wide lines there, but just keeping it inside those blue lines.
Does anybody know how to fix a melted laptop? If they do, then please get in touch on Twitter.
And a solid forward defensive there. Good bowling here from Davis.
So would you like to see more county cricket played now?
Yeah, definitely. I think with less county cricket, there's quite a big gap between regional academy and senior level, and kind of the club setup. As Davis into bowl and left by Smale. Because I think to try and break through something with less of a platform from the counties, it's very difficult to work your way up and show what you can do, when if you're not in an academy or you're not in a senior team, most of your summer cricket is at women's club level or men's cricket, which quite a few players do.
Yeah.
So it can be difficult to play enough games, enough good standard games. I think hopefully in the future maybe there might be some more county games for us to compete, against each other and keep improving.
Yeah, and actually, the county sides are terrific quality as well. As Glenn continues, George with a cut shot away out towards the deep extra cover boundary, so they'll be able to come back for 2 runs. Nicely taken. But it's not as if there's actually a gigantic drop off between the county sides and
definitely
this.
Not. Especially as quite a lot of the senior players are spread out quite nicely between the counties.
She's given that one a lot of air, has Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, so I think it's important for the younger players to be able to play with these senior players, but with less county games, that's not so much of a possibility at the minute.
Driven away, he fielded an extra cover, no run. Yeah, and I think more cricket at the moment, you're kind of in the reverse position of the men's game, where there's so much cricket happening as that's cannon into the pad but pitching outside leg and probably not straightening enough anyway. But actually still at the stage in the women's game where can we have a bit more?
Yeah. Yeah, so people that are too old to play age group cricket anymore, it's just club cricket for the rest of the summer, really.
Oh, got through her. Pretty much a Yorker from Sarah Glenn, and it's crept underneath the bat of Katie George, and it's 67 now for 8. Sarah Glenn is tearing through this Western Storm lineup, and well, it has him. It's just Yorked her.
Yeah, very full delivery. Not much you can do about that apart from try and keep it out, but unfortunately she's missed it and it's clattered into the bottom of leg stump.
Well, I think what we'll do is it's 3:30, and Charlie Taylor may not get back on commentary at this point, is that I will ask you a question which will allow us to change over seamlessly.
Yes.
Is what we might do, and then Charlie can come on, and in fact I don't even know that we need to do that, because of course we've got 3 different headsets, so we don't even have to do that. I can't even see the light on the monitor. Anyway, over to you, Charlie.
Thanks, Ed. As I step over the puddle, it was his laptop. Actually, I noticed while you were speaking there that my laptop is also... There's just no way you can hide from this sun. It just creeps round. So, Emma, I'm just going to reach in front of you, if that's all right, just to stop mine having the same fate that Ed's has had. There we are. Okay, it's a hot day today. Not going well for Western Storm, bit of an understatement, but the bonus point very much on for Central Sparks here. In fact, they'd be disappointed if they didn't pick it up. They need to keep Western Storm to less than 164, which if Western Storm get there, there would be some rallying lower order hitting. But this has been a disaster. Is that fair enough for Western Storm? 67 for 8.
Yeah, it's not been the most ideal batting performance.
Suboptimal, is that the word?
Yes.
Yeah, suboptimal batting performance, yeah. It's interesting, isn't it, seeing so much spin from Central Sparks. I didn't see as much, sort of, had Smale and we also had Chloe Skelton doing a bit of spin bowling, but they've gone much more for it. Central Sparks has worked.
I think the pitch has looked a little bit tricky with a bit of variable bounce. Maybe that is done for a few of the Western Storm players here.
Yeah, beautiful blue skies. Heat of the day will soonish start to come off, but it's still very warm as we're into another over here. That one left alone by Smale. And it's Davis, isn't it, who's bowling from that end now. So where do we go from here then? What do you think will be said on the aftermath of this one, as this one just defended by Smale? How do you come back from something like this?
Well, I think this happens to every team in cricket, doesn't it? So I think Western Storm will know that they've got it in them, especially after last week's performance, to bounce back and go again next weekend.
Balled. Nice shot, but there's a fielder out backwards, square leg. And Smale moves on to another one. She moves up to 3. Or 2 now. She's up to 2. Yeah, it does happen, doesn't it? Frustrating when it does happen, but There is at least enough time to bounce back, get a week between games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, which does give you a bit of time, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Enough time to train, reflect on what has happened, what we can improve on, and yeah, go again.
Davison again. Oh, and coming forwards there is Lauren Filer. Too good for Filer, that one. Nice ball. Apologies if you mentioned this. I was just out getting a drink, having a bit of a... finding some shade. In fact, there's not a lot out there to sit in. It's all pretty much all in sunshine. But what injury is keeping you out at the moment, Emma? Davis in again.
So I had a stress fracture in my shin, but I've been back playing for about a month now.
Right, you are back and going.
Yeah.
A stress fracture in your shin. Ouch.
Yeah, not ideal, but
No.
yeah, we've taken learnings from it. We're back.
Taking learnings. I like that. Oh, that one does take an edge and goes between the wicket-keeper and slip. Eve Jones has her hands over her mouth there. She couldn't believe that. It's a good ball. Too good, really. Filer here in the team for her bowling. Having to put up with, wow, some pretty good bowling. Let's have a look. Replay. Oh, yeah, a bit of very fine edge. Good stuff from Central Sparks. Will be very pleased coming off the back of a defeat to Southern Vipers, DLS defeat. This is going to be a good bonus point win for them, unless something incredible happens here.
That scorecard is not.
No, it doesn't make good reading,
great
does it?
At the minute.
No.
But at least it does give these lower order batters an opportunity to
Oh,
go up there.
We're finding positives now. I like that, Emma. Glenn in again. That one gets through as well. Oh, this is a really good show of leg spin bowling and off spin bowling at various points.
Yeah, Glenn finding a little bit of turn out there just to beat the bat of Filer.
Shorter. Filer's so watchful at the moment. Just delighted when it doesn't go through, I think. How's the laptop, Ed? Can you give us thumbs up or thumbs down? Oh dear. Oh dear. It has actually melted. It has melted.
I've never seen anything like that before.
Just goes through, no run. Oh dear. Well, so the mouse, well, you can plug in a separate mouse, that's all right. Glenn in. That one defended again. It's all about survival, I think, from this point inwards, with Filer on 1, Smale on 2. So what's the next game? I must admit I haven't looked ahead yet. I'll have to have a look on the fixtures, see where Storm are off to next. And Sparks as well, that one's defended.
I believe it is away to Sunrisers in Chelmsford next week. I may be wrong on that, correct me if I'm wrong, but...
Oh, don't worry, if you say something wrong, you definitely get corrected. That's how this game works. That one defended. Trust me, been doing this long enough.
But yeah, Trevor Griffin will be returning to his previous team next week.
Certainly will.
So at least to have a lot of information on them, which we can hopefully take advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. I bumped in. You're talking about Maddie Villiers earlier on with Sunrisers and that incredible last ball finish where she... I don't know what happened. Either it slipped out of her hand or she just wasn't concentrating and massive overthrows. Went all the way for 4 and they got the 6 they needed, essentially, off the last ball. Western Storm, that is. But I bumped into Maddie Villiers' mum. I was watching Sunrisers at Taunton against Western Storm in a double header of the men's T20s as well. And I was buying some cheesy chips. And next to me in the queue, as Davis is in again, just comes through to the keeper. Next to me in the queue was a woman who I got talking to. She had quite a strong Essex accent. And eventually we got onto the point, I said, well, who are you supporting as a joke, obviously, because there's Sunrisers there and she had this strong Essex accent, so it's fairly clear. This one is just played into the offside by Smell. Oh, it will go through. They'll pick up a single here. Fumbled in the inner field. And she said, oh, I'm a mum of one of the players, actually. Yeah, it turned out it was Maddie's mum. So hi, Maddie's mum. She won't be listening because I'm guessing her daughter is playing because she's doing a great job at the moment, taking 4 wickets today. But yeah.
Sure, she'll be delighted to get a shout out.
Yeah, she was a lovely lady. Lovely lady. Just defended there. I was speaking to Sophie Luff's mum today. I'm doing well with the players' mums. I've bumped into Tom Abel's mum in a gym before. And I've spoken to Tom Lammonby's mum on the phone accidentally. Davies in again. And just defended. Yeah, I called Tom Lammonby. I was doing an interview with Tom Lammonby because I cover Somerset as well as Western Storm. And I was calling Tom Lammonby. But he had that thing where he's got several devices. So he's got an iPad, an iPhone. So he was at training, and he was in the nets actually at that point. So he didn't pick up his phone. But obviously at home, his iPad was ringing. As this one is in the air. It's going to land safe. It'll go... no, go for 4 this time. It'll come back for 2. And as the field comes in on it, so just another 2 added to the total. And his mum picked up. So I was expecting Tom Lammonby, and suddenly this woman picked up. And I said, is Tom at home? She said, no, I'm his mum. So I said, I'll ring back later. Anyway, after that point, Tom, who had been in some tricky form, started scoring hundreds for fun. So I said, right, I need to speak to your mum more often, Mr. Lammonby, as that one is played down the ground. Well stopped. No run added. I realise I've taken both ends here, haven't I? So you can have the next one, Emma. I was telling the stories of players' mums. 72 for 8. This has been a bad day for Western Storm at home as well. In Bristol, under glorious blue skies. Do you say you're from Devon, Emma?
Yes.
Whereabouts are you from in Devon?
From Exmouth. Which
Lovely.
Is, yeah, just near Exeter.
Yeah, very nice indeed, Exmouth. Lovely part of the world, Devon. So who do you play for Exmouth Cricket Club then?
I have done, yeah, and I also play for Topsham Cricket Club.
Oh yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Is there bad blood between you and Exmouth? You gave me a face there as if it was like, oh,
no,
bringing up some bad days at Exmouth now.
As Glenn is in to bowl the Smale, who drives down the ground to mid-on, no run. Yeah, no, Exmouth, lovely part of the world. Nice cricket club down there.
Absolutely.
And cut away out to the deep cover fielder just for 1 run.
I know cricket's taken seriously in many counties across England and the UK, but can't be too many more than Devon, which doesn't have a first-class team that produces so many first-class cricketers.
Yeah, definitely. As Glenn in again and defended by Filer. I think, obviously, we've got the overturns, Heather Knight, all coming from Devon, so...
Well, I mean...
Yeah.
We're talking about Devon, Somerset.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously all of those have played for England.
As Filer defends again.
Lewis Gregory from Plymouth.
There you go.
Who else have we got? Well, Tom Lammonby, Ben Green. In the Somerset lineup, so many from Devon. Don Bess is from Devon, isn't he? Sidmouth, I think.
Oh, that squirts off the edge of Filer's bat and fielded at square leg. Another dot ball here from Glenn.
Any other Devon players in the Western Storm setup? Chats about Topsham or Exmouth with the others?
Nah, not this year. They have in previous years. Well, as that is dug out by Filer, it's squirted away down to third man. It won't go all the way for 4, but they've come back for a second.
Yeah, beautiful. In fact, that journey, I've got some family who've just moved to Penzance, but that journey down from Exmouth on the train past Dawlish and Teignmouth and all that area.
Yeah.
Well, it's worth it just for the train journey, going to see my family down there.
Yeah, lovely.
Glorious, isn't it? Right on the seafront. Not so good in winter and a raging storm, but in summer on a day like this. Yeah. Lovely stuff. Bit of a break here. A couple of batters come together for a chat as the fielding team talk about tactics. Can't imagine they're too worried at 75 for 8. Well, the total wasn't that big, really, was it? 200-ish. You would have expected, well, certainly a better fist of it than they've made. And as you say, days like this do happen for cricket teams. But it didn't look like it was going to cause this many issues. I guess they have got some very good spinners.
Yeah. But I think with the batting lineup we had, would have hoped to have done a little better than we have today.
Yeah. So we carry on again with Davis. Clifton Cathedral, Christchurch spire on the horizon. This one just pushed forwards. And no run. Yeah, beautiful scene in Bristol today. Lovely part of the world. Just looking out over the rooftops of North Bristol, Bishopston and Hawfield, that area. Left alone that time. Yeah, glorious day. The ground set up for international cricket here. So plenty of temporary stands added. Davis in again. And driven, but not really timed by Smale, who's got a big job on if she's going to try and drag Western Storm anywhere near where they should be. I'm only just halfway through the overs here. The game already pretty much put to bed as this one is swept, but no run added again. So where's your favourite place to play then? Where's the best cricket ground you've ever played on?
I would say Tiverton Heathcote in Devon.
Ooh, is that the one...
in the National Park.
In
Lovely
the
part of the world.
National. What's the National Trust property there called? Knights? Is that Knights Hayes? No,
Yeah,
that's.
Knights
Is it
Hayes,
Knights Hayes?
yeah.
Lovely.
Lovely teas as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, is it? Good to know. Yeah, just push forward. Yeah, as you drive into that one, the National Trust property, you see the cricket ground on the left, isn't it? As you come up the big drive, yeah.
Yeah, have to watch out for sheep on the road as you come in.
Do you?
Yeah, sometimes have to jump over the fence into their field to retrieve the ball.
Proper cricket, that is. Pulled, and this one may well find a gap. It's gone through the inner field, but... and in fact, it will go all the way for 4 because there's been a bad misfield by Grace Potts on the boundary. So a welcome boundary for Sophia Smale. A disappointing bit of fielding there on the boundary. Won't make a difference to the outcome, but looked for all intents and purposes like it might just be a 1, and then through it went. You can see the moment they realised as they slow up their running. Well, we are going to get, looks like some drinks, bit of a break here. Yeah, I must admit, I've never played at that one. My team has, but I wasn't free on the day they were playing. They do sort of a few tour ones. Yeah, they also play, speaking of National Trust properties, there's one at Stourhead, I think, as well, just on the Wiltshire-Somerset border. That one looks like a good one to play. Stourhead's beautiful. Lovely gardens and parkland. I'm playing tomorrow. First game of the season for me so far. I've just been busy all the weekends doing a lot of commentary, which is great.
Might be a little rusty then.
I will be very rusty. I'm permanently rusty, Emma.
Get the excuses in early.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see.
Oh, and it's also going to be weather like this. I'm going to be sweltering. I'm nowhere near fit enough to be playing cricket in this weather. But yeah, Axbridge Cricket Club. Looking forward to getting out there, making a duck and bowling some filth. I think we're taking on Lytton tomorrow. Little village up on the Mendip Hills in Somerset, not too far away from where we are now, south of here. In fact, where that just about to see a plane in the sky taking off from Bristol Airport, not far. In fact, my main memories of playing cricket with Axbridge, we play a lot of teams close to us. We're just a friendly side. Is that we're very close to Bristol Airport, so every ground you play is a different view of planes taking off from there. So whenever I see planes taking off from Bristol Airport, it always does make me think of some grounds, places like Barrow Gurney. Played there a few times. Right up on the hills, looking out over Bristol. Always very windy up there. It's funny how each ground has its little idiosyncrasies like that. Always pack an extra jumper for Barrow Gurney, especially if you're playing in April or September. Those sorts of things. But here today, nothing like that. Flags just gently flapping yet in the breeze. Still very warm. You can feel the heat as you walk into this room. Everywhere out beyond that door is air conditioned, but not this room. Yeah, it's like a wall of heat. Been very concerned about Ed, who not only is sad because he's got his laptop broken, and you're not missing any cricket here as you can see, it's just a bit of a break. But he's also very fair-haired. I'm worried. Got to look out for fair-haired friends. But it is a serious issue in cricket. You know, you're playing in the height of the summer. You don't tend to get this in football. We're playing later on in the day anyway, but also not in these hot temperatures. But important cricket clubs take that very seriously, take the threat of sunburn and sunstroke and that sort of thing very seriously.
Also, it does give you pretty bad tan lines as well, which is unfortunate.
Got to think of that too. That's the real issue, as that's just defended. Sorry, this is your over. Can't say that I've really thought about that too much.
There's Glenn in again, and Filer leaves the outsider off stump. I'm not sure what the coach's message would have been to the Western Storm batters here. Maybe just keep batting, see where we can get to. As a shorter one from Glenn, attempt to pull there from Filer, but mistimed out to mid-on.
I like that. I like that you think that the message might be keep batting. I think I love the idea that maybe they were unsure as to whether to keep batting or not.
As Filer defends again into the offside. Yeah, I think there's not really much more we can do here. I mean, what is there, 23 and a half overs to go, needing 120. Still not out of reach.
No. I mean, if you had 7 wickets in hand or something, you'd think, well, this is very much...
Yeah, and defended again
doable
by Filer. But, yeah, things not looking great at the minute.
The problem is, upping the rate with these two, that's not why they're in the side.
The
It's a big
shorter
ask.
one and chipped over the ring and out to the deep mid-wicket fielder for 1. Picked up the length well there from Filer, but picking up the pace against this calibre of bowler, an international bowler bowling very well at one end, it's going to be a very tricky task.
Yep. A few people out on the balconies. Someone sunning himself. No top on. He's thinking about tan lines, Emma.
Very good. He's thinking ahead.
He is. As long as he's put his sun cream on, then that's all right. But I was just looking around the ground, there is absolutely nowhere to sit in the shade at the moment. The sun
Maybe
is
just over there by that scoreboard on the right.
just in front of the offices there.
Yeah.
There is. That is the only spot, and that is not a very big stand, but otherwise, the Mound stand, Mark Elaine stand, Jack Russell family stand, temporary stands, all in sunshine, direct sunlight. So hopefully people taking care. It is tough for cricket grounds because you don't really get covered seats ever at cricket grounds, do you? Very rarely. So that one's just pushed down to the offside. Certainly not at these sorts of county grounds. Things like Lords have got some covered seats, haven't they? Which is fine because you don't watch cricket in the rain because the cricket doesn't happen, but not so good when the sun is out and firing like it is today. Filer just pushing that one into the offside. Picked up there by, I think must be a substitute on, as that one is in the air and just dropped short. It's a good effort, diving effort by Georgia Davis, but no run added. Yeah.
Lauren Filer doesn't look best pleased with herself with that one, but she's gotten away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that she's taking it so seriously, but I don't think she realistically thinks she's going to get here, is she? Oh, dropped. Was that an edge? It was certainly an ooh and an ah from the wicket keeper, Freeborn.
Looked like a quicker ball there from Baker.
Just varying the pace. In again. That one just defended. So here we go. This is the one. Oh, might just have been a shoulder of the bat, maybe. Hard to tell. And Butterfly just flies past our open balcony window. In the air. And drops short. And there is just the 1 run added. And that is the end of another over, and 81 for 8 here. They are limping towards 3 figures, but even that would be a fairly good going. Smale and Filer together.
Look at that. Sarah Glenn, 8 overs, 4 for 17.
Wow. Well,
Bad afternoon for her.
Devastating, isn't it? Actually, really devastating. Yeah, that's Hannah Baker bowling well there. Adding to the spin, and we've referenced this with Ed in the first thing, just how much spin Central Sparks have brought with them. It really has paid off.
As Filer sweeps. Oh, and it's timed well. Down to the fine leg boundary. Will it make it? Oh, and the fielder's just beaten it there. Oh, thrown it back in to save the ball. And Filer comes through for the 3rd.
Yeah, a lot of effort for saving 1 run in that weather, isn't it?
Yeah, interesting that Sparks have got leg spin on from both ends here, and it's looking very effective for them.
Yeah, you can see why Glenn gets the international recognition. Been really good today.
That's Glenn into Smale, who just comes forward and defends straight back to Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of turn on the odd ball, isn't she here, Sarah Glenn?
And Smale leaves that one outside her off stump. Glenn in a real rhythm here, finding her line and length, doing well. As Smale gets back and defends that one, straight back to the bowler.
Oh, I think I'm going to burn on my legs. There's just no way to get out of the sun.
And again, another forward defensive from Smale. Think about those tan lines, though.
I've already got terrible Glastonbury tan lines. Look at that. Can you see the line of my sock around there? That's from Glastonbury, because I just socks and trainers the whole time.
And Smale, back foot punch out to deep cover, and they just come through for the single. And that is the end of the over from Sarah Glenn. Another good over.
Could you pass me the sun cream? It's just on the side of my bag there. The yellow top, thank you. Otherwise, I am just going to end up with completely... Factor 50 is a sensible thing to do, guys. Yeah, this is definitely when I'm playing cricket and there's no chance to go off and get your sun cream on. Don't think I've ever done this whilst commentating before. Quite pleased there's not a commentary box cam on this setup. You might have to take this over while I try and stand on one leg. No, I think I'll be all right. It's okay. Left leg done. More from Hannah Baker then, from the pavilion end. Towards Smale, who's played that nicely, clipping it into the leg side. Just pick up a run from it. Have I got time to do the right leg between balls? It's a problem with spin overs.
Get through them too fast. There is a healthy amount of sun cream being applied.
Oh, well, see, thing is, I'm not actually bothered by tan lines, as this one is driven straight back towards the bowler. That's going to go all the way for 4. Lovely shot. Back down the ground from Lauren Filer. Another 4 added to the total. I said they were limping towards 3 figures, actually. The rates improved massively. 90, now they're on. For 8. Yeah, 90, the good news. 8, the bad news. For Western Storm. Great for Central Sparks. Angled out into the offside. I've got excess on my hands now. Sun cream. Just make sure I get the all of my legs. Swept. Not really that well. Not sure how much he got on that. Might be giving his leg byes, I think, as they come through for a single. Yep. Feel free to cream yourself up.
I've already applied mine, thank you.
Very sensible.
There was a few burned faces and arms out in those stands.
Yeah, there are. Well, you two were on. That one's just, again, defended, no run. Yeah, I went out bought myself a little drink, chilled drink to cool down, had a look around, and yeah. A few people trying to lap up the sun's rays, but it's too hot without protection today, as that one's, again, clipped into the leg side. Nice Smale for a single. I think Ed is about to go and do the last rites on his laptop. I think it's actually
been a good day out for you, has it?
There's physically a sort of melted bump at the bottom of his. What is that, Ed? What's happening? You can come on and. I don't know how these laptops work. I don't know what they've got inside them, but something is melted through the bottom of his laptop, essentially.
And Glenn continuing into Smale, who defends that. I think Smale will be relishing this opportunity to bat here. Obviously still a young player. I think she's only 16. Glenn in again, full of delivery and driven straight to extra cover.
17 now, so still a lot of time left in the game for Smale, making a name for herself.
Ball, short and wide, cut out to backward point, and they're looking for the 2, running hard. Yeah, good running there by the Western Storm players. Yeah, with her debut season here, Sophia Smale was impressed.
Yeah.
Especially with the ball, but also had her opportunities with the bat and done well.
Yeah.
And driven straight to mid-off. That was a rare looser ball from Sarah Glenn. Bit of a low full toss, but got away with it.
Yeah, would have fancied that a top order batter probably would have put that away somewhere.
And just come off the edge into square leg for no run.
Yep, good talent coming out from the other side of the channel from here.
And defended again into the leg side.
Newport girl, isn't she, Sophia Smale?
There is a lot of talent coming through from Wales. Got quite a few players represented in the Western Storm team.
Yeah, great to see. Great to see it really. I said this to Lisa Padgett when she was here about how it represents a region, but actually really does represent that region because you've got loads of players from, at the moment, it's sort of Somerset, Gloucestershire, Wales, all giving those players to Western Storm. And as players like you start to come through, we'll see Devon and Cornwall and Wiltshire better represented as well. It's going to take a bit longer in those areas, but it's going to happen. Oh, nicely flicked over the fielder at mid-wicket. That's going to run away for another 4. Lauren Filer, get her up the order.
Put her foot on the accelerator.
She certainly has. Well, maybe they feel it's not over yet. It's a long way to go. But if Filer can play like that, well, a couple of those and over would be enough. Every over for the whole way without losing any wickets. But you never know. 98 for 8 the score, just 2 away from 3 figures. I imagine there'll be sort of muted cheers when it does get to 3 figures. Well, they'll get to 99 there because that's a wide. Scoreboard on the screen not quite caught up yet. That's going to be defended by Filer. Barely any clouds left now. It started off actually a lot more cloudy than I was expecting, and now a tiny little fluffy cloud left in the sky over Bristol. Defended. Again, 100 will have to wait another ball at least. Comes Baker all looped. Is there a run there? They're going to run hard, and that will be the 3 figures up for Western Storm. 100 for 8 the score. And there we go, round of applause. Appreciating.
Something to cheer about for the Western Storm supporters there.
Take the positives when they come. I think that's what you said earlier on. Well, that's what the fans are doing here. 100 for 8 now. Smale, oh, and that should have been taken. Eve Jones at slip has put it down, and it came right to her. If you're going to have a slip in, those are the chances that you're waiting for. And Eve Jones can't hold on. It's a lovely ball, lovely bit of turn, and get another look at it here from Baker. Just before the next ball's bowled. Oh, that should be taken. In comes Baker. Oh, another big swipe from Filer. Well, you did say she's putting her foot on the accelerator.
Yeah, Lauren Filer certainly likes to be more on the attack than on the defence. But not quite connecting with that one.
It's the figures of Sarah Glenn getting a round of applause here in Bristol. Might be ice cream weather after this, I think, chaps. Go and get an ice cream together.
Yeah. I can't say I'm envious of the batters right now under those helmets. Must be pretty warm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good day not to be out batting, in my opinion. But they'll disagree with that. Filer on 19. I mean, this will be a very good score for Lauren Filer. She'll have had a few maybe getting up around that score. In fact, I don't know. I'd ask Ed, but his laptop's not working. Let's see. Lauren Filer, how this compares to some of her other efforts. You'll be pleased to hear mine's still working, Ed. He doesn't look that pleased. Filer, top score before this season was 8 not out in List A cricket. So this certainly is new territory for Filer. She scored 5 off 8 in the last game, including a 4. That was last week against... Who was Storm playing last week? Skipping my mind now. Who did Storm play last week? Loughborough Lightning, that's right, Lightning. They were in Loughborough, weren't they?
Looks like Grace Potts is coming back onto bowl. Potentially Central Sparks trying to just finish things off here.
You get that sense.
Get the game done.
2 wickets to go. It's hot. Let's just get it done if they can. Oh, we should check as well. Smale won't have done anything like this. I think this might be her first proper List A game for Smale. I don't think she's represented Storm, certainly, at this level. Was she in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy? She wasn't last year. She made a debut this year, didn't she? Yeah. So, well, new ground for both these batters. Yeah, not played List A cricket before. There we go. Certainly not with Western Storm. So, good start for Smale then. She'll be happy with that. Less happy with how her team are doing, but you've got to take the individual wins as well.
As Potts into bowl, full of ball, driven very nicely to mid-on, but for no run. Yeah, I do think Potts will just try and get these 2 wickets pretty quickly, end the game, and Sparks can get on that bus home.
Yeah, not too far for them. It's as games go, this one's fairly convenient, isn't it? Just down the M5.
And again, a fuller ball, but straight to extra cover. Looks like Sparks have gone for a pretty attacking field here. They've still got the slip in. And just a third man and a fine leg out on the boundary. Yeah. So really trying to pile the pressure on here. Make the batter do something that they wouldn't normally do. Try and force a shot maybe they're not so confident in, as Potts is in again. And just defended into the leg side by Smale.
101 for 8, the score. Glorious day. Almost too hot. I'm out on the balcony now. A little bit of a breeze out here. Our commentary box is stiflingly hot.
And Potts in off that long run. And defended again by Smale.
I was warned. It was one of the first things that Jim and Ed said to me. I said, oh, look, we're in the shade here in the balcony. And they said, you just wait. It's going to get very hot later on when the sun comes around. And they were right.
I'm sure Grace Potts will be getting pretty warm off this long run, nearly from the edge of the ring.
Well, we talked about looking after fair head friends.
In again and guided nicely but fielded well. Diving stop at point as they run through for the single.
Yeah, hot work. Gotta be careful in the sunshine. Do they, out of interest, do they sort of bring out sun cream at sort of drinks breaks and things like that? Because it's a long old time if you're sweating as well. You know.
Sometimes they do. The physio might send it out, make sure everyone's being careful.
Yeah. Because what you don't want is any lasting damage from this. You do have to take it seriously. If you're sort of a player who's out every week, or even multiple times per week, under the sunshine, that's something which Australian cricketers probably are a bit further ahead than us on.
Yeah, definitely. 50 overs in the sun, long old time.
Yeah, well, and then if you end up batting a long time, you get, best part of 100 overs. Yeah, hours and hours out there. This one is... Oh, it's an edge. Is it an edge? They're claiming it. Smale's going nowhere. And umpire McClelland agreeing with Sophia Smale. No edge on that one. We'll just watch the replay. There's a slip in place still. Doesn't look like... Could have been. Hard to tell on that one, but... Just... batted forwards, no run. Just defending it. Still got best part of 16 overs, 17 overs left to go. Baker in again, down the leg side, giving us a wide. Another run to the scoreboard.
I think Western Storm will take any runs they can now, however they come.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, there is a question here about the bonus point, isn't there? We've got to keep that in mind. I think it's 164 is the bonus point target. If they can keep Western Storm below that, Central Sparks will get a bonus point. Cut shot. And it will get a run here because it's pierced the inner ring. I'll come back for a second as well. Good running. 107 the score moves on to for 8. Maybe they'd already added it, 105 perhaps for 8. Yeah, they're quick on that. They hadn't even finished the second run. They'd already added it on the scoreboards here. Oh, deciding to leave one, but that can't have been too far away from the stumps. Sight screen just beginning to billow a bit in the breeze, maybe just picking up a little. The flags above the reception flapping as well. Maybe a little bit more breeze around. That should be a little bit of comfort for the players.
Definitely a welcome breeze there.
Yeah. Heading to Taunton after this, watching the T20 quarter-final in the men's game. Somerset against Derbyshire. Looking forward to that one.
Who's your money on?
Well,
Somerset.
Not a betting man myself. Do you know what? The only time I've ever put bets is when we've kind of done them as a group when you go to horse racing, but never anything big, never anything more than about £1. But if I were, it's tough actually, but I would say Somerset. But then so far of all the 3 quarter-finals, I'd have put money on the wrong one each time. Each time, every single one, it's gone the way I didn't think it would. Which is slightly worrying as a Somerset fan and journalist.
Big swing there by Lauren Filer. A big appeal as well from the Central Sparks players. Heads and hands all around here. Yeah, the bowler's not looking particularly interested though. The keeper and slip seem to think that's out. So we see that replay again.
Oh, very hard to tell on those replays, isn't it? Very hard. Need a bit of hot spot. Wonder whether they would have reviewed it if that option had been there.
Filer leaves that one wide outside off stump, just inside those tram lines. Did get a little bit of movement away as it went past Filer.
Emma, after this over, we're going to thank you very much for your time. Been lovely to meet you and to speak to you about cricket and Devon and players' mums and all sorts. But thank you very much for coming up, and we'll wish you the best for the rest of the season.
Filer just clips that into the leg side, and a chase on for the fine leg fielder, who reaches that comfortably as they come through for the second run. Yeah, well, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Is this your debut on commentary?
It is my debut, yeah.
There we go. Very good debut. Solid debut, that is.
Hopefully, maybe I'll be back again. Who knows?
There we go. Dropping big hints there to any bosses listening.
Yeah, no, hopefully someone's listening. I'm free anytime. Just let me know. As Potts in again to Filer. A little shorter and wide, and that's clipped down to that fine leg fielder. And they just come through for the single.
I'll get Laura McLeod back in a moment. I will warn you, Laura, that these have been in the sun, so your ears will be quite hot when you put them on. So just be... I was a bit surprised when I did it. In fact, we can maybe put them in the shade for a second, give them a chance to cool off.
2 balls to cool down.
You never know, it might just take the edge off.
That's Potts in again. Oh, Smail, that's got a little bit big on her there. Maybe a little extra bounce off the pitch. And goes through for the keeper for no run.
Frustrating partnership, this. Can't see it impacting the result of this game, but especially in the hot weather, I don't think they'll want it lasting any longer than it has to. Central Sparks. Probably why they've brought in Potts, as you were talking about, Emma, trying to finish off the game.
Oh, as Potts starts coming in, but that's to start her run up again.
It's a 41-run partnership. Really good.
And well defended there by Smail. Is this possibly the biggest partnership of the Western
Storm
Storm
by far,
innings?
by a long way, because it was 67 for 8, so yes, no question. Absolutely. So very frustrating for Central Sparks, but something good for Western Storm. Emma, thank you so much. Really nice to
Thank you for having me.
To meet you. No problem at all. Really great to hear from Emma Corney there, who is from Western Storm, academy player, back from shin injury, which is great, or shinjury if you like. I think the sun's getting to me. 108 for 8 the score, and Laura McLeod. We were a bit tangled up here. There we are. Very pleased to welcome Laura McLeod back, as this one's just played through for a single.
These
Laura.
headphones are not as hot as
Good.
you told me that
Good.
they were going to
I'm
be.
glad
so
we
that's
managed to
good.
take the heat off a little bit. You must be very pleased with how today's gone. A little bit of frustrating partnership, but up until that point, very, very good from Central Sparks.
Yeah, they've been really good. They've executed their plans, and it's a ball and attack that suits this pitch.
As Baker's in, pushing here is Smale, defended with the foot. No run.
Fine.
If that was in the team, like the village team, they say use your hands. They always shout at me if I try and use my feet. That one goes through. I think we'll let him off in that heat at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think we will.
A lot of spin doing the job here. Baker in again, cut away by Smale, but not getting past Ria Fackrell, and no run added. A little bit frustrating, this partnership now. Clipped into the leg side. They'll come through for at least one. And they're going to come through for a second as well. Have to be a little bit quick, but they'll be fine. So how do you, Director of Cricket at Central Sparks, what are you going to talk about after the game here? Are there ways to improve on what you're seeing?
There's always ways to improve, and yeah, we will assess the game, how it went, both batting and bowling. Make sure that we do our due diligence, and one of our things that we like to try and pursue is moving the game forward. So we'll have a look at how we can do that and how we can bowl better, bat better, and all those things will be fed into the upcoming week of training.
Do you feel that, because there's a big difference, isn't there, in the way this game's played out, the way that Central Sparks made it past 200, Western Storm really struggling. What's been the difference there? Has it been the way that Central Sparks have used the spinners? Is there a difference in batting mentality as well?
Yeah, I think with the 50 over game, it's about being smart with the whatever it is that you're doing, the batting or the bowling. It's not like the T20 campaign that we've just come off, where the objective is to smash the ball as hard as you possibly can. You got to be a bit smarter in this game, and if you do give yourself chance to get in, and particularly perhaps on a pitch like this where it's doing a little bit, it's offering a little bit for the bowlers. Patience is the key, and I think that's probably the difference today between the top order of both teams.
Potts will begin another over. Oh, this one takes an inside edge, squirts away behind the stumps, might run all the way for 4. It will. It's a good effort on the boundary, but the ball wins the race. So another 4 to the total. 115 for 8 now. 2 off a 50 partnership here. Came together at 67 for 8. That's unexpected, the way things were going.
I think that's, though, is non-batters. They're not non-batters. They're very good. They're decent at, and then giving them opportunity, and they'll.
Pulled this one by Filer. I might think about 2. Shout of keepers, and Filer's going to make it. Yeah. So another couple added, and that is the 50 partnership. And there's a good knowledgeable crowd. They were clearly aware of it as well.
They've applauded a lot today of the crowd, and I know they're here to support Storm, but equally they've supported some good cricket.
I do love that about cricket in general, and generally speaking, you should get it at every great game. Doesn't matter who you're there to support. You just want to see good cricket, really, and appreciate good cricket. Obviously, you want your team to win. Full ball, turn into the leg side, another single. But as far as I'm concerned, when I go to a cricket match, like tonight, I said to Emma that I'm going down to the T20 quarter-final at Taunton tonight, just as a fan, not working there. I just want to see a good game, really. Somerset come out on top, brilliant. Head to finals day. I must admit, I'm on holiday for finals day, so I have to watch from afar. But I just want to see a good game of cricket. I think that's what a lot of fans feel. Obviously, this one's been quite one-sided so far. Straight back at the bowler.
I went to the opening game of the Euros.
Oh, did you?
On Wednesday night, yeah.
Was that Old Trafford?
It was.
Yeah.
Full house, brilliant.
Brilliant. Yeah.
And again, that's the atmosphere that was created there was total respect for the players and for the game. Really good.
Yeah. Must admit that's something you don't always get in men's football, from my experience.
No.
A total lack of respect in some games, which is not a good thing, as that's played back to Potts. But yes, women's football. I've done a lot of coverage of local women's football. It's been, it's just great to see that, as you say, same sort of respect you get on a cricket field.
Yeah.
Which is really good to see.
We were talking about this earlier with a couple of the players, and they were saying it's really great to watch. They get tackled or they get fouled, they're up.
Just straight back up again.
Yeah.
So frustrating when you see people rolling around on the floor and you look back at replay and they get barely touched.
Was there a video out recently of a referee touching I think there was a video. I don't know whether this was an actual game or this was just people messing around, but this player, the referee tapped a player and the player amateur dramatics.
It's just embarrassing sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just think, come on. The other thing about that is that, especially in the men's game, and now brilliantly in the women's game too, but there's cameras filming hundreds of angles, replay, all of it, replay. The television guys have got access to so many cameras, you just look like an idiot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I watched, he was at Germany-Denmark last night while I was doing my commentary notes for this game, and really enjoyed that. Germany looked very good. Ominous for England when Germany looked good.
Yeah.
But it's great to have the competition happening in this country. I'll tell you what I also like about that tournament. I realise we're talking a lot about football here, but some of the stadiums getting used, obviously Old Trafford's not one of those because that's a big stadium that would be used anyway, but things like Bramall Lane's getting used.
Yes.
Last night's game was at the Brentford Stadium, which is a really nice new stadium in London, but just seeing those stadiums that you don't always see getting used in big tournaments getting a go. A big flash at that one, no connection.
Did they have the highest attendance at a game where you've got none of the host nation playing? Is it 16,000, I think?
Incredible, yeah.
It's good.
Really, really good. I guess the good thing is in London is that you can put any teams in there, and London's so metropolitan, isn't it, cosmopolitan, that you're going to have enough people from any country in London. It was the same with the World Cup in cricket terms, put games in those big city centres. Yeah. And you're going to have... I went to a Champions Trophy game at Edgbaston between Pakistan and South Africa, and the whole stadium, it was about a 90-10 split Pakistan fans, and it was brilliant. The atmosphere they created was just unbelievable. It was brilliant. It's one of my favourite memories of watching cricket was that. In the end, it was a DLS win because the rain came in, but I still have such great memories of what was going on. Just the way the Pakistan fans love their cricket so much. They just create this atmosphere. Brilliant. Running around with flags, congas going all the way down the steps and stuff. Brilliant. This one is in the air. Will it land safe? Yes. Filer will come through for another run. Very much in uncharted territory for Lauren Filer, who moves to 30. We were talking earlier on, her high score before this season was 8 in List A cricket, not out. But I guess she'd never really had the opportunity getting in this early, perhaps, to have a go. This one just played into the offside. Off the bowling of back to Georgia Davis now, is it down there?
It is.
Swapping around from Hannah Baker. Lots of spin options in this Central Sparks side. It's worked brilliantly so far. This one goes all the way through. Smale misjudging that one.
Georgia Davis missed out on the Charlotte Edwards Cup. She suffered a fracture the day before our opening game.
Oh.
So
Where was that? Which fracture was it?
Of the finger. Of the spinning finger of all fingers.
That's the one you don't want, isn't it?
It is.
Ouch.
Yeah, you can get away with it, can't you, if it's your non-bowling hand or if it's not your spinning finger, but that's pretty crucial to someone who is turning the ball.
Yeah, you can't bowl with the broken finger.
Which she tried, believe me, she tried.
Oh, bless her, yeah. Well, that's it, isn't it? The day before as well. And the thing is with the cricket season, you wait so long for it, don't you? The winter just drags on, and if you're not on overseas tours or whatever, then you're desperate to get in on amongst it. Bowled, but it's going to beat the fielder at the inner ring for a single. Gutting. It must have been absolutely gutting.
And Georgia is a trainee police officer as well.
I saw that,
Yeah. So taking time off for games, is used sparingly.
Yeah.
But she was great. She responded well. And actually what it did do is give Hannah Baker an opportunity, and she's shown us what she can do.
Brilliant. Now they're both making the 11. Great.
Now they're both making the 11, yes. Yeah. We've probably switched, actually, from being a pace attack to a spin attack now with no Izzy Wong and no...
Well, that's it, isn't
Emma
it? Sort of they
Arlott.
forced your hand a little bit at the England selections there. Didn't Izzy Wong do brilliantly in the Test match? Great to watch. Saw her in the 100 a few times last year and thought she looked fantastic. That was the first time I'd really come across her properly.
Yeah.
And just thought she looked great. So very pleased for her.
And again, I spoke about this earlier, but her batting has really come on, and
absolutely.
she really is an option at the top.
Yeah, and that is really good going as this is pushed forwards. Oh, they come for think about a single. It's going to be a mix-up, is there? Luckily for Western Storm, there was a bit of a mix-up with the fielding as well, and they get sent back. But talking about sort of inclusivity and stuff, to have someone of Chinese descent doing that is amazing, isn't it? Something that we really haven't experienced much in any cricket in any nation, really. So she's sort of representing more than just
She is. Grandad played for Hong Kong.
Great. Fantastic.
And she does have some names that I can't pronounce.
Spots over the wicket.
She's got a few initials.
Is
but she doesn't use... Oh, no, they'll be on her records, won't they?
Yeah. Is Izzy short for something then?
Isabel.
It's Isabel, right?
Yeah,
okay. That's fairly pronounceable, isn't it?
Isabel. Yeah, it's the two in the middle. She'll probably text me now and...
Well, Izzy, if you are watching, then very pleased to see how well you're doing. Fantastic. Potts over the wicket. This one pulled. In fact, that may well go away for 4. Quick outfield, and that is going to race away. All the way to the boundary. 2 fielders chasing. And Smale keeping up, or trying to keep up with Filer. She moves to 24. The score 124. You getting slightly nervous about that bonus point yet, Laura? Or are you not thinking about it?
It's there at the back of our heads, but we're not. You just want to. The first thing to do is secure a win. That's important to do, and the bonus point will be a bonus. Funny enough.
There we go. There's a reason they call it that.
Yes.
So you never would set out a second innings with it in mind. Is that fair to say? It's just only if it happens.
I think it depends on the score.
Yeah, I was talking to Ed and I wondered whether players only really start to think about it when you think, well, if we just turn it up by 10%, we could do it. As if we stay as we are, we won't. So
yeah, I think it's a distraction. It's unnecessary and can lead to a negative distraction, particularly for players who are not quite used to playing at this sort of pressurised or getting games which are getting close.
Potts in, slightly shorter, pulled, but it's not going to get past the mid-wicket fielder. And there is no run from that one. Well, I think Sophie Luff will be fairly pleased at least with how these two are going about things. 31 and 24 for Filer and Smale, respectively. But still, she'll, I'm sure, have a lot to say about how things went in the first 20 overs of this innings. No one able to hang around. Great bowling. That one's full. Slightly in the air. Drops in front of the fielder at mid-wicket. The captain, is it? Eve Jones there?
Eve, yeah. Who's having a very good day in the field.
Yeah.
She's got very excited about the left-hand. Was it a left-handed diving catch that didn't get anywhere near the pads?
Yeah, she's
all good practice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she took one low grab at slip, didn't she?
She did.
That was a good one. There was another one which came to her, which I think she probably should feel like she should have taken.
Yep.
But in the end, this game was at that point. This game was pretty much gone for Western Storm. I must say, one of my proudest commentary moments was to do with Eve Jones, which was in the 100 last year. Because her and Amy were playing on the same side again at Birmingham Phoenix, and they both did really well. No one else really scored any runs. And at the end of the game, I said, well, it was a case of keeping up with the Joneses. And at that moment, I just felt a sort of a swell of pride. I said, I don't think it's going to get any better than that for me.
Is that a mic drop?
That would pretty much, yeah. Obviously, I think the producer would have been cross if I had done that, but yeah, figuratively, yeah. Just a single on that one.
So good job that they're right and left-handed.
I still made mistakes. As I say, the only good bit about their entire commentary was that one. Yeah, as this one is in the air a little bit, but safe. Yeah, Ed is saying he got the wrong one. Well, Amy's not even playing in this game, so that's a bit inexcusable. I think she's one of my favourite players to watch in all cricket, Amy, when she's on full flow.
Yeah.
She's just brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, in the air, nicely played. Bit of a slog sweep, and that one goes over the mid-wicket. Fielder in the ring, and a couple of bounces for. So, Smale just taking the attack here. 28 she moves to, 129 for 8. Saving it, Western Storm's blushes here a little bit. Still a long old way to go. How many overs have we got left? What are we on? 39. We've got 11 overs. 10 after this one.
She's made the field move, and if there's ever an objective for a batter to achieve, it's to make it easier for yourself, and she's got that now.
Davis in again. This one just played out onto the offside. No run. Yeah, always that must be quite pleasing as a batter to make an attacking field slightly less attacking, because you've managed to make the most of the gaps on offer. Still, that slip is there, played out into the offside. Think about a single, but it's not there. Oh, in fact, it ran quite a long way down, but scrambling back to safety is Smale. Will you be involved much with the 100 or at all, Laura?
No, not during it. I do play a bit of a role ahead of it, so a lot of my staff are going across. And of course, lots of players as well. If you count Amy Jones and Sarah Glenn as Sparks players, then we've got 14 players. They're going to be featuring in various 100 teams.
Fantastic. Yeah, I was doing my research, sort of seeing every single player pretty much has got some kind of gig there, whether it's their first one or if they're carrying on. Yeah, it's done. Well, I was speaking to Sophie Luff about this actually last week. She says the amount of coverage that the women's 100 get, it's a shame actually that we don't get more coverage on the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Great that it does get what it gets, but actually the 100 is just so much more, isn't it? And primetime TV slots and people really talking. Last year, that opening game, Oval Invincibles, can't quite remember who it was. Was it Manchester Originals?
It was, yeah.
In the first game?
Yeah, it was Emma Lamb moment. Do you remember her? Looking up at the
that's right.
The
that's
fireworks.
Right. That's it, yeah, going wow.
Yes.
And that really said so much, didn't it?
Yeah.
That this was women's cricket on a level with men's.
Yeah.
And it was just great. And I must admit, watching, because I did a bit of coverage, watching those women's games and the men's games, there wasn't anything to choose between them for me. They were great. If anything, I preferred the women's tournament to the men's tournament. I think the way it played out, it was much more intriguing than what happened, and to see the impact it had on women's cricket made it all the more interesting. So it's Fackrell now into the attack. This one goes over the fielder at mid wicket, and they'll come through for a single.
Hannah Baker give a good effort there.
Yeah.
Airtime.
Yeah. Sort of thing you do when you hope there's a photographer around taking a picture. Although
it's a shame she's 5'2".
Right. Yeah, that doesn't help. I've got another big shot into the leg side. Didn't quite pick the ball out there. It's picked up in the deep square, backward square leg area, and there's just another single. 132 for 8.
I did wonder with the 100 whether or not they'd switch some of the games around and just see how the concept of women first, men first might work. But they're doing it for the first game of the women's. So I think the men's are playing in the afternoon. And is it Oval Invincibles? I suppose with them being the champions of last year, they perhaps should lead the tournament off. Yep,
I think that's a great thing. I think mix it up. Absolutely. They've done it a few times, haven't they, with the Charlotte Edwards Cup?
Yeah, we've tried it each way round, both way rounds.
That one then is played down the ground. They'll come through for another easy single. Did you notice any difference when the women played second in a doubleheader?
It really does. If you're playing second, I think you've got to try and turn it around as quick as possible.
Get it going, get the game started as soon as as soon as you can.
Yeah. Keep the crowd there. Keep letting them know that there's a women's game
key,
going
isn't it?
on.
Communicate it. Yeah. Defended, no run.
And now because of the 100, the ground staff can do that. You know, they're quite happy to go, look, all we need to do is bring the boundaries in.
Yep.
So just give us half an hour to sweep up, remark, bring the boundaries in, and we're good to go.
Right.
It's sometimes it's the officials that, if you've got somebody who's doubling up, they perhaps need a little break.
Yeah, sure. The I guess with the 100, when you buy a ticket, you know full well you're getting the same game twice, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know you're seeing both the men and the women, same teams, playing on the same day. Bit different in Charlotte Edwards Cup because you've got totally different teams to the counties that people would ordinarily watch at those grounds. Not to say it can't work, but it just maybe isn't something that's quite as obvious to fans. Perhaps they may well change. As we're talking about good communication, good advertising, the 100 is. I see it on the side of buses, see it on TV, see it,
On the back of crisps.
Crisps, I do actually. Do you know, I was eating some crisps yesterday and I saw the 100. I always think, I'll read it, see what they're putting on the back of these packets of crisps. Yeah. Famously, the crisp brands, each one of them getting their own team. 134 for 8. We take our minds off crisps, back to the cricket.
I saw there was, there's plenty of crisps in the commentary
Is that a
box
gift from the
here.
100, do we think? Is that
Is
it the wrong brand?
Yeah, very much the wrong brand.
Right, so we don't mention those. Yeah, I've got to say, bit hot for crisps and chocolate today. I feel like it's more cold drinks and ice cream day.
It's ice cream, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely too hot for chocolate, even crisps. So we get a new spell. As this one, it's just down the leg side, helped on its way there. Nice shot. There's no fielder. It's going to run away for 4. And we move on to another 4 runs to the total. Is this going to be Liz Russell continuing?
Yeah, Liz Russell.
Bowled well early on, got some wickets. Making that difference. It's that early order collapsing, wasn't it, for Western Storm? They just could not get going. I spoke about Fran Wilson when she came in, was looking to play a shot every ball, just wondered whether that was the right thing to do with 2 early wickets. Mm-hmm. All very well having that mentality, and we're seeing it with England men's side in the Test game at the moment, and lots of other teams are doing something similar. This is again another shot over her shoulder for Filer. This one will get picked up on the boundary, slightly squarer, and they'll come through just for a single. But you've just got to be smart, haven't you? You've got to work out when's the right time to play with that mentality. And it might have been that had Fran Wilson stayed in a little bit, got herself to a position where you thought, well, we're 2 down now, but we're 17 overs in or something.
Yeah.
Or 15 overs or whatever.
It's a long time, is 50 overs.
It is, isn't it? And we've been talking about that. This change from 20 to 50 actually is a very different mindset, as I'm sure you work on with your players, Laura. Oh, is that an edge? No. Well taken, though, by Freeborn. Do you do much work on I guess you must do, on mentality? You sort of forget the actual physical cricket training, but talk about mentality in the game.
We've done a little bit. We've done a little bit on mindset, and I guess that this notion, and it is a notion of pressure, when to perhaps feel it and when to feel that it's a good thing. But everyone's different. Everyone's perception of it will be different.
This one nicely clipped into the leg side as well by Sophia Smale. Oh, they're going to... Oh, no, hang on. There could be a mix-up here. Will it be a run-out? Yes, that's the end of a really good partnership for Western Storm, and it's a sad way to see it end as well. A mix-up. Filer sending back Smale. I'm not sure there was a second there. And it's the end, and it's the 9th wicket down. And Laura...
There was a tactical fumble.
You reckon that was tactical? Is that what you're saying? Your team did a tactical fumble? Surely you don't practice tactical fumbles, Laura.
No, we don't. No, we certainly don't. But that obviously, Smale thought that there might be a second run on there.
You do have to be really careful with fumbles, don't you? When you see one as a batter, you think, oh, great.
What's the saying? Never run on a misfield?
Never run on a misfield, yeah. Never run on a misfield. Although the amount of players you see run on misfields, actually, maybe they haven't heard that. But,
I think you're telling off now if you don't actually run on certain misfields.
Yeah, I agree. I think you say, well, come on, if there's a run there, you've got to take it. But yes, you've got to watch, haven't you? You've got to really watch to see what sort of misfield it is, whether it's one that gives you that run. So 1 away from what would be a very good win, a bonus point win if you can take the wicket in the next 24 runs. Quite a big ask for a last wicket partnership.
Never say never in this.
You just never know, do you?
In this
cricket you can never write off anyone in cricket, and I think just having watched a lot of the men's tests recently, the way that I'd written England off at several stages, not thinking really that they'd be able to carry on this incredible form, and yet mainly Johnny Bairstow proving me wrong. But it's a great lesson, isn't it, in cricket, actually. There's a lot to learn from that England side at the moment about mentality, but also about how and when to really go for it. Generally speaking, from this England side, it's the fourth innings seems to be the moment to really switch it on.
I think that maybe, is it South Africa men that are coming over?
Yes, it is.
Perhaps don't put them in so that bat in the fourth innings. Let's change that habit.
Absolutely. In comes Liz Russell then. 1 wicket to go. Western Storm hanging on by a thread here. Yeah, you think if the South Africa captain wins the toss, what would they need to do? They'd need to bowl first, wouldn't they? South Africa.
Yeah. So,
might see that, although you just never know. You don't know how to play. They look so unbeatable at the moment, don't they? You just don't. I tweeted this. What could England have made in that last innings? 600 plus the way they were going. Anyway, Russell in, just pushed out to the offside. But the reason we're talking about it, I don't want to take away from this game here, but it's just the lessons you can learn from a really high-profile side like that, doing things you're talking about pressure and everything like that, how it suits some players and not others.
It's giving the belief and the confidence to the players that they can go out and execute their skills in a manner that they typically would do in practice or in warm-up games. It was just so good to see, and I actually think that the men's test team has put cricket back in a bit of a public spotlight and made people go, I might go again.
I bang on about cricket in our office. Obviously, I cover cricket. I'm a cricket reporter at Radio Somerset, and I bang on about. I'm sure I just bore other people to tears with it. And then I came in on, when was it? This week after the India game. And I had 3 or 4 people say, did you see that? Did you watch it? I just thought, there we go. That's instantly. People who'd never really sparked up a conversation with me were talking about it. And that's sadly, it's what a winning side does. And you can't guarantee wins, can you? But you can certainly make the cricket exciting, which is what they've done and just had been lacking in that side. So it'll be Fackrell hoping to pick up the last wicket of the game. This will be a run here. It's going down towards the third area. They'll pick up at least 2. Skelton, with no number on her back, picking up some runs. And they'll stick with 2. So Skelton picking up her first runs. Good to see someone who's got some positives she can take out of this game, picking up a wicket, now scoring some runs.
I was on a train back from London. I think this might have been after the second test match. And as I was getting off, I got my Sparks rucksack and my PMOA accreditation. And someone picked up that I was to do with cricket. And as I was getting off, they're like, because they started talking about cricket, and I thought, shall I join in this conversation or not? And they said, you should have kind of joined in with us. It was nice, young group of people.
Oh, there's an opportunity there, perhaps out of her crease or thinking of a catch. Hard to tell from our angle. Looked like she might have had a foot in the crease there, perhaps got a bit of an edge on it. Yeah, well, not often if you're talking on the train about cricket that a Test cricketer comes along and joins in with you, Laura. That would have been quite cool. Again, another swipe from Skelton, not getting hold of it. Great, isn't it, when you hear that and you see people, I see people checking scores on trains or public transport, wherever I am, and I think, I can see someone who's interested in cricket there. I'm like you, I think, shall I join in? I do love a chat about cricket, but I'll tell you what else I love is Fackrell is in. And again, an edge, dropped at slip. Tough chance, though. Did it carry? Not sure. I'll have to take another look at this one. Jones looks like she might be a bit disappointed that she didn't hold on to it there. She kept herself in slip for a lot of the game. Didn't fancy running around the field today, did she, Eve Jones?
Is that captain's prerogative?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Oh, should have taken that one, I think. Again, and that one, this time is defended.
It went
yeah,
quickly.
Knee height.
Yeah, that shin height.
Feel like that could have been taken. Tough day, though.
Checking her nails. Checking her fingers.
I love when you get introduced to someone. So I had this the other day with my girlfriend who's not into cricket, although I'm working on that. But she introduced me to some of her friends. We hadn't met before because we started going out in COVID, so it's now we're only just starting to meet each other's friends, really. And she said, oh, this is whoever it was. I do know his name, but I won't mention it. I haven't forgotten it. And I said, oh, all right. And he said, you commentate on cricket a bit, don't you? I was like, yeah. He said, oh, I'm a big cricket fan. I thought, right, that's it now. Conversation sorted for the rest of the day. On into the leg side. Well stopped. And again, it's the captain there.
She is on fire
Yeah,
today.
she is. Having a good day in the field. Ball's following her. But it's not like football. You sort of expect people to have a football team almost, don't you? Whereas with cricket, it's always like, oh, you're never sure whether they're like, in particular if you get someone who talks about, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy or counties or whatever. A lot of people like England, but not everyone then follows the domestic leagues. Russell in again. Into the leg side from Skelton. Just a single. Still really hot outside.
This is the hottest time, isn't it?
Yeah, it does warm up and warm up, doesn't it?
5 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's not like in Europe where lunchtime is siesta time.
Funny you say that. Just mentioning my girlfriend, she is Spanish, so she flew out to Spain on Thursday, so she is currently in a siesta. So she texted me to say, just heading to bed now. In the air and stopped. There we go, just the single. She texted me to say that's it now, siesta time, it's too hot. It was 36 degrees today, South Spain. They've got little thermometers on the pharmacies. The pharmacies in Europe have got sort of the big green cross and the electronic, time, temperature, date, that sort of thing. Yeah. 36 it was saying today.
We can imagine that the clock across there is saying...
Yeah. They've got a big digital clock on the side of the indoor school here at Gloucestershire, Bristol. So it's pushed into the leg side. Think about a single there, but I don't know, fielded a bit.
I think Eve might need to go in the ice bath.
Yeah, you're going to say that to her when she comes in. Just say, just cool off a bit.
Yeah, I think they all might need to.
Do you know what? I was thinking this. Black is not a good colour, is it, when it's this temperature?
You're not the first to say that today, but we've had this conversation about kit, and they want to play in black.
Okay, great. I mean, it's a very cool colour. It looks very slick.
Yeah.
And I like the sparks on it.
Yeah.
Really good.
Thank
but
you
I just wonder when
sparks. Stars.
Yes, yeah. Definitely no copyright infringement there.
We all trip up on that.
Yeah. And I just wonder in 26, 27 degrees.
Yeah.
Whether it's the right colour to be.
You could do with a 22 degree plus kit and a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
not
interesting. Not home and away, just hot and cold kit.
Yeah.
Black kit when it's less than 22.
Yeah.
And then what do you want to play in when it's warmer? Something coloured, yeah.
But then if you get into like the yellows, they attract the insects.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, right, because they think it's a flower or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So not yellow. Yellow's out of the question. Okay, Western Storm looking quite cool in their green. I think you have to be careful because you don't want to have the same kit as other teams in the league, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nice day here. So they were... just while we're on the subject of various different things, we just keep hopping around the cricket. But Wimbledon, there's been some protests, hasn't there, about bringing in more coloured kits or coloured shorts for women to play in, which would be a big change if it happened, but certainly something which...
The England women's footballers are just talking about that
doing something similar, wearing black shorts, aren't they, or different colour shorts as opposed to the white colour. Yeah. This one, full toss. Well stopped. Hannah Baker there. You said she's only small, but she got to that one full stretch.
Yeah, she's in a pivotal position there, mid-wicket.
Absolutely. Put your good fielders there, for sure. Fackrell in again. This one's a better ball. Oh, cut nicely. Really nicely out into the offside. That's going to go all the way. Runs away on this outfield. And that brings up the 150. 150 for 9. Western Storm making a bit of a fist of this. Just 5 and a bit overs to go. They've got to score 60 runs, so that's going to be a massive ask. It's not out of the question, but it's a massive, massive ask for these two. No wickets in hand apart from this. This is the last partnership.
I've just had an alert go off on my watch saying, are you stressed?
Oh, here we go. Director of Cricket at Central Sparks starting to get stressed. It's defended. Do you remember the World Cup final at Lord's when Jonathan Agnew was commentating for TMS? He had about 5 of those saying his heartbeat was so high and he had to keep dismissing it on his watch, which you can totally understand with that game as well. It's just on a knife edge throughout, wasn't it? I mean, it was literally a tie. Even the super over was a tie. So this one is flicked into the leg side and Skelton wants a run, but she's not going to get it. Good bat coming in at number 11, as you say. It's actually batting all the way down, really, in most teams.
Bodes well for the other competitions that they play in, like the 100.
Shorter from Fackrell and just sort of leaving it into the leg side, just leaning into it, helping it around its way. 151 for 9. A reminder, little game within the game here. The bonus point, 164. Is the target for Central Sparks to keep Western Storm below. 164 or lower. Western Storm have got far closer than I think anyone would have expected them to. Full toss, straight out to the fielder, and they'll come through for a run. Yeah, it's a good stop. Who is that there? I can't quite see.
Amy Campbell. She's
Amy
worn
Campbell.
that.
Yeah, she took that on the body and then didn't even chase after it once it rolled away from her. Fair enough. Laura, are you happy to stay? Do you need to go? Feel free to say if you do.
I was just checking the other scores.
Okay. I realise
a close one between Diamonds and Sunrisers.
Oh, go on. Tell us what's the situation.
Have you explained what the scores were at all?
We know. Well, Ed went through it, didn't you, earlier on, Ed? Yeah. So we kind of went through it at the lunch break.
Yeah, Sunrisers fell 6 runs short.
Gosh, crikey.
Considering that they had Northern Diamonds, something like 118 for 8.
Wow.
Again, that demonstrates...
Shows, doesn't it? Yeah, lower order hitting, actually.
The batting, Katie Levitt got a few runs there.
Yeah, much more accurate to sort of call them a lower middle order than a tail, as Ed was making that point earlier on, that actually a tail, you don't really get any complete bunnies. You still see them occasionally, don't you, in the men's game, players who are literally only there because they bowl. Someone like... Abbas, who plays for Hampshire, generally considered one of those. This is in the air. There is a fielder there who's going to drop short. And they'll come through for a single. Lauren Filer into the 40s. Very much breaking new ground here, Lauren Filer. She'll be delighted personally. Yeah, bowled really well. Yeah.
Turning into an all-rounder.
Certainly is. Certainly is. I feel a little bit sorry for Sophie Luff. Only in the case because she often car shares with the Filers because they live not too far away from each other. Filers from Weston-super-Mare and Sophie Luff from Limpsham, just down the road. And she says that she can't get a word in with edgeways with Lauren Filer at the best of times, let alone when she's with her twin Jodie Filer, because that's defended. So I imagine plenty to talk about for
her. Through her shots.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's outscored her captain by quite a long way today. 4 overs and 4 balls to go. Just defended back down the ground there to Georgia Davis.
These umpires are going to need a sit down.
They will. They will. Tough day for them. They're out there for all 100 overs, aren't they? As this one will be a quick single. They'll be a shy at the stumps, but Skelton well home. Will the players be aware of the 164, do you think? Is that something do they make it public knowledge among a team, or do you just think that?
Not unless a message has got onto the pitch. I think Eve would probably be aware.
Yeah. I just wonder whether if they get them out for 163 or something, whether they'll celebrate more than 165, as that one's in the air, but it will land safe. Another run to the total of Lauren Filer and to Western Storm. 155 for 9. Filer 44. Well, that would be a story if she picks up a half century. Davies into Skelton, who's able just to help this one on its way. A little bit leg side that.
Who have Storm got next week? Do you know?
Very good question. Sunrisers.
Okay.
That's right, at Chelmsford. I remember Emma saying it. Yeah, so Sunrisers, who found this tough, haven't they? Their team not quite reaching to the standards that others have shown, but
it's only a matter of time.
Oh, there's plenty of talent in there.
Yeah.
Plenty of talent.
Only a matter of time. Their academy team is very good.
Yeah. Give them a few years, they'll be breaking in, won't they? Yeah, and it's really tough, isn't it? When you're setting up new teams like this, and you added in those extra 2 after the KSL, actually it's really hard to split and know how a team's going to... You know, when you look at, let's take the counties for an example, they've had 100 years, and they know, they're so set up, they've got all their facilities, and that keeps things equal because they know that if they need an extra bit, they'll buy something or they'll develop someone. Whereas when you're saying, right, we'll put these 2 players here from England, those 2 over there, that's really difficult to split it up evenly, isn't it?
It is.
So it was bound to be some strong ones and some weaker ones.
Because they all have different types of allegiances as well, whether that be where they actually grew up or where they've moved to play cricket.
Thackrell in full and driven, well driven, but picked up straight away at mid-off. Yeah, absolutely. You can't tell someone who lives in... Well, Heather Knight's a good example. Devon girl. You tell her to go and play for Northern you've got to think, well, we've got to make it accessible for her and her family, really. So that one's defended. Although Heather does, obviously, with England, spend a lot of time away from home, I guess. But you're right, you've got to take into account where players want to be. If you're going to set up a domestic league, this one's gone straight through to the keeper.
I think that's more of the length that they need to be bowling. I don't think we've quite got our lengths right in order to secure these final 2 wickets. Been a bit generous, I'd say.
As this one is cut away and will be picked up. Yeah, well, you certainly weren't generous in the first 20 overs, so you did have a little bit to play with, didn't you? But overthrows here, and they'll come through for a bonus run. The fans like that one. 158 for 9. Skelton on 13. Filer there on 44. So that's one thing that you'll be talking about then after the game. I mean, it feels a bit hard to be critical, doesn't it, on a team when you played as well as that, dismissing the top 8 for just 67 runs.
But without any disrespect meant, you've got to, because that's the standard that you're going to have to achieve if you play the Vipers.
Absolutely.
And if you stand a chance of doing well and beating them.
Plenty to be pleased with, but as you say, you're never 100% content, are you? There's always things you can improve on, always things you can work on, and that partly is why these teams are here. They are, in a way, developmental, aren't they? Although they're fantastic in their own right, but actually you're looking at bringing on these players, pushing them to be the best they can be, getting yourselves up to a higher standard. The women's game is improving all the time, which is great to see.
It certainly is. We're predominantly about producing players for England, and but equally there needs to be a bit of flex and understanding with how you might go about doing that, because take Izzy Wong as an example. She's an opening bowler for us, but would she be an opening bowler in the one-dayers in a few days' time? Is she going to play that role? So actually you probably want them to have a bit of experience in the role that they may play for England before they get there. It's not that for the first time that they've ever come on first change.
So true, isn't it? That's something which is relevant for any level of cricket. If you're the best at your club, bowling's a great example, or batting actually. If you're the best at your club, you're going to be right up there. But you join England, you're going to have 3 or 4 players, probably better than you, who've been in that role for a long time. This one helped on its way into the leg side. It'll be picked up after a couple of bounces. Oh, it's gone through. Bit of a fumble. They will take an extra run there. Safely.
I think that's why the New Zealand men's team were so successful. I think there's a connection between the head coach of the international team and the domestic teams, and they shuffle people around, or can you bat him at this position, because that's where he's going to bat for New Zealand.
Yeah. This one just defended. Back to Liz Russell.
I might, at the end of the over, I'm going to go back, because I think I need to move in order maybe to force this last wicket.
Good idea. The way you're staying here has only been good news for Western Storm, just the 1 wicket in your time.
I've only got 1 wicket, yes.
Yeah. No, it's been lovely to have you, Laura. Thank you so much for coming in, and congratulations. You played such great cricket today. Your team. This is swept, but only straight through to the keeper, that one. Thanks, Laura. Lovely to have you around with us today. Turn you on, I think that one. There we go. Still very warm. Great to have Laura McLeod with us. Thank you. Here she goes. And we'll welcome back Ed Seaborn. We need to find out what's happened with his laptop because it should have cooled off by now. Ed, bring us the good or bad news.
It doesn't seem great, to be honest. I have to say, it was working. I think it may turn back on again, but the mouse just seems unusable. There's a great big ridge down the middle of the laptop.
Melted through itself. Russell back in then. This one forced down the ground. They'll scamper a quick one here, and they make it. Well, this bonus point is not going to come Central Sparks' way. Fantastic effort from Western Storm
at the moment. I mean, it's extraordinary, really. You'd never thought that was possible. But then it's got to be. I mean, this partnership and the previous one, it'd be so frustrating for them because. And yet, you talk about Chloe Skelton, and she bats at 3 for Gloucestershire.
Well, that's it, isn't it, actually? And that's exactly the point Laura's making, is quite often they're put in these positions, and they're used to being in totally different ones.
Or opens, I should say, as well, yeah.
Oh, big drive in the air. That's going to be safe, is it? No? Yeah, no, it has just avoided the cupped arms of the fielder there, who looked like she might just get under it. Managed to get something to it. Tough catch coming over the shoulder, though.
Oh yeah, I mean that went a long way up as well. I actually didn't think that she was going to be able to get there.
No, that's what I thought first of all. I'm surprised she did.
Did quite well to get there, in order to get both hands on it, and then would have been a spectacular catch. So we're now level with the bonus point number. So Western Storm one more run and they'll deny the Sparks the bonus point.
Oh. No, that's not going to be it. Looked like they were thinking about it, but it was straight to a fielder.
It smashed the stumps at the non-striker's end, but no hand on it from Russell, who's now having to repair the stumps. Well, the woodwork at the far end may be the difference between the Sparks getting this bonus point or not. What you can say, though, is that what this has done is it looked as if this was going to be an absolute hammering on net run rate for the Western Storm, but they're actually going to, I suspect, still be in positive territory now as far as the net run rate is concerned, which is extraordinary given the position that they're in. But it does, as you've rightly been saying throughout your stint with Laura, it just shows you what can be achieved, and these games, as that's cut away, and that will be the runs to deny the Sparks the bonus point, and I think it may just, it does, a tumbling effort out at backward point, but it's gone for 4, and that is the bonus point denied.
I'll make this point now, that at 67 runs, Western Storm were 8 down, they're now 168 with the loss of just 1 more wicket. That is an incredible turnaround from Western Storm. They're not going to win this game, but what they've done is avoid a humiliating defeat.
Skelton brings out the sweep now to send it away behind square on the leg side. It'll just be the single, though. But another illustration of that is that game which you were mentioning between the Diamonds and the Sunrisers. So Sunrisers, chasing 195 to win, were 110 for 3. Wow. And they've lost by 6 runs in the end.
Gosh.
3 wickets each for Lindsay Smith, as that's been smacked down the ground. That's a wonderful shot, and that's 50 for Lauren Filer. What a day she's had. 3 wickets in back-to-back matches, and now she's got a half century for the Western Storm. Superb innings, and really, she could have gone out there thinking, I've got absolutely nothing to gain here at all. But not only has she got the personal milestone, but she's knocking runs off as we speak. As far as the net run rate's concerned, she's gone again, and she's got a thick outside edge, and that may well have the pace to go for 4, and does. Extraordinary.
Well, is this game over yet? I mean, it's a big old ask. What have they got? They've got 13 off 4 balls here. So they've got 2 balls left in this over. And they've got another 6 after that to score 29. I mean, it's not impossible, but it was going to take some incredible scenes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there's going to need to be an awful lot of help.
Yeah.
But Lauren Filer now, she may as well just keep swinging. And she does. There's long on down there, though. So that will just be the single. And so 1 ball left in the penultimate over. So 3 wickets for Emma Marlowe as well for Northern Diamonds. So Sunrisers remain winless as that's cut away straight to backward points, and they'll just have to get back in their grounds. So 29 runs will be needed off the last over for Western Storm, but extraordinary that we can even talk about. As much as I think we both know it's not very likely to happen, it's extraordinary that we're in a position where we could even talk about that as being even a mathematical possibility.
Just getting to the 50th over, and you look at the top score there, 9, 0, 8, 13, 9, 7, 12, 5.
I'm afraid it's the old reverse the
it
card.
Absolutely is.
It looks like somebody's put the card the wrong way up.
Yeah.
But it shows you the depth, and it shows you also, like I say, you've got a player like Chloe Skelton coming in at number 11. And really no total is safe if you can get the top order runs, but you still need to get runs in the top order. There was just too much for them to do, but it's been an amazing watch, I have to say.
Yeah, funny old game, cricket, isn't it? Funny old game. That's why we love it. That's why we're addicted to it. It's just so unpredictable. Yes, we're talking about Western Storm almost 100% going to lose this, but what a game it's been. Rearguard action, another one in the air. Falling just short of the fielder. They only come through for a single, so not enough really, but to get to this point, Western Storm have just been really good. This lower, well, it's the tail really, but as we said, Skelton certainly wouldn't see herself as a number 11. Trying her out in her first game here, Sophie Luff. Got a feeling she'll be playing again. In the air again. This one again going to bounce a few times before it reaches long on. And come through for another single.
So Filer's 50, I think, came from 64 deliveries.
Very good. Very good.
She was also one of her other, well, I suppose prior to this, in Western Storm colours, her big moment with the bat was in that record chase to start last season when she accompanied Anya Shrubsole over the line in one of the more ridiculous finishes I think I've seen.
Is that a T20 game?
No, it's 50 overs. They chased down, and if I had my laptop with me, I'd be able to say exactly how many. It was 290 odd.
Russell in, it's a full toss in the air, and will drop just short. Filer will think about coming back. No, they won't have time. Just another single. The game nearly done here. A few balls left to go. Central Sparks will be delighted to be heading back up the M5 with a win. Could have been they'll feel like they have maybe missed out on a point there, but you can't take too much away. I know Laura, their director of cricket, who we were talking to, will have plenty to talk to them about, but certainly as a neutral here watching this game, very good display from the Central Sparks. Russell's in again. This one, once again, smeared into the onside, really, by Skelton. They'll come through for another single.
Yeah, it was 292 they were chasing. Win came off the last ball.
Wow.
Shrubsole finished 61 not out from 41 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes, but Lauren Filer stayed there at the other end, 6 not out. Together they put on 43 in 4.5 overs. Brilliant. To win the game off the last ball. Well,
she's 57 here, not out, Filer, with just what have we got left? 2 balls left to go. Yeah. In comes Russell to Filer, and it's playing this one down the ground to long off. Well, Filer's going to survive, you'd think, because she's now off strike for the last ball. 58 runs to Lauren Filer. Well, she, despite the team's performance, I'm sure will feel very happy with her day today. 3 wickets, 58 runs. Brilliant stuff. She'll treat herself to an ice cream on Western Supermare Beach tonight, which is where she lives, not on the beach, in the town. And this one, goes into the leg side, and it'll be another single. And that ends today's entertainment. What a finish there, the way Western Storm doggedly refused to die, and the last two partnerships took them from 67 for 8 to 183 for 9. It's not enough to beat Central Sparks, though, who played really well, dismissing the top order, those first 8 wickets for just those 67 runs. They posted 206 in the first innings, which now we look back on it, actually was probably around about par or above it, and in the end come away with the win. Very good stuff to watch under beautiful blue skies. Ed Seaborn, what will you be taking away? What memories will you look back on this match for?
Well, Lauren Filer for a start. I think Chloe Skelton also with the wicket of Eve Jones. That'll be a memory that she'll cherish, and then not out at the end. But you have to say Central Sparks very much deserving of the win. They, I think, would have felt as if they should have got a lot more runs than they did, but then it's very tricky still, even after seeing two sides batten and 100 overs of cricket on this pitch, to know exactly what a good score was. I suspect it probably was around about the maybe 220, 230 mark in the end, but I think the Sparks, with the early wickets that they were able to take, have kind of made that score look a lot better than perhaps it was. And I think you've seen from the way that Smale, Filer and Skelton all batted that actually there wasn't too much wrong with it. The ball wasn't turning extravagantly, even though Sarah Glenn picked up 4 wickets, and more to the credit of Sarah Glenn and her ability with the ball for the fact that she did manage to take those 4 wickets. But I feel probably that both sides will be a little unhappy with the way they batted at various stages. I think both sides will be a little unhappy with they fielded at various stages as well. There were a lot of catches down today, but there we go. It happens. And Central Sparks, because of those early wickets, reducing the Western Storm to 48 for 6 and 67 for 8. Western Storm were never winning the game from that position, but it's just phenomenal that from 67 to 8 they've managed to get up to 184 for 9 and reduce the winning margin to 22 runs. So the next game for the Western Storm, as we've mentioned, is against the Sunrisers. It's at Chelmsford, and that's next Saturday, 10:30 start. And then the one I cannot wait for is the week after that, where the Western Storm will take on the South East Stars at Cheltenham. At Cheltenham Festival.
Part of the festival, great stuff. That was brilliant organising, whoever came up with that. Good stuff.
Yeah, so that is the road ahead for the Western Storm. They'll look to get back to winning ways next week against the Sunrisers, but they have dropped this one by 22 runs to the Central Sparks. Many, many thanks to all of our guests today. Lisa Padgett, Emma Corney, Laura McLeod, and thank you very much, Charlie Taylor, for your company as well.
Been a pleasure. Loved it. Thank you very much. Well done as well to Jim, our producer, doing a great job. Thanks,
yes,
Jim.
On the cameras and escorting people in and out of the building as well. A lot of roles today. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And as I say, we'll be back with you on the Western Storm live stream and the Gloss Cricket live stream in 2 weeks' time for that game against the South East Stars at Cheltenham. Our counterparts from the Sunrisers will have you covered for next week at Chelmsford. But from all of us here at a sun-drenched Bristol, it's goodbye.